Greetings. Happy Tuesday. Sister Katie.
I've been waiting for this.
Is at long last finally returned. I hope you look forward to, whatever happens today. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm live. Yeah, Dan was like, It's like, I'm doing the game. Which also, before I forget. There we go. I adjusted the time, so this should be fairly accurate as well for the time I've gained and lost from forgetting to pause or unpause the timer. This should be pretty accurate to the actual amount of time left. So, let us see what is happening with these girls. November. I'm sorry, it's been so long since I've gotten to this, folks. Since November? My goodness. Ah, that's right. The fiery knight that we figured was probably Eustace got unmasked, and it was Eustace. We were right. Alright. So, Eustace, it was you? Yes. Wait a minute. So you're telling me Hedwig's ghost prank was actually your prank? Bro, Hedwig's been telling you the whole time. Okay, I do gotta move. Right, I've been in the other corner, haven't I? I'm remembering how this goes. So how's this look? Yeah, that's pretty good. So you're telling me Hedwig's ghost prank was actually your prank? Oh, this looks a little funny. Hold on. Beep. That's a little better. Maybe a little higher. Yeah, I think that does it. That's right. Eustace winced as she pulled herself to her feet. My most elaborate ever. I know you enjoy tormenting people with your practical jokes, but this was a bit much. Wait. Music's going crazy. So I think I had a different chat for this, but is it this one? Yes. Here we go. There we go. I think this is a pretty nice setup. This was a bit much. Hang on. I don't enjoy tormenting people. That was terrifying. I was so confused. I was dumbfounded. Oh. We got shit in the way. Hold on. I have to remember the layout. Maybe like this. Maybe this is good. You guys can read everything. So many thingies in the ways of nuns. I know! You didn't have the sub-goals to deal with before. It might be difficult. Oh, yeah, I was trying. You know what would be really funny? If I just made the saturation 0 on every asset. Can I do that? Nah, that's fine. It's fine. I was dumbfounded. I think the little pops of color kind of add to it. Part of me was relieved to discover that the ghost I had been seeing was not a ghost at all, but the other part of me was feeling something indescribable towards Eustace. Eustace? Why? Well, that's a good question. Mostly because I thought it would be funny. Jesus Christ. Oh, wait, I must not take the Lord's name in vain. Do not take the Lord's name in vain, Sister Katie. Rather large, or do not take the Lord's Son's name in vain. It's just a prank, bro. Yeah. Oh no, I thought this was attached to my head. It's like attached to my neck. I think I gotta move slightly left. Maybe. Move slightly left. Okay. Rather large miscalculation there, I'm afraid. Oh, Catherine's pissed? You thought it was funny the first time. I thought it was funny when I thought this character was something Hedwig made up. Now that I know you actually went and dressed up like a nasty devil and scared her, and now all of us witless, I'm reevaluating. So was Hedwig right when she told us? Did you really kill a goat? Eustace looked at me with a cold but clearly wounded expression. She does kill the animals. She kills the ducks. She can fight infinite ducks. No. I think perhaps that Hedwig was so overcome with shock that she saw something in the shadows that wasn't there. Entirely reasonable, I should think. You were waving a flaming sword around according to her description. That's a point. No fire this time? Or did Hedwig imagine that too? It seemed like a waste of oil. Not to mention it's not good for the blade. Eustace beckoned. So she really did set the blade on fire. Eustace beckoned for Adela to pass her the sword back. Adela's eyes narrowed. Absolutely not. Come on. I'm the sacred. Wait, come on. I'm the sacrist. You honestly thought the first time would have been a different culprit? Interesting. I was onto her. I thought Darcy was an accomplice, but I was onto her. I mean, Darcy could still be an accomplice. She's not here right now, I'm pretty sure. I'm getting there. I'm the sacrist. I've got to put it back. I do not think this is behavior befitting a sacrist. Get her. And disrespecting Sister Catherine's sword in this manner. Shameful. We should tell the superior about this. You're overreacting slightly, I think. I disagree. Catherine's sword? Wait, Catherine's sword? I was so angry that I couldn't help but blurt this thought out as soon as it entered my head. Did you not know this, Sister Hedwig? I scrambled to say something that would allay any suspicions. I spoke to Angela about what happened to Catherine, and she said it was the delivery man's sword. Wait, I spoke to Angela about what happened to Catherine, and she said it was the delivery man's sword. Angela thinks she is smarter than she is. Although why she would try to deceive you about that, I have no idea. Well, that's suspicious. Why would Angela try to deceive me about the sword? Is she involved? So it really was Catherine's? Well, it certainly wasn't the delivery boy's. Do you know how much a sword costs? Especially one of that size. So how on earth was it Catherine's? It wasn't actually hers. She just liked to borrow it from the library. Why was it at the library? And you let her? I refuse to be questioned on this by someone who barely knows me and who didn't know her at all. Swords are very expensive, yeah. You are not in a position to act superior to anyone right now, Eustace. I don't know if we need to tell Soup. But that was not on, Eustace. Catherine, I know for a fact that you and Margaret, I know for a fact that you and Catherine used to plan and execute far worse. So Catherine with a C was in on some pranks. That doesn't shock me. Uh-oh. Margaret got called out. I'm innocent! Yeah, not you, the other Catherine. Catherine the Second. I think you should calm down, Eustace. Margaret's sounding a little defensive. I'm sorry we didn't find this prank particularly amusing. You threatened to kill poor Hedwig. I pretended to threaten her. Oh yeah, the library is where all the relics are stored. True. It's just funny to think that's where you can just rent them out. Oh, well, in that case. Remind me, Margaret, what happened to the Superior before ours? That was nothing like this, and you know it. Well, what's going on there? Yes, it was significantly worse. What are you talking about? Nothing. Oh, something happened. It was before your time. And before Eustace's, for that matter. So Margaret's been here for a hot minute. So she should keep it out of her mouth. Ooh! I heard enough about it. Please be story time, please be story time. I know, right? Straight from you and her. I wonder what the late fee is for the sword. Stop making this about me. An arm and a leg. Yeah! This is about you and your stupid ghost costume. Waving a sword in Hedwig's face. Honestly, how could you? It beggars belief that you'd attempt to flip this around on anyone else. Eustace looked around the room, but nobody offered any support. She was breathing heavily and looked as if she were about to cry. Uh-oh. When she was certain nobody was coming to her rescue, she focused on me. Hedwig. Oh, did Hedwig slap her? Hedwig? Ooh. I had struck her so hard, my hand stung. Eustace's face was redder than the evening's wine. I realized that I must have scraped her face with my fingernails during the swipe, as there was just a touch of blood on her cheek. I half expected her eyes to start welling up with tears, but she just stood there.
Take that!
Yeah! Perhaps she was dumbstruck. You are cruel, Eustace! Cruel and nasty! Did you enjoy making me feel small? I instinctively raised my hand again, although this time I was held back by several of the women behind me. Easy now. Have you ever said anything earnest to me, Eustace? Have you spoken to me truthfully, even once? Of course I have. How can I trust you? Ever? I tried futilely to lunge at her again, but I was not strong enough to overcome the several people gripping my arm and shoulders. I don't know. I don't like you. That is fair. I've tried futilely and futilely. Let's all calm down now, yeah? Yes, I think that it's quite enough theater for the night. What's going on? Tonight's outing to the Misericorde has concluded, I think. Boo! Blame Eustace, I suppose. It is getting quite late, though. I'll be getting on. She slunk away from the group and out the door too quickly for me to object. The other women who had been holding on to me finally loosened their grips, all except for Moira, who patted me on the shoulder consolingly. Let's get you to bed, Hedwig. I nodded, but I kept looking at Eustace. She looked pathetic. She was not openly crying, but I swear I heard a sniffle as Moira piloted me past her and out of the room. The others were following suit, muttering to each other in quiet conversation. Once we were out in the hallway, I realized just how stuffy and airless the Misericorde had felt. I took in a breath of fresh air, felt a slight pang of regret, enough to make me turn around to see if Eustace had left the room. Moira tugged me away quickly. I think that's enough for tonight. I don't know. I think I should apologize. Well, you could do that tomorrow. Right now, what I think you need is some rest. I hit her quite hard. As well you should have, if I'm being frank. What a horrible practical joke. There was a slight twinkling sound as her foot collided with the empty tincture bottle I had left on my bed earlier. Oops, sorry. Oh no, it's my fault. I must have fallen off the bed. What was in it? She shut the door behind her and sat me down on my bed just like she had on my first day out of my cell. Nothing. Not anymore, at least. It was something Darcy gave me earlier. Best to be careful drinking anything Darcy gives you. It was actually rather helpful. She said it would give me confidence. Well, we'll have to tell her it was a rousing success, won't we? We both chuckled. What a day, hmm? Yes, quite a day. We smiled weakly at her for a moment, but I couldn't maintain the charade for long. Who was in Hedwig's room? Who was it knocked over? Darcy had the opportunity, so did Angela. Maybe Angela was in here. I burst into tears. Oh. Moira made a sympathetic cooing sound and put her hands on my shoulders. I shrugged them off quickly. I'd had quite enough of people attempting to restrain me for one night. Instead, she offered the front of her robe for me to dry my eyes on, which I did accept. There. I think this was all a bit much for you in one go, perhaps. Is it always like this? It feels like the whole Abbey just fell apart, and it's all my fault. Well, this definitely wasn't one of our better nights, but... No, I can think of worse. Really? Don't forget someone died not too long ago. I think that might still top you having a little too much to drink, don't you? Oh, silly me. But even so, we have some colorful personalities here. It's not the first time we've had a minor clash. But I hit her. I had no idea I was even capable. I'm a freak. I should have never left my cell. Marta's stronger than she looks, you know? She's clapped Flora on the cheek more times than I can count. And I'm sure she'll smack Adela one of these days if they keep arguing about the sherry. Oh. And, well, I think Darcy has gotten into it with Catherine before. Those two. Although that might have just been under the influence of a particularly bad mushroom. I knew she was doing shrooms. That doesn't count. The details are different, I'll be honest with you. Best nun can get angry? Doubt. Yeah, it was the shrooms. I think people mostly remember the boiling over, not what was in the pot. Still, would you believe that I've gotten slapped a few times? What? Why? She chuckled again and leaned down to give me a kiss on the forehead. So condescending. Now, I'm happy to gossip, but I think I have the right to withhold gossip about myself. Wouldn't you agree? I suppose that makes sense. You can ask Eustace about it, I'm sure. Maybe that's a good way to start mending that bridge. Or you could ask Angela. I'm sure she'd have a particularly dramatic version to share. I groaned into her robe. Oh, dear. I have to work with Eustace. We all have to work together, Hedwig. How? In the same room. It's going to be horrible. You'll find a way. We always do. She gently tugged her robe away from me. There was an embarrassingly soggy patch on her chest, visible even on the black fabric in the dim moonlight. I'll see you at service tomorrow? Of course. Good! Get some sleep. You'll feel better in the morning. I promise. She made to leave. When she opened the door, I could hear Angela commenting to her from the landing. Angela's still out there? Maybe she was in the room. It would seem I left just before things got interesting. Yes, well, there's always next time. She shut the door behind her, and their conversation became too muffled to focus on. I collapsed onto the bed, spread-eagled, then half-heartedly attempted to get into it properly. I stared at the ceiling, unsure what to do. It was late, but there was absolutely no chance I was going to fall asleep anytime soon. Something felt wrong inside me. Despite Moira's assurances that things would continue as usual, I felt as if I had just stepped across a threshold, equally as dramatic as the one I had crossed when I left my cell. Eustace's cruel joke had thrown so much of the past few weeks into question, but nonetheless I felt a bit ill. I rubbed the hand that I had struck her cheek with. I could still feel the sting lingering. She had terrified me. Not just me, but the entire room full of women. For what? All in service of some hazing ritual? The superior had warned everyone about that. I realized that she would have only mentioned it if it had been a problem prior. Perhaps this was typical. Perhaps I was unaccustomed to the space I now occupied, unprepared for how adversarial and mean-spirited it was. As it was, there was no denying that over the past few weeks, and tonight especially, I had observed a community on the rocks. It wasn't just Eustace and I. It was Angela, Catherine, Adela and Charity, Flora and, well, everyone else. Those weren't the only conflicts either. All in all, it seemed that this place was a kind of nexus of misery and resentment. I was restless. Sighing deeply, I got up off the bed, quietly crept to my door. There was no conversation emanating from any of the rooms or the hallway. It seemed as if everyone had succeeded where I could not. I did my best to stay silent as I collected a cricket from the mantel and lit the candle in the fireplace and headed out for a stroll. It was quite cold out now. I thanked God for my cozy robes. The thick woolen fabric did an admirable job of protecting me from the elements, and I could ball up the extra fabric of my oversized sleeve to keep my free hand warm. I wandered back and forth across the landing a few times. I was a lot more confident spending time alone outside now that Eustace had outed herself as my mysterious stalker. I descended the stairs nearest to the dorms and did a few slow laps of the cloister, deep in thought. Should I tell the superior? I felt uneasy about this. Margaret and a few others had seemed to balk at Adela's idea of involving her. Then again, I would have to report to her sooner or later, and it would be hard to pretend nothing had happened. Especially since I had not even gotten the answer from Catherine that I had promised to make my priority. Oh well. It had not been for lack of trying. Perhaps I could corner Catherine before surface tomorrow. She hadn't seemed unwilling to talk at all, just unwilling to do it in the company of others, which I could understand. On the other hand, what if Eustace had handed me the evidence I needed anyway? Oh? Who else could have beheaded someone but the woman with access to that sword? How cavalier Eustace had been with her threats, too. Oh, girl, you're hurt. You don't have to jump immediately to blaming Eustace of murder. Accusing Eustace of murder, that's pretty serious. Lynbarrow Abbey's corporate culture is toxic. They need to revisit best practices to talk to HR. The corporate culture of the Catholic yes, it's an abbey, but convent. Cease your meddling. In retrospect, Eustace's attempt at a booming, authoritative voice had been a little unconvincing. I had been swept up in the moment, I suppose. Nonetheless, her threats seemed quite targeted. It was not the first time Eustace had advised me to keep my nose clean. If I took a turn out of the cloister and into the paths between the mostly unused rooms and buildings the superior had led me past on the way to the hospital. Oh, she did take the turn. And into the paths between the mostly unused rooms and buildings the superior had led me past on the way to the hospitalum. The brisk night air was doing something helpful for my thoughts, at the very least, and I wanted to stretch my legs further. Eustace controlled access to the sword, there was no doubt about that. Oh. Thinking more on the situation, was there really any other reason needed to finger her as the perpetrator? Hold on! Catherine had been beheaded, and the wretched tool had been left in the cloister as an ill omen. I had no idea why Eustace would want to kill Catherine, but Was that my responsibility to find out? I had been charged with finding Catherine's killer. Catherine had been killed with a sword. The one sword in the Abbey resided under lock and key. A key that Eustace controlled. What else was there to it? As I wandered the path towards the outer wall of the Abbey, I became surer and surer of this line of reasoning. Willard comes in bursting like the Kool-Aid Man. Don't ignore the heart! Exactly! Eustace was, like, really effed up emotionally over Catherine being dead, which, like, you can also... I think it's probably quite emotional to murder somebody. If you'd never done it before, but, like... I wouldn't say that's the only possibility. As I wandered the path towards the outer wall of the Abbey, I became surer and surer of this line of reasoning. Why did the why matter? I was not here to judge. I thought about Flora. If Eustace was found guilty and handed over to the diocese, maybe the clouds surrounding the Abbey would part. Maybe she could be happy. I thought about Catherine. Something was weighing on her, and it was clearly something to do with the night of Catherine II's death. Had she seen something? Was she simply too afraid to speak? She certainly left in a hurry after Eustace's little stunt backfired. This too might be resolved if Eustace was found to be the guilty one. I reached the end of the courtyard and stood in the shadow of the crumbling outer wall. Goodness, they really should have built a gate here. Anyone could come into the Abbey from this direction if they braved the hill and the cold. It could have been anyone. And yet, the longer I turned things over in my head, the more I thought about the ghost stories people had told earlier in the evening. That cloud of negativity. Maybe it really was a haunting. Eustace had been dressing up as my ghost. But what about Flora's? Adela's? Was every ghost story here a tale born of Eustace's mean streak? I found that hard to believe as much as that astounded me. Demons and devils. They infested this place. I saw a light in the distance. My heart dropped out of my chest. I scrambled ahead through the open archway in the wall, desperate to see what was out there on the moorland this late at night. The rolling hillocks made it difficult to get a good look from my position. I did my best to quietly hop and sprint forward, keeping myself in as high a position in the rolling field as I could. The light ahead of me kept dipping out of sight. Finally, I got close enough to get a good look at their shape. They were taking the same route as the Superior and I had traveled the other day. I froze. The traveler had not seen me, but they were liable to at any moment if they happened to look over their shoulder. Looking back on it, the intelligent choice would have been for me to turn back to the Abbey right away, wake the Superior up, and catch Eustace, I was assuming, in whatever duplicitous act she was up to. But perhaps through a mixture of wine and whatever Darcy had given me earlier in the evening, I was not acting intelligently. Not to mention the sheer rush of shock I was feeling that moment. I followed her. It was not easy. It was quite cold out, and even in the moonlight I had to rely on my candle to watch my footing. A strong gust of wind could have extinguished my light, but mercifully it survived the whole trip. What would I have done if she'd turned around? I can't say for sure. I presume I would have blown the candle out and run straight backwards? After an agonizingly long walk, we arrived at the hospitalum. My heart was pounding out of my chest. The figure ahead of me broke left, around to the back door that the superior and I had taken down to the lower level of the building. My first impulse was to watch through the small window I had seen at the top of the dungeon, but I realized how obvious that would be if either of them happened to look up. I blew out my candle just to make sure I was invisible. Another part of me wanted to simply tackle the mystery nun on the stairs before she could get to James and demand to know what she was doing out here, but I reasoned it would likely be more useful to hear what they were going to talk about. Yeah, I think so. Were threats going to be made? Would I learn some earth-shattering secret that would illuminate the conspiracy I was working to unfold? I stood as close to the window as I could, while still feeling reasonably out of sight. This, frustratingly, made it impossible to see what was happening. I was hopeful that the sound would carry, but they spoke quietly, and the echo made it impossible to discern anything meaningful. Damn it! I could at least make out that the tenor of the conversation was calm. I had been worried that I was about to overhear an intense argument or violent threats, but whatever James and this mystery liaison had to say to each other, it never rose above a dull whisper. I wanted very badly to take a peek through the little window, but the moonlight was such that anyone passing in front of the opening would be supremely obvious. The conversation grew quieter, and I became worried that they had grown suspicious. Eventually, I made out a sigh of resignation. I suddenly realized that if the conversation came to a close while I was still here, I would have to follow the person I was spying on back to the Abbey, as I was now without candlelight. I did not want to further risk being caught following this person. I crept away from the wall I had been prepped up against, and then began to sprint back towards the Abbey. I hoped, anyway. It was very dark outside. There was enough moonlight to see the general shape of the ground in front of me, but little else. None on the run! There was 2 volumes to go still, so it was doubtful. Yeah, you've done a little research, huh? There's gonna be a 3rd one, and we're still on the 1st one. I ran as I had never ran in my entire life. I was out of breath quickly, and soon after that I could feel a sharp pinching pain in my side. I stopped every now and then to collect myself, making sure not to change direction on accident. I didn't even know if I'd started running in the right direction. I just knew that further adjustment would surely result in disaster. I had never run like this before, and it was making me aware of muscles and bones I had never realized existed. Ah, yeah. Well, that was a while ago. I didn't know if you remembered, but I guess you got a memory like a steel trap. Maybe, that is why, you like Umineko so much, or it makes sense. My inner thighs felt stretched and ready to snap. My chest grew tight. Whenever I pushed myself particularly hard, that pinching pain returned harder, and with a pulsing rhythm I could feel under my skin, as if lute strings inside me were being plucked. Bodies are truly disgusting things, aren't they? Doesn't hurt? Too bad it only clamps on fictional storylines. I can understand. I can relate to that for sure. For sure. Miraculously, it seemed I had aimed true. I could see the Abbey walls ahead of me. I had veered a little somewhere along the route, but not as significantly as I had feared. I slowed my sprint to a canter, and then eventually to a limping walk. I made it through the archway I had walked through earlier, and then my knees gave out. I fell to the ground, completely exhausted. I don't know if it was that necessary to run that hard, girl. I rolled into the grass next to me and attempted to get to my feet, but I was spent. I retched a few times. Girl! I don't know if that was necessary. Groaning, I made it up to all fours. The black bile again. Black bile spilled out of my mouth onto the grass with another heave. I realized that it was mostly wine I was expelling. Sore and sickly, I was truly pathetic to behold. I could feel my body giving up. I struggled to remain awake. I couldn't just pass out here, but... Oh! Hedwig? What are you doing out here? I scrambled to my feet. Catherine was standing in the archway, looking concerned. Girl, you were supposed to wait for that... You're supposed to get out of sight, wait for that nun to come back, and see who it was. Now you got, like, no information, except that some nun was speaking calmly to James in the middle of the night. Yeah, she's never run in her life at all, ever. You could see that being her reaction. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe... Yeah. Yeah. I still think she should have only run until she was, like, reasonably invisible. Someplace dark, and then waited for, like, the light of the nun returning. I scrambled to my feet. Catherine was standing in the archway, looking concerned. Oh, I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk around the abbey. Must have pushed myself too hard. Goodness, do you need any help? She was smiling, but she looked rather peculiar. Maybe she was the one who went out to James? She held her hands behind her back, in a rigid pose I'd never seen her stand in before. I bet she went to James in the middle of the night. No, thank you, though. I see. Well, have a good night. Catherine, what were you doing? The same thing you were, of course. I can never sleep after a night of Misericorde drama. What did you and James talk about? You idiot! I felt a surge of bravery. We were alone and it was the middle of the night. She could not weasel out of this one. I don't know what you're talking about. Catherine, please. She sighed deeply. Listen, you must promise not to tell anyone about this. How do you know about James, anyway? I asked the superior to introduce us. Since I was replacing Catherine II as a chronicler, I wanted to know what I was stepping into. He told me he didn't kill her. And then he told me you could vouch for him. Ah. We stood in silence for a moment. And you believe him? I do. And what do you stand to gain from helping him exactly? It just seems like the right thing to do. I wouldn't want to occupy a position I had lingering questions about. Catherine nodded, looking less confident than I'd ever seen her. Oh boy. Very well. I can certainly tell you he did not kill her. Really? How? He mentioned something about his tunic. What did he tell you? That was more or less the whole of it. I was trying to ask you for details in the Misericorde. Well, I know he was not wearing a tunic when Catherine II was found. How? Because he was with me. And he didn't slip away? No. I'm quite sure of that. Where were you? In my dormitory. Oh, they were doing something they weren't supposed to. Is that what? Is that how he managed to get accused? When he's literally got an alibi, but the alibi was, shenanigans with a nun? In my dormitory room. Really? Why? Hedwig! Hedwig. This is humiliating enough. Please don't make me say it. What? I'm confused. Oh my goodness. This would be precious if I didn't feel so... well... mortified. All I could offer her in response was a blank expression. Hedwig. James and I were... we had a... relationship. A physical relationship. I know he did not kill Catherine because we had been fucking. Is that conclusive enough for you? Is that what you wanted to hear? Hedwig? Hedwig, are you... My energy had finally dried up completely. Is she passing out? My knees gave way. Hello, B? Oh my god. Okay. So, the previous... Okay. Cliff Notes version. We're playing a nun who had been shut in a little room her whole life. Because that was, like, her role. Yeah. Hedwig is dying at the thought of sex. Yeah. So... So, you came in at a very funny moment. Alright. So, we're playing a nun who has been shut in a little room like her whole life. But she's fine with this. This is like her role from God, right? To, study scripture, give people advice through a little window, copy Bibles and stuff. This is medieval times, by the way. But then she's forced out by the Mother Superior because there's a nun who's been murdered, and the Mother Superior don't trust none of these bitches. But, our main character nun is the only person who literally could not have done it because she was locked in a room. So she's like, okay, I want you to go undercover and find out who killed this nun, because this young man who's been accused of the crime, I'm pretty sure didn't do it, but I can't prove it. And then I want you to figure out who actually did kill this nun. So, now we've got proof that he didn't do it. We don't know who killed her. We've got some evidence, but we don't know for sure. But, we've got proof that that guy didn't do it because Catherine, this nun we're talking to, just said that they were fucking at the time that the nun got murdered. And Hedwig is so innocent and does things just according to the Bible and according to Catholic doctrine. Just locked in a room her whole life. So now she's passing out at the thought of the nun, of this other nun fucking. No. Hedwig is the main character. Yeah, we're Hedwig. James is the man who's been accused of killing this nun. Yeah. That was fine. Catherine with a K is the one who we're talking to who was screwing James. Catherine with a C is the nun who was murdered. So that's about it. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Catherine with a C was murdered. Catherine with a K was screwing James at the time of Catherine with a C's murder. And now Hedwig is dying at the thought of... I was not. There are 2 Catherines. Well, one's dead, but you know. You're welcome. And now you're caught up. Well, that and Eustace, who's got glasses, was pranking Hedwig by pretending to be a ghost. Adela and Marta are making wine. Flora's an emo teenager. Margaret has had a troublemaker past. Charity is there. Yes, this is the game's soundtrack. It's pretty fun, isn't it? The same person who wrote it, did the art, and the music. This is all one person. Yeah, it's pretty jazzy. I like that. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. If you want to get caught up on the story, it won't be so bad. Yeah, the creator is a big Umineko fan. They made Umineko music covers. I feel like I was forgetting one thing. Oh yeah, Darcy. I think you'll like Darcy B. She's like the stoner nun. Okay. I saw a smear of stars and then black. That's so funny. Hedwig. Hedwig! Huh? Huh? There she is. Thank goodness. Thank you for your assistance, Moira. Mother Superior. Music's great. Snapping. What? What happened? I was on a walk to the privy and I found you passed out on the path. Huh? Wait, no. Shut up, Hedwig! Oh dear. She's still delirious. I'm beginning to worry the thin mountain air isn't very good for her. Do we have any dried fruit around here? Yes. One moment. I was lying on the floor in the Superior's office. Moira and Catherine were standing above me, both looking concerned. Moira most especially. Catherine's concerns, it seems, went beyond my well-being. Yeah, because she's the Mother Superior. She's the soup. Very hard-boiled noir mystery music. It took you a while to accept it, but now you're here for it. Yeah, I'm down. I like it. Do you remember what happened before you fainted, Hedwig? Catherine and I were talking and... No, that was after I found you. Moira, I'm quite worried about this. Superior returned with a small wooden bowl. Moira plucked a small dried berry from it and crouched down to feed it to me. Something sweet might help at least. So you were on a walk, Hedwig? You look exhausted. Yes. I was unable to sleep. Sleep deprived, of course. It explains the, the confusion. She's like staring through her like, shut the fuck up, Yes. Yes, it would. Thank God you went to the privy when you did, Catherine. I don't particularly love that phrasing, but yes. The berry Moira had given me was definitely sweet and delicious, although wasn't really sure how that helped. Nonetheless, I was lucid enough to understand that Catherine was signaling to me that the information that she had shared with me was not something she wanted discussed in front of Moira and the Superior. Begrudgingly, I played along. Yes, I remember now. I was restless after what happened in the Misericorde. I went for a walk to clear my head. I think I probably had too much to drink. Oh dear. What happened in the Misericorde? Nothing you'd need worry yourself with, Superior. Just our typical womanly exploits. The Superior sighed, but did not push the subject. Well, thank you, Catherine, at any rate. God only knows what could have happened to poor Hedwig if you hadn't found her. And thank you, Moira, for being on hand to help her. I was on my way to the privy as well when Catherine found me. What was Moira doing out of about? What is she? Maybe she's lying too. What luck? Ugh. A strange but welcome miracle. Well, I see no reason for you all to be crowding my floor at this late hour. Off to bed with you, all of you. Of course. I was pulled to my feet by my would-be saviors and guided toward the door. All these nuns have digestive issues. I know. What the hell? They were all drinking a lot of wine. So it could be that kind of gotta get up in the middle of the night. But yeah. Not the Mother Superior. The other two were drinking a lot of wine. They were kind of having a little party in the Misericorde, which is like this one room where you're allowed to, where the rules are relaxed. And so they have a little party in there. These nuns like to party hard. Oh, and Hedwig, if you don't mind, I'd appreciate you checking in tomorrow after service, just so I can confirm that you're well. Yes, Superior. Once through the door, I was able to move with my own strength. I was sore all over, but I could walk at the very least. The three of us walked in silence through the cloister, toward the stairs to the dorms. Moira let out a lilting chuckle at one point, and I could hear Catherine exhale wearily through her nose. I had half a mind to slap Catherine the way I had Eustace. I was not sure I could ever look at her the same way again. I felt ashamed to be protecting her dirty little secret for her, and even more ashamed that I had seemingly instinctually agreed to do so. What was this place turning me into? I realized I was still carrying the pricket, looped around one of my fingers. I was stretched so thin I had not thought about it the whole walk back. I placed it on the mantel when we arrived at the dormitory. Well, good night. Good night, Moira. Yes, good night, you too. And thank you. We were all speaking in low whispers so as to not wake anyone else. Don't mention it, silly. I actually would appreciate it if you truly didn't mention it. Party hard equals drink, play chess, and play some music, which to be fair is pretty hard for the 1400s. Exactly! If Laura or Margaret hears about this, I'll never hear the end of it. Mention the evidently miraculous convergence of Moira and I's bodily needs. What were you guys doing? Privy humor is the lowest of the low. Oh, gotcha. Naturally, Flora finds it uproarious. So you don't want the teenager dunking on you about you guys taking a shit together. That's what it is, okay. Shh. We split up and went to our separate doors. Catherine had to open and close hers with great care, as it was still creaking terribly. Alright, note that down. Catherine's door creaks. I sighed and collapsed face first into my bed. I didn't even have the energy to undress, and I was asleep before I hit the pillow. I dreamed of soldiers chasing me with pikes. Oh, lovely! Scandalize, or out of the heart come evil thoughts. I awoke feeling even worse than when I had fallen into bed. The soreness in my body had escalated to stiffness. I groaned aloud as soon as I realized I was no longer sleeping. I would take my chances with the armies in my dreams. I could hear people shuffling outside my door. I was somewhat surprised that I had even managed to wake up at my usual hour, considering how late I had been up and how exhausted I felt. Pervy humor is lowest of the low, no shit. Har har. It was all I could do to roll off the bed and stumble out of my room to join everyone for service. I could barely stay awake through the whole thing, which made me feel wretched. I had already foregone praying the full set of the hours. If I could not even make it through these compromised services, who was I? Hedwig! How are you feeling? How on earth could she be so chipper after a night like ours? Fading, I must admit. She giggled and offered a sympathetic expression. I gave her a They don't got coffee! I gave her a perfunctory smile back and took off in the direction of the superior's office for a requested meeting. I made it there before the superior did. She was a few minutes behind me, no doubt the last to leave the chapel. Goodness, Hedwig, you know you can always skip morning service if you feel ill. I'm quite all right. She unlocked the door and ushered me inside hastily. So, yes, you're superior? I do hope that you have some news for me, even with your little tumble. Yes, as a matter of fact. She nodded with faint approval and urged me to sit down. I did so gratefully. She in turn sat in her grand chair. I was able to ask Catherine about the tunic. Indeed, she can vouch for James. Well, that's fantastic news. What did she say? How did you approach the subject? As the evening wore on, things got looser and looser. I simply asked the questions at an opportune time. In my head, I was navigating through a thick fog. I was unsure how much information to divulge to the superior to spare her the embarrassment of hearing it, and me the embarrassment of having to say it. Looser. Is that all? You seem a little worse for wear. I heard whispers of things getting rather heated. How so? Well, Angela was in here complaining about something or another at one point. Yes, there was a bit of a kerfuffle at one point. I see. She finds making friends rather difficult, I am aware. Yeah. Is that all? Nothing relevant. No. She raised an eyebrow. No, actually, that's not true. Eustace knocked on the door at one point later in the evening, dressed as a ghost, and waggled a sword at me as some sort of mean-spirited joke. And then I slapped her across the face quite hard, and then I think Flora might be plotting to run away, which would be horrible. We have to help her see reason. And then after the evening fell apart, I couldn't sleep, and I went for a walk to clear my head. But I saw someone walking towards the hospitalum, and I followed them, and And it was Catherine, and I heard her talking to James, but I couldn't quite hear what they were talking about. And then I ran all the way in the dark and collapsed on the path. And then Catherine found me, and that's when I really asked her about it, and she admitted it. The thing about the tunic, she said she saw him that day without one, and both of the superior's eyebrows were raised now. Well, well, well. And then, yes. I realized I was panting. Nothing. Sorry, I got carried away. That's everything. So Catherine spoke with James in the middle of the night. How odd. I fear that this does not allay my suspicions. No? He claims Catherine can vouch for him about this tunic of his that is supposedly able to clear his name. But if they are conspiring in secret, how do I know the whole idea wasn't simply concocted out of thin air? I suppose there's no way of knowing. I applaud your investigation work, but I'm afraid this puts us right back where we started. Not without further corroboration, anyway. I guess, yeah. As is, this is tainted testimony at best. I had a strong suspicion that Catherine had been telling the whole truth to me that last night. She had been very reluctant to speak on it, and her strong hints in this very office that the embarrassing truth was my secret to keep did not feel like they were part of some grander lie. Surely, if that was the case, she would be spreading the lie further afield, but I couldn't bring myself to tell the superior. It was embarrassing, and it was based entirely on my personal feelings, and if by some small chance Catherine was capable of murder, I would not want to make myself her next target. Tainted testimony in particular, given Catherine's circumstances. Unless there's another detail here that makes you find this story more believable. I had reneged on my promise to Catherine not to speak a word of the night's events to anyone else already, but something else was keeping me from sharing the final, perhaps critical element of her story. I felt dirty just thinking about it, and I did not want to even imagine what Catherine might do if she suspected I had blabbered about her liaisons with James. Especially, I remembered with a shiver, while she still had access to the sword. Even if she was innocent of Catherine's murder, I worried I might become her victim if I used this information against her. Hedwig, tomorrow, I would like you to travel to the village with some companions. These words felt like a cold bucket of water. The village? Indeed. Do not worry. As I said, you will not be alone. I realize it will be a new experience. Catherine will be included, I presume? Goodness, no. Moira and Eustace, that would be fine. Not Eustace, please. Now, we can't have you two falling out over this. You must work together. I'm sure I do not need to remind you that you must maintain a healthy relationship with everyone. Must I? Of course. Oh, she's mad. Of course. For heaven's sakes. Don't complain. It's not that often that someone gets to go down to the village. A trip out with Eustace might do both of you some good. Get some fresh air with your compatriots and commiserate over a change of scenery. It was not that long ago that she was in here speaking quite highly of you, I might add. Oh! Well, what is it we would be doing in the village? Kill all the ducks you can find. Yes. There are people who would be able to provide some insight into how seriously we should take James and Catherine's insistence. Goodness. It's a shame you weren't able to hear what they were talking about. It would save us a lot of time. I weighed my options. As stressful as it was to imagine, I decided that a trip beyond the bounds of the Abbey would be preferable to risking Catherine's rage. Besides, the superior seemed quite adamant about the idea. I shouldn't have followed her in the first place. I certainly wouldn't have suggested it, but it was brave of you. You're beginning to think on your feet. Perhaps the chess lessons are helping. Quite possible. Anyhow, knowing that Catherine and James are in communication complicates things, but perhaps we can glean some idea of whether she knows something and is helping James out of guilt, or if something more sinister is going on. I'm afraid I don't follow. Hedwig, do you not know why Catherine left the comfort of the village? She did mention it last night in the Misericorde. Something about local politics? She offended the wrong person, or something like that. The superior let out a surprising chortle. I see. Well, I suppose that is not untrue. Still, I am rather surprised. I would have expected the rumors around her to be one of the first things you heard. What rumors? That Sister Catherine murdered her husband. Ooh! Okay, we're getting the tea. I nearly choked on air. She? What? The superior held up a hand gently. I do not believe it for an instant, to be clear. In fact, I think it's very likely that this is precisely the kind of story that people she expressed contempt for would concoct to harm her reputation. Never. The superior never chortles. That's how she knows she likes us. Either that or she just found this especially funny. She does not chuckle. I think she kind of likes Hedwig, though. I mean, it helps that Hedwig's like her man on the inside, so to speak. Her woman on the her nun on the inside. So, I think she's kind of gotta like her, but, you know. She was in a competitive business, you understand. Or rather, her husband was. Her mole, yes. Her right-hand nun. Yeah. Or rather, her husband was. I tried my very best to keep up with the conversation, although my throat felt bone dry. It was difficult to get the words out. And... what was that? The vineyard, of course. You might see it on your way down the mountain. Also, Catherine's not even from very far away. It's a particularly good one, I might add. At least for this country. All of our wine uses grapes from the slopes of Limbarrow. So you think that her husband just died? And she was blamed? Though personally, I will be disappointed if she doesn't tell Hedwig she's kicking her off the case and to turn in her habit before the end of the story. Something weird and bad could happen to make that happen. And then Hedwig's like, no, I will solve this case. It's the right thing to do as a woman of God, or something like that. I have no proof, but it's more believable than her killing someone. But this is Sister Catherine we are talking about. The Sister Catherine of a few years ago, at least. No. Her story is that the man fell down the stairs and by some unscrupulous hawks saw an opportunity to stop her from inheriting a fortune. So, in the village, speak with the townsfolk. I am curious how they feel about Catherine now. Perhaps there is a pattern we have overlooked. I thought you believed Catherine. Surely this is a waste of time. I do believe that Catherine is innocent of murdering her husband. but I must confess it is purely a gut feeling. Poke around for me and see if there's any evidence to support that claim. It would be good to show the bishop some support from a source who is not also accused of a similar crime. You're worried Catherine and James are conspiring. You think they might have killed her. What, together? Thanks to your intrepid investigation last night, we can no longer rely solely on them vouching for each other. We have a responsibility to follow up on their connection, no matter how I feel. Perhaps I have been played for a fool. We'll concoct a simple cover story for your visit, bringing some finished wine or some other goods down to share, perhaps. My heart sank. I had just put Catherine in harm's way, it seemed. Although, perhaps I was in harm's way around Catherine. This was all too much to keep in my head at once. Just say it, a voice inside my head murmured. Just tell the superior that Catherine has been... What should I ask? Who should I speak to? Just speak to whomever will give you their time. Bring the topic up carefully. And just get a sense. A sense? A sense. Hedwig's heart does a lot of moving. Falling out of her chest, jumping out of her chest, dropping. Yeah, true. Whoa, whoa. Nothing inside her seems to stay put. Anyway, this is good. We are making progress. You are doing quite well for yourself, I must say. You're quite resourceful. Thank you. But does Eustace have to come with us if I really am going on this village trip? As I said, it sounds like an opportunity to mend whatever bridge between you has already broken. I see no reason to keep you apart. All I could do was sigh. I was pouting just a little, I will admit. I'll pout too, for emphasis. I will meet you halfway. I shall send the word to both Moira and Eustace for you, so you will be spared at least one awkward conversation. Fair enough? Thank you. She sighed and rested her chin on her hand. Sometimes I wonder how I manage. It sounds like you could pen a whole book about the drama happening beneath my station this week alone. A whole visual novel, perhaps? I look forward to reading your chronicles one day. It's not so bad. So I thought, until... well... She made a cutting gesture across her neck with a grim expression on her face. Till somebody died. I used to think it was good to let these things be and let the sisters sort things out amongst themselves, but... Could I have prevented Catherine's murder if I'd taken a more active interest in the whispers that would stop after I turned the corner? Oh, you'll love this, Rowan. There's this dude who's been accused of murdering the nun, right? But he's like, okay, Catherine, you know, like the hot one, he's like, she could vouch for me. And so we finally got the truth out of Catherine, the Catherine who's not murdered, the other Catherine. And she was like, okay, she's like, yep, he certainly didn't do it because he was with me. He was like, oh, where? In my room. I'm like, oh, what are you doing? And it's like, do I have to spell it out? He's like, He's like, we were fucking. And then Hedwig fainted. She passed out. She was also not doing too hot when she heard this information, but it was just the straw that broke the camel's back was hearing about sex, and the nun lost consciousness. Could I have prevented Catherine's murder if I'd taken a more active interest in the whispers that would stop after I turned the corner? Surely I don't know. I do not like meddling. And now circumstances have conspired such that I must meddle greatly. Through you. Alas. I noticed the faintest whiff of wine on her breath as she exhaled a deep sigh. Oh, even the superiors turned to drink. I'm afraid I am in no state for chess this morning. Oh, Dan, you're the #1 clipper. What'd you do? The natural born killer. Oh, that would do it. Have a productive rest of your day, Sister Hedwig. I stood up from my chair and clasped my hands together, keeping them out, holding them out half-heartedly. Thank you, Mother Superior. I will endeavor to do so. She nodded and beckoned to the door. I left swiftly. I could feel the pressure building in my head, beginning to match the aching of my body. I groaned aloud and rolled my head around my shoulders. It was a lovely morning, at least. A wispy cloud of fog had settled over the grass in the cloister, and sunbeams reflected out of it at pleasing angles as I walked past. That does sound quite pretty. Hedwig, dear, good morning. Oh, we got a CG of Charity. Marta and Charity were seated in wooden chairs at the edge of the grass, looking perfectly relaxed. I smiled wearily and waved at Marta, who beckoned me closer. In trouble, were we? Oh, no, the Superior just wanted to report on how I was feeling. I fainted last night on my way to the privy. Oh dear, we had quite a night, didn't we? Oh, what, Dan? Charity's been telling me all about it. There was a dark glint in her eye that I did not altogether appreciate. I feel ashamed. Don't be. Lord knows I wanted to smack Eustace more than once. She can be a pompous little thing, and she deserves it for scaring you girls witless. Oh, right! Was it complete, though? It's complete? He says yes. Ah, damn. Okay. And she deserves it for scaring you girls witless. Oh yeah, by the way, Dan finally got his own copy of Blueprints, and now, things have happened. Still, I didn't know you had it in you. Nor her, for that matter. I had no idea either. I've never struck anyone before. Me like, I want to look at books and pages with a magnifying glass. Things we do for fun. I abhor violence. Ha! Don't we all? Until it suits us. That's a line. Just try not to make a habit of it. She says as if she never did. My fighting days are behind me, I'm afraid. Ooh, I knew she lost that eye in the ring. It is much more difficult to bring people upright with only harsh words. Marta believes in slapping your child. Gotcha. Marta is real into corporal punishment. I've tried hitting some sense into these women and it hasn't taken. I've tried pleading with them about the virtues of living well, and it never stuck. Marta be like, kill your children so they learn. I'm afraid then that I must simply appeal to your good nature, Hedwig. I don't want you to end up like Catherine. Hashtag Marta did nothing wrong. That's our new hashtag. No, because she's like Rosa. Damn! Rosa also believes in corporal punishment. Oh, goodness. I apologize for offending you. You didn't. She didn't, did she, Marta? No, not at all. Alright, have fun with Raid. Go kill the big titty tyrant. No, not at all. I'm just reminded of Catherine's flirtations with that particular kind of apologia. Nobody really abhors violence. Nobody really abhors violence. Interesting thing to say. I failed to turn the other cheek, as it were. As I would have as well in your position. Oh, Marta, you're just in one of your moods. I am starting to realize that I have been in one of my moods since Catherine was taken from us. And I'm not sure I will ever fully recover. Oh, Marta. As if that's your fault. Was it not? I gave up on her. Her gift for persuasion was too much for me. I let her get away with too much. Catherine's silver tongue stayed my hand too often. Yeah, she's cool, isn't she? Do you remember when she locked Flora in that box? What? She locked Flora in a box? Yep, Catherine with a C got a silver tongue. Oh yeah. We do get a bit of that. Because she was the only one towards the end who would talk to Hedwig regularly through their little window when Hedwig was, you know, supposed to give people advice from her little cell. Catherine with a C who died was the only one who would, like, talk to her. Sounds villainous to me. I mean, she seemed like kind of a renegade. But she seemed based more than, like, villainous. But you also think villains are based, so maybe. Do you remember when she locked Flora in that box? Oh my, yes. What happened? One day I went down to the cellars a little early, and I heard an alarming racket coming from one of the crates we use for packing wine bottles. I opened the lid, and what do I find inside? A freaking wine box? She got shut in? Was she shut in with nails? Poor little Flora, gasping for air, curled up so tight I had to enlist two sisters to help pull her out. Catherine! Jesus Christ! Oh wait, I shall not take the Lord's Son's name in vain. Sister Katie, we gotta shape up. It was a very strange morning. How did she cram Flora into the box? Maybe she persuaded her into it. But Flora is also like a twig, so maybe it wasn't that hard. Flora, of course, would say nothing. She was very loyal to Catherine. Oh yeah, she probably just talked her into it then. Catherine, though, confessed to everything almost immediately. She admitted that it was all a practical joke that had gone too far, and that she hadn't known that the lid was too tight to let air in. Why on earth would she think to put Flora in there in the first place? Only God knows. Flora adored Catherine, and they at least shared a wicked sense of humor. Was Flora all right? She was beside herself for a day or two, and took it out on me, if you can believe it. She thought it was a joke. Damn, yeah. Goodness. Catherine thought, or knew, I suppose, that she could get away with anything. Why did she confess so quickly, then? That's a good point. Why did she, Marta? You see, even in death, she can bargain her way out of scrutiny. She didn't admit to anything because she felt ashamed. She didn't admit to anything because she felt ashamed. She admitted it because she had already gotten away with it. Flora had been found safely. No harm was done in Catherine's eyes. You're betting Flora wanted to get smuggled out of the Abbey? You know what? And she'd get smuggled out with the wine. Now you're thinking. You're putting your Umineko thinking cap on. I bet that was it. That would also explain why Flora was beside herself for 2 days. If she thought she was getting away, but it was just a joke from somebody she respected, that would suck ass. Ever played Rule of Rose? I've seen YouTube videos about it, but I was too scared to ever get those games, and by the time I would have been interested, you know, it became really rare. But I did watch YouTube videos about it. Scary. It was spooky. It's a horror game. But I know the girls in that game do like horrible practical jokes on each other, so that reminded you of it? Another lesson avoided. And now we have to investigate. Another lesson avoided. Off she went on her merry way with nothing but a minute's awkward conversation as penance. I think you're being a mite too harsh. Could be that it wasn't a joke. They might not have considered the airtightness of the box. Yeah. Yeah. Silent Hill. You know, I may one day play Silent Hill F just because I heard it's not... People were complaining that it wasn't scary enough, so I'm like, not scary enough? That sounds just right for me! So if I can get Silent Hill F on sale, I think I'll play it someday. Which is also written by the same guy who wrote Umineko. The 500 sub goal? The scary game? Oh, I thought for the 500 sub goal... Let me show you the sub goals. See, I thought for the 500 sub goal, I play a scary game of Chat's Choice. You guys would force me to play something really heinous. But if it's Silent Hill F, hell yeah, let's go! Yeah, R07 Ryukishi, exactly. So it looks like... I can't believe we're at 70 subs. That's crazy. You have a gun in Silent Hill 2. Well, there's that. The remake? Or, like, the old one? I think you're being a mite too harsh. Who would punish her? The remake. Oh. Not the superior. Lord knows nobody would break the unspoken agreement to cut her out of our affairs that Catherine orchestrated. Now that's some interesting information. Catherine created an unspoken agreement to cut the Mother Superior out of their affairs. And Mother Superior was just musing if she'd been more involved. With the whispers that would stop when she turned the corner. that maybe the murder wouldn't have happened. I think we're getting somewhere. Your research does routinely say Silent Hill 2 is one of the best, scariest video games. Yes? Yes, I've heard plenty about it. I know a lot of the spoilers. I think I've tried to watch at least one playthrough. And it does seem that, the remake may have heightened the scares in some ways. But probably nothing will beat the original on atmosphere or something like that. Not the superior, but Lord knows nobody would break the unspoken agreement to cut her out of our affairs that Catherine orchestrated. Would I punish her? I should have, but no. It was too late by then. I was already under her spell. Punishing her wouldn't have changed what happened to her. Would it not? I don't know. I don't believe in random chance. All flowers were seeds sown. I could have shaped her into someone great. Marta wanted to be Catherine's boxing coach. Instead, I gave up trying. Catherine is my greatest failure. I know you don't mean all that. I know you miss her. I do. Despite it all, I do. Charity had started getting glassy-eyed. Oh. Marta reached over to touch her plump wrist with her own bony fingers. Now, no getting wistful in front of poor Hedwig. I'm sure she has better things to do than to listen to two old bats whinge. I agree, this is getting juicy. Where are you off to, Hedwig? There's another chair around here somewhere. Oh, behind you. Oh, I'm off to the library, actually. Marta's dark mood certainly hadn't sold the idea as the most appealing way I could imagine spending my morning. Chronicling can wait, surely. It's not like you're going to forget last night anytime soon, eh? In the end, I did not need much convincing. The longer I could put off running into Eustace, the better, even if Marta was feeling particularly sour. I brought the spare chair over and sat down for more conversation. So, aside from last night's escapade in the Misericorde, how have you been doing? Very well, very well. Liar! I mean, there's a lot to get used to, but I am adjusting. Is there anything still confusing you about the outside world? Oh, loads, I'm sure, but I'm carrying along. I did learn that there was a war going on, and that was quite a shock. Oh, that old thing feels like it's been going on for most of my life. It used to be a bit more of a worry, but these days it's exhausting to even think about. It was a little more concerning when, good lord, Hexam was well over 20 years ago now, wasn't it? Hexam? Can we... Wait. I was like, can we pinpoint an exact date? And it's like, they literally tell you when the date is when you start the game. And Hedgley. We were a little more worried when those were going on. A bit closer to home, those were. Hey, maybe we can find out where this was. Where the Linbarrow Abbey is. Town in England. So it looks like they're... Yeah, in England. Kind of, yeah, northern England. Like, almost in spitting distance to the Scottish border. Kind of near Newcastle. Where's Hedgley? Oh. Site of the Battle of Hedgley Moor in 1464 during the War of the Roses. That must be... So this is the War of the Roses. So where was that located? North of the villages of Glanton and Powburn in Northumberland. Let's see. Where's Glanton? Yeah. Definitely kind of that area. Northwest of Newcastle. And southeast of Scotland. That's kind of where Lynbarrow Abbey's at. If you want to know where they are geographically. North England. So what you're telling me is this is setting up the wacky comedy. Hedwig and Catherine go to Newcastle, or they get the white. Imagine if they could get the White Castle little burgers there. Funny. A bit closer to home those were. Oops. You would have been here in 64, Hedwig? Just about, I think. Were you as well? I do not like talking about myself. Not far. I was at the abbey across the valley and down the hill. Burngrove. I moved around a lot in those days. Borngrove? Burngrove. Born or burn? Probably born. Borngrove. I moved around a lot in those days. Durham, Richmond, Ripon. What side of the war are we on? I wouldn't worry about that. You'd be hard-pressed to find any strong opinions on the war here, I'd reckon. They're fighting over who gets to be king. That's all well above my opinion. The church is above all these things. These are petty, worldly squabbles in the end. Even though the royal bloodline is anointed by God? That may be so, but men have found so many ways to bicker over the specifics of what God has said. So cute. Dayleth. Yeah, but what if the boars come out of the forest? What if they got a wolf coming into town? No. Too right. What about you, Charity? Have you always been here at Lynbarrow? For a long time, yes, but not forever. I got my start at Borngrove, actually, and followed Marta here when she transferred. We were too good of friends not to go together, isn't that right? Oh, that's cute. Marta had a thin smile on her face. Oh, what a nice story. Indeed. Have you been making many friends with the girls your age? The girls. This felt like a patently ridiculous way to describe a group of women I assumed were mostly in their 20s and 30s, but perhaps I'll understand when I'm Marta's age. I worry that I am losing more than I am making. I'm sure that's not true. I know for a fact Moira is quite taken with your presence. I know for a fact that Moira is quite taken with your presence. And Darcy, for that matter. Darcy likes you, Hedwig! And we don't invite just anyone to sit with us. That's right! People like you more than you think, Hedwig. I smiled and leaned back in my chair. It was hard to get comfortable when my body still felt bent completely out of shape. Well, thank you. I should probably get to work. Godspeed. Hedwig's experiencing her hot nun summer. Let's go! We're on your side. Oh my god, she's getting a little support. This is crazy. God bless her, but it was a mean thing Eustace did. I stood up slowly and offered Charity an appreciative smile as I left. I made my way upstairs, dreading what the rest of my morning was going to look like with Eustace across the room from me. But it turned out that she was not there. She was trying to avoid you too. Either she had finished her work while I had been dawdling, or she had let her own discomfort get the better of her and do what I wasn't strong enough to do, and simply not show up. I sighed and sat down at my desk. I opened up the massive book I was filling with my daily chronicles, but I was unsure what to write. The amount of delicate pruning I would have to do made it difficult to know how to begin it all. Or she's dead. Ah! Against my better judgment, I was not about to commit Catherine's sin to writing. And I didn't particularly want to immortalize my altercation with Eustace. Or did I? I considered that extolling these sins might take some of their weight from my shoulders. The chronicle is becoming literally her diary. If I was not being entirely truthful to those around me, I could at least be truthful to myself and God. I was being changed in many ways outside of my cell, but I did not want to become a liar. I was no liar, I told myself. I was no thief. I scratched my quill against the page idly as I debated myself in my own head. It was so quiet in the library that the sound seemed to fill the room. It didn't help me to decide. As Charity had said, it wasn't like I was about to forget any of this. I closed the book and stood up. I at least had the wherewithal to recognize when no work was about to get done. Eustace still hadn't shown up. I looked towards the bookshelves, the one that seemed to stretch on forever into the darkness. Without Eustace here, could I? No. Hurt I was by her cruel game of dress-up, I had no intention of exacting any more revenge upon her. Slapping her was already beyond the pale. Breaking her library rules would just be petty. Wouldn't it? I found myself in argument with my own reasoning again. They were just books. What right did she have to tell me what to do? Was I so cowed by her that I feared what she might do if I touched her precious books? Set one of them out of order? Darcy! Oh, hello. Darcy had shuffled into the library carrying a long hooked staff that I could only assume was a shepherd's crook. Oh, hello, Darcy. We have our extremely Hedwig appearance. Darcy appearance. Oh, hello, Darcy. Can I help you? Well, actually, Eustace sent me. Ah. She is feeling under the weather and can't make it to the library today. That's quite all right. I understand. She suggested I take you with me to watch the sheep today. Oh, well, I have work to do still, actually, but... Oh, don't worry about that. You can always do it tomorrow. I'm not always in charge of the sheep. You don't want to miss this. Come on. It's time for sheep. So true, Queen. It's time for sheep. I couldn't say no to her. Especially after what Charity had said earlier. Oh, all right then. Darcy beamed and beckoned for me to follow her. Sheep time! Sheep time! Sheep time! Sheep time! We went down the stairs toward the cloister. Charity and Marta had left, presumably to go check in with the wine in the cellars. The sunlight was somewhat diminished. The fog was gone, but I could now see rain clouds gathering ahead. We took a right at the bottom of the stairs and continued past the rectory and kitchens. It's a bit of a hike, if that's all right. Oh, is it? I'm quite stiff today, I'm afraid. Have you been to the hospitalum? It's more or less the same distance, but this direction. Oh, no, I haven't. Hedwig, you just said you're not a liar. More lies, but it was either that or explained to Darcy that I'd sprinted from the hospitalum last night. What was that I said earlier about not being a liar, though? I'm sure I'll manage, though. We left through another archway in the surrounding wall. I was beginning to wonder what the point of the abbey wall was in the first place. Anyone, it seemed, could come in from either direction if they fancied it. For a moment I wondered if it was worth telling the superior that it would just be impossible to fairly accuse anyone of murdering Catherine when just about any old pervert could have walked into this place. Darcy had not been exaggerating about the walk. On this side of the abbey there were no gentle slopes and hillocks. There were hills, and for the first time it truly struck me that Lynbarrow Tor was more or less a mountain range. As we made our way over impossibly green grass, ooh, that sounds nice, wind whipped our robes around. Thank you. Oh, stretching my arms. I needed that. Thank you. I think Darcy may have been trying to chat, but it was impossible to hear anything clearly over the gusts of wind and flapping fabric. It was truly dizzying up here. I could see the village and the lake as I did on the way to the hospitalum, but they were utterly dwarfed by the hills surrounding them. It was beautiful and terrifying. I had never felt so small. Eventually, we crested a particularly sharp incline, paused for a breather. Hands on my knees, I doubled over to catch my breath. I noticed a smattering of little white dots against the dark green grass of the slope across from us. Sheep! There they are! We pressed onward. Eventually, the hills smoothed out to a more manageable degree. By the time we approached the grazing sheep, the land was practically flat. It was as if we were on a tiny shelf on the side of the hill. All right, then. This is my favorite job. You have so many responsibilities. How do you manage? Well, that's true. But to me, this is hardly a responsibility. Just look at them. She gestured towards the sheep, who had all turned to look at us. They were all chewing grass and seemed to be regarding me with the same kind of disinterest I generally expected from the sisters. They're a bit scary. What? Oh no, look at Darcy. She looks legitimately off guard by being told that sheep look scary. I've never seen any animal up close, and there's so many of them. They are sheep. They are nice. Look at that one already look, that one already likes you. She pointed behind me with her crook. Oh, it's a sheep! It's a sheep! It's so cute! I turned around and yelped! One of the sheep was standing right next to me, looking up at me while continuing to munch on grass. Eep! You can touch them if you like. No, I shan't be doing that. Give it a try. One of the sheep had approached her, and she was patting it on the head gently. I wouldn't say the creature appeared to be enjoying it, but at the very least it wasn't attacking Darcy over it. I held my breath and reached a hand out to touch the sheep closest to me. Hello. I rubbed the top of its head. It didn't really seem to care one way or the other, but I hadn't lost any fingers. So, what do we do? This. We just stand out here? Yes. We just want to make sure nothing attacks them or eats them. What would do that up here? Wolves. The word sent a chill up my spine. That's terrifying! Oh, so there's the lagoos. No, I'm just kidding. It would be, but not many wolves around here anymore. Oh no, it's a wolves and sheep puzzle! Fuck! Daedalus, you and me at the same time had the same thought. Damn it. Damn it. Have not seen a wolf in a very long time. And just from afar at that. That's comforting. It was not comforting at all. Knowing my luck, I felt like we were doomed to be torn to ribbons by the first pack of wolves Darcy had ever seen up close. Just enjoy them and get some of this lovely fresh air. We were sheltered from the wind on this side of the hill, and the air was cool and damp. The rain clouds, however, still threatened above us. In fact, as soon as Darcy had finished encouraging me to take in the fresh air... Wow. Wow, would you look at that? I couldn't help but laugh. Yes. Just our luck. Just our luck. To be honest, I quite like the rain. I could not remember the last time I had been outside in the rain. In my cell, I had always left the window hatch open a crack when it began to rain, just to catch a bit of the fresh scent that followed. Sometimes I would stick my hand out just to get my hand wet, just to feel something curious and different. I felt so thankful every time I caught a few raindrops on my palm to be alive. Aww. Or whenever I felt a sunbeam hit my back, hunched over my writing desk. Aww. Or when I would catch a fleck of snow and watch it melt into the creases of my skin. Aww. That had been enough. That had always been enough for me. I had never wanted to leave. I would have been happy for my whole life in that little room as long as I could see the rain outside my window. I was glad it was raining. I did not want to have to explain the tears rolling down my cheek to Darcy. Hedwig! Oh! I like the rain too. Finally, someone else who agrees. Well, let's get these little beasties out of the rain, shall we? Darcy began to gently shoo the sheep around her with her staff. Oh, you can see her shooing the sheep. You see it? She pointed at a rickety wooden structure near the slope of the hill. Try and get them over there. I had no idea what to do, especially without a crook of my own. I sort of gestured at the sheep around me, I suppose. It's a terrible day for rain. Wah! Yeah, she's having that moment. Maybe politeness would serve me where physicality couldn't. Come along. Come along. Please. Thankfully, it seemed like the flock didn't need me to tell them what to do. Most of the sheep were trotting towards Darcy's structure of their own accord. A few stayed huddled in front of me. I wondered if they were pretending to be herded for my benefit. I made it under the wooden shelter just as it started pouring. This is very cute. It kind of makes me want to herd some sheep. You know what I mean? Something I've never done in my whole life. Now I want to herd some sheep. Hey, I mean, I've fantasized about if I was living somewhere where they had sheep, that I could have an arrangement with a sheep farmer to get some wool for felting. I could get my core wool for cheaper. Reject society, become sheep herder. Yeah! You're growing your flowers. You guys are so cute. Thank you. Maybe I should have the shepherdess outfit next. I made it under the wooden shelter just as it started pouring. Darcy was leaning against her crook, surveying the hills in front of us with a serene expression. I navigated through several nonplussed sheep to stand next to her. Good work. So, have you been coming out here every day? Oh, goodness, no. I like to do it, but I am very busy. Moira does it sometimes, and also, I think, Margaret. Catherine would as well. Our Catherine? That's hard to imagine. Catherine the Second. That'll do, Hedwig, that'll do. That'll do, pig, that'll do. I was just imagining Babe herding the sheep, too. Ah. They aren't our sheep, strictly speaking. We just like to volunteer, but they are from the village. This is just where they come for, transhumans. What the fuck does that mean? What's that? Oh, well, you have to rotate where the sheep graze, depending on the time of year. Normally, that man James would handle most of the shepherding up here, but, well, you know. Oh, he's the accused, yes? Catherine's boy toy? No. Yes. How horrible. There was a pregnant pause. Do you think he did kill her? I couldn't say. Angela found him trying to run from the abbey, and his cloak was covered in blood. I found it. Did you know that? I didn't even know anything bad had happened. I was busy putting out a fire in the dormitory. A fire? What was that about? And only noticed the cart in the distance out the window. A fire? This was the first I'd heard about this detail. Yes. Someone had put too much fuel in the fireplace and it was blowing embers around. More of a nuisance than a danger, but it was getting out of hand. Anyway. Too much fuel. Or maybe somebody tried to get rid of something in the fire. All the evidence points to James being a little bastard, but strange things happen around here. I am wary of how simple it all seems. Like people dressing up as ghosts, you mean? This slipped out before I could register how barbed it sounded. Eustace was Darcy's close friend, and I realized any story Darcy had been told about last night would have been from Eustace's bespectacled perspective. I was relieved then when Darcy let out a guttural chuckle. What am I going to do with you two? Is she very upset? She told me all about it and sounded very sad. And I told her, well, it did sound like what you did was a bit cruel. And then she got mad and went to sleep. She will be fine, I think. Give it a few days. A few days? Maybe a week, I can't say for sure. Is that normal? Oh, are you not used to people being angry with you? I'm starting to worry that I will have to get used to it very quickly. Eustace gets angry very easily. I really would not put too much thought into it. She and Adela avoided each other for a month because Eustace said sherry tasted like trough water. And Adela said, well, how do you know what trough water tastes like? And then a few days later, Adela said that some of the beer we had at luncheon tasted like piss. And Eustace was ready with, how do you know what piss tastes like? Catherine made them have a sword fight over... A sword fight? Wait, hold on. With wooden swords. Oh. Even still. Yes, Catherine was a bit obsessed with them. She tried to train all of us up as swordsmen at one point. Catherine's one of those sword lesbians, I understand. Swords women. Sword women. However one might say it. Why on earth would she do that? Well, as I am sure you have noticed, there are not very many of us here. Yes? And did you know there was a war going on? I had heard that. Well, Catherine wanted us all to be able to defend ourselves, I suppose. Just in case. Oh, that's rather extreme. That's what the superior said when she found out about it. I've heard a lot of stories about Catherine's interests. But I still would never have guessed that one. I would have. I think it made a certain amount of sense. It was fun, but it made me a bit uncomfortable when I thought about it longer. I much preferred it when she was really into winemaking or sailing. Winemaking? Goodness, I take it Marta wasn't pleased with that. On the contrary, Marta was thrilled that someone was as interested in it as her. As far as I know, Marta taught Catherine everything she knew, and that got Catherine reading about more techniques and so on in the library. I didn't know about it, but I'm not shocked that it exists at all. And then would tell Marta about that new stuff. But then one day it just stopped, I suppose. Stopped? The thing with Catherine. Darcy trailed off in an uncharacteristic manner that surprised me just as much as a sudden yelp would have. Catherine was unbelievably smart, but nothing ever satisfied her. She would become intensely passionate about a subject or idea for several days or weeks or months, and then it would change completely. Catherine loved many things aggressively. She had ADHD! But it was always one thing at a time. I can relate to that. If it was something similar to my interests, I was her best friend. If it wasn't, I felt I barely knew her. I don't think I'm alone in that assessment. I miss her. But I sometimes think she was a bad friend. Not everyone will admit it, but I think a lot of us feel that we were at some point jilted by her random interests. One day you are the center of her attention, and the next day she is off somewhere else, lavishing someone else with the care you thought was just for you. She sounds like she had a lot of love to give. So talking to Hedwig through the window might have just been her current interest. She did. That is true. But she would give so intensely, I cannot blame anyone for feeling. I mean, yes, she was giving Hedwig an entire Greek play, or had intended to at least, through the window. And like a whole reading list, pretty much. But she would give so intensely, I cannot blame anyone for feeling. Hard to choose a word here. Jealous? Jealous sounds so romantic. I think Catherine often gave people a sense of purpose. And then when she got bored or found a new subject to obsess over, that new outlook on life evaporated. Imagine being told you're actually destined to be a queen by someone who starts teaching you etiquette and explaining how to do diplomacy to you. And then one day they're telling someone else the same story. Catherine liked to get us to plan for futures where we were musicians or knights or prophets, but at the end of the day it was always pure imagination. She would have made a great poet. I think. I am rubbish at poetry. Was anyone particularly put off by this? This is the first I really heard about her habits being so controversial. Dunno. Some people minded and some minded less. Margaret was a bit stung when she started spending more time on theater than music, I think. And Angela had a big falling out with her, but I suppose that is not a big surprise. Oh, yeah. I was never bothered by it that deeply. It just made me a little sad sometimes. We were attached at the hip for a while, but then one day she started spending more time with Margaret and Moira. That is okay. She was a savant, but I have my areas of expertise, and I am quite happy with them. As well you should be. Your work in the garden is hard to put into words. Darcy beamed. And you seem to have a connection to God that I can only hope to achieve a fraction of. Oh, Hedwig, sorry. I thought that was something, Oh, Hedwig's saying that because, Darcy gets those weird visions and prophecies, right? And you seem to have a connection to God that I can only hope to achieve a fraction of. I saw you in the garden that day when Eustace was chronicling your vision. Wondrous. Oh, that. You know, it's interesting. That is exactly what Catherine said to me when we were close. You two spoke about visions? Yes, she had them too. Ooh! She wanted to compare them and examine them. We started working on tinctures together to try and enhance them. Oh, they were making drugs? And then one day she just stopped. Stopped having visions? No, I don't think so. In fact, I remember her having quite a vivid one. That is what Eustace told me, at least. Like I said, Catherine started spending much less time with me all of a sudden. Do you know what she saw? Darcy shook her head and leaned on her crook. She looked a little weary. I barely remember my own visions if Eustace isn't there to write them down. I'm not sure anyone was with Catherine when she had the big one. Whatever it was affected her deeply. So deeply that I never wanted to question it. Darcy, we need to cook! That's funny. At the time, I was worried I had upset her. I took her to a dark place, I think. Whatever it was she saw. How horrible. We watched the raindrops fall in silence for a moment. An impatient sheep nudged my thigh. You know, it's funny. The vision I saw you have, it was completely true. True in what sense? Well, a lot of it sounded like nonsense at first. But you settled on fire, goat, right before you came back to us. Is that so? Yes, and that evening I saw, well, Eustace's little joke. Oh, by the way, I take it from the sound of things that my little concoction worked. Oh, yes! I suddenly remembered the little potion I had downed before heading down to the Misericorde. Oh dear, did I drink too much of it? I ended up finishing it all before the evening started. Do you think that's why I smacked Eustace? Nah, I think the wine probably had taken over at that point. She looked over at me and offered a sympathetic smile. The rain was beginning to slow. Eustace will come around. I hope so. We do have to work together. You could always try apologizing first. Would that help? I wanted to last night, but maybe I should just leave her be. No right answer here. Do whatever feels right to you. I'll try. We urged the flock back out into the field once the rain cleared. Sheep. Time for sheep. The rest of our time there was spent in silence. I could occasionally hear Darcy cooing to one of the sheep, but for the most part, all I could hear was the wind and my own thoughts. I had heard so many things about Catherine now that I felt I should have had a complete idea of who she was. But the end, there's no branching path dialogue options. Wah! There were people in the Bible who I had less information about, who I could nonetheless picture perfectly. What would they say? What they would say if I asked them certain questions. How they would react to different situations. Her headcanons about Bible characters. But every time I felt like I was getting closer to knowing Catherine, my image of her was disturbed. It was as if I were staring into her reflection in a pond, but the surface was being pelted with pebbles. The sense of loss I had felt when the superior had told me the news. The desire for justice that I had felt kept me going after breaking my perpetual vow. Were these feelings based on a lie? Had I simply had the luck of being Catherine's newest obsession before she was taken from me? Could I even consider her taken from me? I thought about a copy of Medea hidden in my bedroom. Oh, well, that's just much of Western classic literature, isn't it? Bible fan fiction. I thought about the copy of Medea hidden in my bedroom. What had Catherine's plan for me been? What else would she have told me to make me feel special? Oh, I bet the Jesus Judas Yowie goes crazy. AO3. I should shut up. I can't say that in a nun outfit. Umineko is Bible fan fiction. True. It's based off of Dante's Divine Comedy, which is also Bible fan fiction, right? Would her visits to the Squint have suddenly ended one day, even if she hadn't died? I was feeling undeniably sour when it was time to leave. We corralled the sheep back into their barn. And then we hiked back to the Abbey in silence. I considered asking Darcy about her visions again, asking Eustace to see her notes had been a dead end, and I was wickedly entertained by the idea of stepping over her to get what I wanted. A form of retaliation less violent and far more productive than a smack on the cheek. Oh, so you're doing it? You're gonna look at her stuff? Though I thought better of it in the end. Aw. Thank you for your help, Headway. Oh, you're welcome. It was a nice change. Glad to hear it. She smiled and clasped her hands together. I had no idea how she could have any energy left to work, but I could scarcely finish my goodbye to her before she had fluttered off in the direction of the kitchen. Supper that evening was a quiet affair. Nearly everyone seemed exhausted. I remembered that I was not the only one who hadn't gotten much sleep last night. Eustace did not look at me once during the entire meal. A small part of me hoped that she was going to disappear and return with pudding like she had the first time we had dined together, and reveal that her anger had been a front this whole time. The nuns trickled out, one by one. I got up and stretched. I still felt incredibly stiff, and I realized that hiking out to the sheep and staying on my feet all day was not helping my recovery from last night's marathon. At the very least, I hadn't vomited and passed out today. Oh, we get our wins where we can get them. Margaret and Flora were waiting for me when I left the rectory. Oh, hello. Hello, Hedwig. Flora has a question for you. I'm not 5, you know. I was going to ask anyway. Is something wrong? No, just last night. Did you mean it when you said you'd teach me how to paint? I think she means, would you be free to teach me how to paint, please? Sure. That. I must admit I'd already forgotten this promise. I felt bad, even under duress. I shouldn't have made a commitment I could ignore so easily just to make Flora feel better. I had absolutely no business teaching anyone to draw, and I desperately wanted to say no. However, yes, of course. Where would be a good place to meet? I don't know. The library? I thought about the clutter on the desks in the library. How about we just do it back in the rectory here? There's a big, nice table in there. Sure. Let's meet back here in a few minutes. I need to go and get my supplies. Flora nodded and skulked off in the direction of the dorms. I hadn't thought about it, but I was going to need access to my old cell. All of my illumination supplies, brushes, paints, ink were still in there. My heart sank. I started walking to the superior's office. I would need her key. Oh, that's gonna feel interesting, going back to her cell for the first time. The next day, I know, right? Flora's just standing there like, what the fuck? Margaret followed. Thank you, Hedwig. I was worried for a minute that we were both going to look like real blackguards. I must admit I'd forgotten all about it, but I'm happy to help. Likewise. She was hanging around me all morning, and I was struggling to remember why. And I remembered we'd had a little heart-to-heart last night. Oh my. Did she forget all about what happened? Oh, no. How could I? Some details just took precedence over others. Right. She grinned. I should go and check in on the cellars and make sure Adela and Marta haven't killed each other. Talk to you later, Hedwig. She broke from— Ooh! Rep! Thank you for the gift sub! And congrats to a bowl of tonkotsu ramen! Yay! Thank you, thank you! Aw, thank you, Rep! She broke from me at the staircase down to the cellars. I continued to the superior's door and gave it a little knock. Oh, thank you. Thank you for helping with the subathon. By the way, speaking of the subathon, our next milestone in 9 subs is all redeems free for 1 hour. Which means for 1 hour I would take off all of the all of the limits, the bits, the goom drops, they would all be 0 and unlimited. You could do them as many times as you want. Oh, I appreciate anything you can give. Thank you so much, Rep. Honestly, thank you, thank you. But yeah, that's the next goal. Chaos will ensue. So I don't know if Misericorde is really the best game to be having the 1 hour of all redeems free, but oh, yes. What is it, Rep? A self-promo question? That, what would be the funniest game to have all redeems be free on? Maybe Hades 2. Because I'll be screaming and yelling. And you guys can be my peanut gallery with your unlimited free redeems. Oh, Sister Hedwig. Oh, so you want it to be during NUNS? Is that what you're saying? Oh, Sister Hedwig. Is something wrong? Not at all. Well... I need you to unlock my cell. Whatever for. It's a long story, but I promised Sister Flora that I'd teach her about illuminating manuscripts. And I only just remembered that all of my tools and paints are still in there. Flora taking an interest in something. Goodness, we can't let this opportunity go to waste. Just give me a moment. Give me just a moment. Yay! If we also have similar events like this, can we advertise and self-promote? Donathons, charities, birthday events, subathon? Of course! Yes! In the Discord? Of course. Yes, that's what it's there for. It doesn't have to... There's nothing limiting it to being just when you go live. Of course! You could announce your little events in there. Absolutely. Ooh, a charity event! Cool, cool, cool. Ooh, yes, yes, of course you may. Goodness, we can't let this opportunity go to waste. Give me just a moment. The door closed. Shortly after, it swung open, and the superior emerged carrying her ring of keys. The unmistakable jingles sent a shiver up my spine. We took the stairs up to the 2nd floor and continued down the hall. The huge door that had slammed and scared the sisters, all witless, was to my left. The wind was shaking it gently as something that big could shake at the very least. The walls around us seemed to pulse and vibrate as the door beat against its frame, as if we were in some great behemoth's lungs. As we turned to the right, I remembered the hideous carving Margaret had shown me with a jolt. That's right! Hey, the thing you guys were trying to decode. Especially Rep. But, Rep and Daedalus were trying to crack this thing. Perhaps we really were in the presence of some monstrous creature. I thought about warning the superior about the evil magic circle I had seen. but I could find neither the words nor the courage to bring it up. It was so dark down here. I realized just how out of their way the sisters would have to come to seek my advice as anchoress. So this explains a couple things, don't it? We stopped at the door. I stared at the hagioscope as the superior looked for the right key. It was a bizarre device. I never really looked at it from the outside, but it looked rather cobbled together. The metal frame was wedged into the stone brick, and the little door looked ready to rust right off of its hinges. I opened it idly and took a peek inside. My heart sank as I realized it was impossible to see through into the cell from this side. There was no way that Catherine and I would ever have been able to see each other. The hole in the wall was big enough to pass books I had needed for transcribing through one at a time, but there was a bend in the middle that prevented direct access. It made me realize just how thick these stone walls were, how isolated I had truly been. I spoke into the hatch. "Hello." Feeling nostalgic? Oh, here we are. She selected a key and inserted it into the door. The door lurched open. Oh, how embarrassing. What happened? Nothing. I just forgot which way some of the doors open here. She stepped inside. With great trepidation, I followed. What was that about? Suspicious? It was just as it had been left. I took a deep breath. I felt lightheaded. I went to the shelf and procured a wooden box from the bottom. I could hear the ink bottles rattling inside. This is all I needed. Thank you. Very well. Shall we? I nodded. I didn't want to spend any longer in this place. I was not sure exactly how close the evil symbol was to my cell, but I wanted to put as much distance between it and myself as possible. I turned around and froze. There was something on my bed that should not be there. Ah! The half-finished copy of Matthew was sitting there. Spotted something else you needed? Hydrate. Wait, that was the book she threw out the window. Oh, that's fucked up. Who put that in there? The ghost! The ghost! Yeah, that was the book she threw out the window. Ah! Stretch. Ooh, yes. Ooh, I hope you guys are having a cozy time. Even though something spooky just happened. Oh, I needed that stretch. Yes. Oh, thank you. Okay. Spotted something else you needed? No. Just, that isn't where I left this. The book? Are you sure? I am positive. You must be mistaken. I have the only key for this room. Perhaps you were reading it when Catherine came to collect you and forgot to put it back? That is not possible. I picked the book up and placed it on top of the box I was carrying. What is it? It's the last book I was writing before, well, I see. Goodness, it's in rough shape. It looks as if it wasn't properly covered in the cart ride up to the Abbey. James's actual crime may have been negligence. Nonetheless, I understand it must have had some sentimental value. Well, it was thrown out the window. It was outside in the elements. May I take it? I don't see why not. You can take anything from here as far as I'm concerned. I see no reason why this room should be locked at all anymore, to tell you the truth. I nodded. I wasn't about to explain that this book appearing on my bed felt like some sort of supernatural threat. At the very least, unfettered access to my old books was a happy outcome. If I could ever brave coming back in here again, that is. We left the room and traveled back through the halls. The superior left to return to her office, no doubt swamped with clerical work. Oh? Keeping that to yourself for now? I stopped off by the dormitory to deposit the bedraggled book in my new sleeping quarters. Flora looked highly irritated when I finally made it back to the rectory. I'd been worrying about the book, my cell, and that vile sigil all the way there, but my fear was quickly pushed out of my mind by Flora's verbal assault. You said you'd be a few minutes. I'm so sorry. I just had to get the superior to help me unlock the door to my old cell. I lifted up the box of supplies and rattled it gently. Oh, fair enough. Well, I brought some parchment. Oh, good. I would have been very embarrassed if I'd had to make another trip. Flora shrugged. I was thinking that when she grabbed it all, I was like, parchment? Flora shrugged and hopped up the stairs to the door. She had laid out 2 piles of simple paper. I set the box down between them and began unloading my supplies, inks, gold paint, and a few horsehair brushes. I pulled out a chair and sat down. If I remember right, you need that to, like, press the gold leaf on and to brush away the excess, I think. Do you want a theory? It's not a spoiler since I don't know if it's right. I just wanted to let you ponder it yourself first if you wanted. I mean, I suppose somebody could have climbed up the wall and thrown it expertly back in, but that seems unlikely and extreme. The book did vanish a couple days later, so somebody picked it up. The Mother Superior could be lying and dropped it there in the middle of taking her out of the room. But what do you think? Or do you think I should think on it more? Has been a few months, to be fair. I pulled a chair out and sat down. Flora followed suit. So, where should we start? That's what I was going to ask you. Well, what's a moment from the Bible you'd like to try illuminating? I always like doing the Annunciation, or that might be a little advanced for me. Oh, well, how about a letter? Just one letter? That's going a bit far in the other direction, don't you think? Not at all. There's a lot you can do with just one letter. Huh. Okay then. What letter would be good to start with? I suppose T is always useful. What about F for Flora? Give you a hint. You came up with the idea once before when you thought like a sea cat. You mean when I was doing the operetta? Or A? Flora snickered. Sure, sure. Let's go with A then. You don't sound particularly enthused. It's a letter. I rummaged around in my box of supplies and produced 2 hardened charcoal stubs. A margarita. Oh, like when I said Shannon put the gun down her shirt and shot outwards? What would be a book was thrown out a window and came back equivalent of that? She was hallucinating and never threw it out in the first place? About Ava's locked room. What did I say? Going out the window? And you were like, window was never opened? Or, let me think. Oh, under the bed? Somebody was hiding under the bed? But you can't open the door from the inside. How would they escape? Unless they escape, I guess they could escape out the window, but the window's rather narrow. I don't think you can just do that. At least with how they picture it. We'd have to, like, look back to the start of the game. I think the window is only like, it's like a slit. You would agree the window is probably not escapable. You think there's another nun that we don't know about and has been living in her room? They would have had to get the book from outside. That would be the weirdest. What else did I say about Eva's room? That you just pull it from... That you just, could latch the chain from the outside. Or... What wild thing did I say about Eva's room? Doohickey? The doohickey made out of wire? Oh, sure. I don't know why I'm blanking so bad. Oh! And yes, that's right. You said now you're thinking like a sea cat. Yes, I remember now. So somebody took the door off its hinges to get in and put the book back. Wild. That would be some wild behavior. That can't be easy either. This is the 1400s. That can't be easy at all. Yes, that would explain why the soup was confused about how it was opened. Yeah. I see what you're saying now. I'm just at a loss about who had the tools to do that and went down there and did that. and bothered. Well, maybe we'll find out. I rummaged around in my box of supplies and produced 2 hardened charcoal stubs. Those are good questions, yeah. We shall see. Yep. Ooh, maybe that's a thing in part 3 we'll find out about. I handed one to Flora, who raised her eyebrows. Where'd you get these? You know, I'm not sure. They got passed to me through the squint whenever I got new supplies. They're much nicer than the ones I usually have. I didn't know what to say to this, so I plowed ahead. I took one of the pieces of paper and began to sketch out a square in the top left corner. The paper was rougher and thinner than the parchment I was typically used to. I'd only held paper a few times and never marked it. She was used to that leather. That's not an A. We're just putting a square down so we know where to fit the letter. Oh. She took up the stick of charcoal and hastily drew a square. It was a bit squiggly. Alright. So now what I would do is, well, I wasn't really sure how to verbally describe my process, so instead I began to draw. In a quick swoop, I outlined a large A in my square that touched all the edges of the square, but left plenty of room for artistic embellishment. Flora squinted at my page and then attempted to follow suit. That's a good start! Now what? Well, typically I'll ink the letter first and let it set. I don't do much of the detail work with the charcoal. It's a bit too thick for that. I peered into my supply box, wiggling my fingers. What color would you like your letter to be? Red? Blue? Why are you talking to me like I'm a weird baby? Am I? Yes. You know I'm almost 20, right? You don't need to do this performance for everything. I wasn't aware that I was performing. Right, I had forgotten just how good Flora was at getting under my skin. My empathy towards her outburst in the Misericorde had overridden my usual distaste for her attitude. Just talk to me normally. This is how I talk to people normally. Come off it. Everything you say is a question, even if you're not actually asking anything. You know what? Calling her out low-key. Oh? Is that how I come across? Literally asking more questions? We glared at each other for a moment, but Flora eventually started giggling. Just like that. Oh! I laughed too. I couldn't help it. Happily, the tension seemed to have been released. I guess that is how you normally speak. You know, I haven't spoken to many people face to face. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. I feel a bit of an asshole now. That's alright. That's quite alright. Red or blue? Blue. I passed her the blue and took the red one for myself, then laid out 2 inkwells from the box. I popped the lid of mine open, then procured 2 brushes. Laura was struggling to pull the cork out of her bottle of blue ink. Be careful opening that, it's... Ugh! She had managed to get the cork out, but in so doing had jostled the bottle forward forcefully. A splash of blue ink landed on her sheet of paper. Here, let me... I reached over and picked her page up, curling it and shaking it to attempt to get some of the ink back into the bottle on the table. I was moderately successful, but there was a blue streak left on the paper. Sorry. It's not a problem. Just be careful. Ink is quite valuable. I said I was sorry. I poured some of my red ink into a well, then dipped a brush in. Try and follow the lines with as few strokes as possible. That way it dries without a messy looking texture. I tried to demonstrate, but the paper was soaking up more of the ink than I was used to, rendering this lesson a little moot. I forged ahead anyway. until I had a satisfactory A on my page. Flora had been peering over my shoulder as I drew, and left to try on her own page once I had finished. She immediately put too much ink on her brush, and the beginning of her first line became a messy blob as a result. That happens to me. I could tell that she was rushing this part, but didn't want to frustrate her any further. Not bad. Shall we do some detailing with the gold paint? I could immediately sense Flora perking up. Yeah, that's the part that Flora thought was cool, was the gold. I uncorked the gold and chose a very thin brush. I like to make little patterns. And you can cheat a bit if you focus on drawing one half like this. You can just copy it on the other side. That's still drawing two very detailed things. I don't think that's much of a cheat. Just give it a try. Okay. How do you do that, though? Are those just random lines? I think of them as vines. Huh. That makes sense, I guess. That's a good start. Keep filling it in. I sat and watched her fill in the square with gold lines. No patterns ever really came together, and I could tell that she wasn't enjoying herself. I tried to avoid staring. I knew that I wouldn't appreciate having my shoulder looked over in my cell. And Flora was liable to bite my head off if I did anything that could be interpreted as condescending. Ugh. So, what got you interested in art? I don't know. Did Catherine draw much? A bit. And she was going to teach you at one point before... Yep. What sort of things did she paint? Lots. Anything you particularly liked? Sure. There was this one she showed me that I really liked. Oh? Yeah. It was her holding some guy's head. Ah, beheaded, right? What? It was so awesome. Whose head was it? No idea. Goodness. It was probably Holofernes, though. I breathed a little internal sigh of relief. Of course! Dan, what happens to Holofernes? Oh, he's in raid. Never mind. I didn't say anything. Do you like that story? Yeah, it's awesome. Oh, Judith. Okay, yeah, I know this story. Judith cut off the dude's head. Judith is a very interesting book. Have you read the whole thing? She, like, seduced the king and cut off his head. No, just the gory parts. I resisted the urge to bang my own head against the table. But you know the general thrust of it, yes? Yeah. She pretends to be friends with Holofernes and then cuts his head off. Do you know why she cuts his head off? He was a bit of an asshole. How's your drawing coming along? I could hear that my voice was a bit pitchier than normal. Flora leaned back in her chair and gestured at her paper. That's a great first attempt. It was sloppy, but earnestly it wasn't so bad. I was certain I had done worse when I was first starting out. Still feels a bit empty. You could add something to one of the corners, maybe? Like what? What about a crucifix? Boring. The crucifix is not boring. It's 2 lines. I'm not being blasphemous. I just mean, you know, it's not an exciting drawing. I don't know then. A bird? Or a cat? Oh, that's a fine idea. Flora leaned forward in her seat again, looking very engaged all of a sudden. Flora likes cats. We got it. Yeah? Can you draw a cat? I don't think I've ever tried. How about we both try one separate from the illuminated letters and compare? Sure. We both started sketching with charcoal on our own papers. I tried to remember what cats looked like. I found them cute, despite their reputations. I soon realized I'd only ever seen the one scampering out the kitchen. I actually don't know if I've ever seen a cat up close now that I think about it. Really? Really, I just know of them, mostly. Flora invents dick butt back in the 1400s. Honestly, she would. If she had the divine inspiration. There are lions and leopards and so on in the Bible, but you never saw one before you became a nun? That was so long ago I could scarcely remember if I had. So you weren't born here then? No. Where do you come from then? Trier. Hedwig von Trier? Wow, I never would have guessed from your accent. You sound very English. I have been here most of my life. Yeah, we're getting some Hedwig backstory finally. Yeah, but you're twice as old as I am. Twice as old. We're saying she's near 40. I thought she would have been a little younger than that. Some people's accents stick even when they move. Like Adela. Moira and Catherine, too. First of all, I am not that much older than you. Do you remember much from before you moved? How long ago was it? Almost 20 years ago. Wow. So you were in there for as long as I've been alive. Yes. So you were like 20 before you moved and still lost your accent? Flora, you keep calling her old. I would have been about 5 or 6. Thank you very much. So 25, 26. Okay. Oh. Or, well, 7 or 8 or 9? Maybe? It would be funny if you brought the accent back for a day or two. Just confuse everyone for a bit. Flora. Flora's got the heart of a shit poster. Hello, my name is Hedwig. Something like that. I smacked my charcoal down on the table in exasperation. She's called out as German. My cat drawing as finished as it was ever going to be. Let's compare our drawings now, shall we? Ha 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 ha! I love this cat. Look at this cat. That's not what a cat looks like. Oh, I tried my best. That's not much better. That's cute, though. Is that what a cat looks like? It's closer than yours. Yours has a very human face. So does yours. Whatever. Cat eyes don't look like that. Is that so? Yeah, I think so, at least. They never sit still long enough for me people to draw them. Flora? Do you know something about that cat Angela's been chasing for weeks? Look, you have to promise not to tell anyone. I honestly felt relieved. Compared to the secrets I was keeping for Catherine, the Superior, and myself, Flora's request was positively quaint. Of course. It's just a cat. Yes, but nearly everyone else here hates cats. I have to pretend they're vermin too, but he's such a sweet little thing. He? Oh, the cat. His name is Campy. That's unique? Catherine picked it. Oh. Perhaps I was wrong about the simplicity of this promise if I was tacitly protecting a dead woman's secret as well. The full name's, Campignon? Campignon? Something like that. She liked fancy, classical-sounding names a lot. Where to hose at? Wait. I think, Rowan, I think Flora has your shitposter's spirit. Hedwig is teaching Flora how to draw, and they just drew these stupid-looking cats. They're great. She liked fancy, classical-sounding names a lot. So the cat was hers? Yeah, I guess. I don't know if you could really call him anyone's cat. He just showed up one day and took a liking to Catherine, and she gave him a name and fed him scraps and stuff. And now he's your charge. Yep. That's sweet. I meant it when I said I need you to promise not to tell anyone. Some of that lot are likely to give Campy a swift kick if he gets too close. I'd be in so much trouble if anyone found out. Don't worry. I can keep a secret. Wink, wink, keeping 5 secrets at least. Thanks. She looked away as she said this. Her face showed not even a hint of a smile, but I still felt good. I felt like I had made a real connection. Must be nice to have something to remember Catherine by. Well, shall we finish for now? I guess. Should we plan on meeting up again for more practice soon? She shrugged and glanced at her papers. Maybe. And here, take these. I handed her the sticks of charcoal. For practicing on her own. For practicing on your own. Since you like to draw. Alright. Maybe I hadn't made as real a connection as I'd hoped. And just let me know if you ever want another lesson and we can plan for it. Sure. I think you did connect, Hedwig. She's just moody. And now you've reminded her of her dead friend, and now she's probably reflecting on it. She scooped up her drawing and stuffed it into her robe and got up to leave without pushing her chair back in. Bye, Hedwig! Have a good evening, Flora. I was left alone to pack my supplies up. I had to resist snapping one of the brushes in half. She's a little catty behavior. Hedwig has big Hazel energy. If Hazel had anxiety, it would be pretty close, yeah. Well, Hazel's too much of a pagan, though. I think Hedwig would be horrified with her. Flora social link up, let's go! If Hazel was Catholic and had anxiety, she would be a lot like Hedwig, maybe. I was completely exhausted by the time I made it to the dormitory. The relatively light art supply box weighed heavy like a millstone going up the stairs. I practically slammed it onto my desk as soon as I made it into my room. So Hazel is the narrator, Hedwig? Maybe. We have to find out more about, where Hedwig has ended up. Sounded like Hedwig got into some trouble. Hazel's been getting spicier lately, so maybe narrator is gonna be part 2 Hazel. Since, let me tell you, there's gonna be a part 2 to the, tabletop campaign, and actually, I don't know if everyone knows this. Surprise! Hazel's staying! I'm not gonna make a new character. An early night was the only thing I could think about. I got into my night clothes as fast as I could, as if I was trying to prove to myself that I indeed intended to follow through on the idea. My body was so stiff that even stripping out of my habit felt laborious, and when I bent down to pick up my nightdress off of the floor, I wondered if I even had the energy to stand up straight again. I groaned impolitely as I straightened out and let the clothes slip over me. Never again in my life did I want to run or hike. I was ready to sleep. However, as I ran my hands over the mattress in an attempt to straighten it out a little, I realized I had forgotten something important. There was still a book on my bed. The copy of the Gospel of Matthew that I had dropped off in a hurry before returning to Flora. As ominous as it was, I was at least glad I hadn't smacked my head into it, like I had with the copy of Medea currently underneath the bed. Yes, you will see more of Hazel, and Yamato and Hazel, or Yamato's just gonna have to deal with how awkward it is to have Hazel around from the old days. I opened the book. The cover was still slightly damp. Some of the pages had fused together. It's still slightly damp. Did this happen somewhat recently, or was it just the ambient moisture? I thumbed through carefully to the pages that had been open when I had vomited all over it. The black bile had faded, but it was quite obviously ruined. I was not sure what I was looking for. A clue, perhaps, of who had returned it to my cell or how. Perhaps some demon had magicked it there through that accursed sigil. Why exactly this devil's nefarious plan included returning books to rooms they had been thrown out of, I had no immediate hypothesis. I turned to the page I had been working on when my time in my cell had been interrupted. Matthew 5:37. Mind the gop, Hedwig. As I studied the ruined pages and saw no hidden messages nor threats, my anxiety evaporated. I slammed the book shut and threw it onto the floor with a thud. It was obviously another one of Eustace's pranks, I reasoned. Yeah, but how did she do it? Eustace was gone today. Maybe Eustace picked today of all days to do this. The timing was certainly convenient after the threats of her ghost had given me in the Misericorde. I scoffed aloud with some small hope that she was somehow within earshot. Undoubtedly, if I hadn't knocked her onto her ass and unmasked her that night, this book would have been revealed to me at some portentous moment. She must have stored it in my cell to keep it out of view until whatever suited her little plan. Returning the book as an apology of sorts. Oh. But why bother to do the cell thing? Eustace was also missing for quite a bit of, I think Eustace had already, yeah, Eustace wasn't there for, hearing that Flora wanted drawing lessons. Why would she bother to apologize by putting it in the cell when she could have just put it by her bed in the dorm? Unless she wanted to make sure she would avoid... Unless she was like... wanted extra sure to avoid Hedwig, but... I don't know. I don't know. I could just see her casually asking the superior for the key in that infuriatingly flat voice of hers. She'd probably said she needed something from my shelf for the library. I slammed my fist into my pillow and buried my face in the divot. Then I remembered something. I pulled myself up on my knees and lifted my pillow. The little strip of black cloth was there. Proof! I reached over my bed for my stocking and stuffed it inside. I couldn't wait to see the look on Eustace's face when I showed her that. If I could find a missing patch on her frock! I laid down feeling satisfied. I imagined profuse apologies over and over, and yet I still went to sleep angry. The morning offices and luncheon passed in a blur the next day. I went through the motions, but my mind was elsewhere. I had forgotten too, thanks. That's right, the black cloth she found outside when she was looking for the book. If she can prove who took the book, that would be enough. I'd sleepwalked through several days when I had been feeling morose, but today was different. There was a high-pitched whine between my eyes so intense that I had a headache by the end of service. I felt as light as a bee, and equally as prone to sting whoever bothered me. Is she okay? It was not all anger. Some of it, I realized as luncheon came to a close, was nervous anticipation. I kept... Oh, she's just... Okay, I see. I kept glancing over at Eustace, who seemed, to my chagrin, completely unbothered. The superior was waiting for us outside of the rectory when we all left. She pointed at Eustace, Moira, and myself and beckoned for us to join her. Are you all ready for a little fun? Absolutely! Good. It's high time the women of this abbey made an appearance in Linbarrow village. And I thought adventure outside the abbey would be an exciting little adventure for our newest. Well, not newest, but you know what I mean. That's you! That's me! Just a little treat. I was losing count of the little lies I was having to go along with for the sake of this quest. Moira and Darcy worked hard yesterday to bake some fritters to share with the townsfolk. What is it we're actually meant to do there? The superior shot me a quizzical look. Spread some cheer, of course. Attend to the people's spiritual needs. Nothing heals the soul like a sweet treat. They're really good, too. If I do say so myself. Eustace had said nothing for the course of the entire conversation. She remained silent as the superior led us across the grounds to the front gate. A cart and donkey were waiting for us there. There was a sturdy chest loaded onto the wooden cart that looked like one of us could have fit inside snugly. Or somebody was inside. Ace Attorney taught me this. If it was full of sweet fritters, Darcy and Moira must have been very busy. I had no idea we kept a mule here. We do not. Typically, we have to send word to have one delivered from the village if we need to travel, but... this one has remained here ever since the incident. Oh! Ah, this was the donkey and cart that James had been driving when he was last free. Just how many animals was Darcy technically responsible for at this point? Moira stepped into the driver's seat of the cart, leaving me and Eustace to sit facing each other in the back. The superior looked uncharacteristically amused at the sight of us loaded into the vehicle. My girls off on a diplomatic mission together. Had I the means, I would commission a painting. I haven't been down to the village in months, at least. This is going to be a riot. She shook the reins and the cart wobbled forward. Moira turned to wave at the superior. Eustace and I followed suit, although we were both less enthusiastic than Moira. The superior disappeared behind the road as it began to curve downward. I looked ahead and suddenly felt a wave of panic as I realized just how long and winding the path down the mountain was, and how far afield I was about to find myself. Stuck in a cart with someone I'd rather never speak to again, no less. So, this will be new for you. I suppose it will be. Listen, Eustace, I have no real interest in speaking with you at the moment. You two, let's not fight, Let's pretend all our little problems only exist in the Abbey, and out here we're just traveling missionaries. Or brave soldiers on patrol. No. Or adventurous outlaws. Hedwig, I owe you an apology. More than one? She sighed and adjusted how she was sitting. She rested her forehead in her hands and looked at the floor of the cart and sipped water. I should have said something yesterday, but I was indisposed. So, I'm sorry this took so long, first of all. And I apologize for, well, you know. Remind me. I felt strangely powerful. I folded my arms. I am sorry that I dressed up as a ghost. I'm sorry that I tried to scare you. I went a bit far. You did it more than once. Yes. How? Why? I mean, it was so elaborate. Well, I am the sacrist. I saw the suit of armor and thought, well, this could be good for a lark. What on earth for? Some lark? It's Abbey tradition to do some sort of hazing prank. I just got carried away. That is so petty. Petty and cruel. Even if it was appropriate to haze nuns, which it is not, why couldn't it be nicer? Aren't there any nice pranks? You're right. What about, I don't know, a surprise feast or a gift? Something along those lines. I won't argue with you. You could have just said boo, perhaps. That would still be a touch mean-spirited, but you killed a goat for your own entertainment. Eustace shook her head. I did not kill a goat. That is entirely in your imagination. I saw it plainly. Anything you saw like that was a trick of the mind, I promise. So I'm mad, is that it? No, it happens to everyone. In a heightened emotional state, you'll often see things that conform to your expectations. Or fears, as it were. That is ridiculous. It's true. Did you know there's a mosque in Turkey where worshippers believe that they see the ghost of a young woman in the shadows? One time our student worker asked if you had Tylenol because she had a headache and I didn't. I offered to go get her some from the cafe and she said no, she'll just deal. So I went down and got some to her. When I came back, I said, haha, pranked, get pranked, best prank, so true. Best prank, nice prank. It sounds ridiculous, but so many people have claimed to have seen her, it could hardly be an accident. They all see a girl wearing a crown. I don't particularly care what they're up to in Turkey. Eustace let out a heavy sigh. Look, the point is, Sometimes people see things that aren't there that feel very real. I promise you that I did not kill a goat. I may have been nasty to you, but I would not have killed an innocent animal just to scare you. Ducks, though! I will kill every duck. So, there was no goat at all? I did not kill a goat in front of you. I would not do that. But you would dress up as a ghost. Yes. And wave a flaming sword around. Yes, when you put it that way, it does sound rather a cruel joke. How did you even light the sword on fire? I brushed the blade with oil and held it up to a torch. That's all. I looked her dead in the eyes. She matched my gaze for a moment before the cart hit a bump and her glasses were knocked askew. Moe! Moira was chuckling softly. Whoops. Sorry. I'm not very good at this. Eustace rearranged her glasses and sighed. I don't always have a perfect grasp of how people might react to things I say or do. Sometimes I run with an idea that isn't as clever as I think it is. Or speak... Oops, shit. Or speak my mind to people who weren't interested in my input. I'm sure you've noticed... Or speak my mind to people who weren't interested in my input. Girl, me too! Eustace got ADHD too! I'm sure you've noticed that I can be rather... inscrutable? I was going to say flat, but I'll take inscrutable. Eustace is Eustace. Yes. Unless Eustace is, intended to be autistic. Dan's in raid, I can't ask him. Rowan, what do you think? Thank you, Moira. See? At any rate, I would really like to put this behind us. We have work to do together, after all. Will you accept my apology? For what? Eustace was approaching this request as if acquiescence was guaranteed, but I did not respond in kind. I felt vindictive. More vindictive than I had felt in my entire life. She looked surprised that I hadn't budged for my prank, as I said. And my behavior in general, I suppose, which, as you say, can be inscrutable. I will do my best to change that. Does that include moving my things around? You're getting a touch of the tism? Okay. Perhaps putting things in my cell to find later? What? I found it. The copy of Matthew I dropped out of the window the night you were watching me in my cell. Hedwig, I do not know what you are talking about. You have no reason to lie about this anymore. I saw you in your ridiculous costume the very night in my cell, I could see you in the grass. I was not there. My temper flared. I let out an embarrassing noise somewhere between a groan and a shriek. I pulled my frock and pulled the piece of cloth I had found outside the abbey out somewhat awkwardly. Eustace looked utterly nonplussed. I found this out there! Who else could it have been but you? Any one of us? A drifter? A soldier marching past the abbey who got this cloak stuck on a branch that just so happened to coincide with one woman's mad delusion months later? It could have been anyone, Hedwig. But it wasn't me. Why should I believe you? After what you did the other night. You! I could feel myself turning scarlet as I sputtered. I noticed Moira shrinking in her seat ahead of us, and I suddenly felt very embarrassed. Are you going to hit me again? No. You love nonplussed? It's one of those words that is its own antonym. Ooh. You can't be plussed. Yeah. No. No, of course not. Alright. Well, you could if you wanted to. I don't want to. Ah. Well, that's good. She rubbed her cheek. It did hurt quite a bit. I felt horrible now. I looked towards the back of the cart for a while, watching the road move beneath us. I am sorry. Or, as you says, I am sorry. Truly. And you promise that you haven't left any mysterious books for me anywhere. I did not put that book in your cell. I haven't ever been in your cell at all, as a matter of fact. I looked back towards Eustace. She was holding a hand out to me, and she had the faintest hint of a pleading look in her eye. Oh, Eustace! I was not sure what to do. I was furious with her still, but I knew that letting that anger stew any longer would only serve to make me miserable. After all, we had to work in the same room. Not only that, but I still felt highly guilty for attacking Eustace in response to her practical joke. Justified or not, it was not a response that had ever been in my repertoire, and I very much wanted to never feel compelled to violence ever again. I wanted to bury those feelings deep in the ground forever. I was still mulling over my response when a pair of fritters appeared in front of my face. Would these help? So that's what they look like. Eustace and I both looked over at Moira, whose back was still turned to us as she watched the road ahead. She had reached one arm behind her, two tasty-looking pastries held like Adela's cards between her fingers. I tucked the little black cloth I had been waving in Eustace's face back into my stocking and sighed. Just wondering. Those look like mittens? I could see that. I can kind of see how they might look fried. Like little fried pieces of dough. Just wondering. Eustace and I both took one. I nibbled at it and instantly felt at peace. Wow. These are good. They were supposed to all be for the village, but I snuck a few away for the trip. I'm glad you did. I could hear Moira crunching into her own fritter. Ooh, so am I now. Goodness, these are some lucky people we're about to visit. I thought you didn't like Limbero, Moira? Or that's Eustace. I thought you didn't like Limbero, Moira. Oh, I have my criticisms. Eustace took another bite of her pastry. Greed, gluttony, oh noes! No sinning! I suppose we all do. Catherine most of all. Catherine most of all. I doubt she would have approved of this gesture. Oh, she would have done it. She would have just complained a lot beforehand. And after. They chuckled as if sharing a private joke. We finished our fritters. Eustace licked her fingers and wiped the crumbs off of her frock before extending a hand out to me again. Friends? I paused for a moment, but I couldn't keep this self-righteous act up much longer. Even if I did not fully believe that Eustace hadn't also placed that book in my cell as part of some elaborate next step in her foiled prank, I suppose I had no reason to hang it over her head forever. I reached over and grabbed Eustace's wrist, and her fingers curled around my own. Friends. Eustace smiled, but her face soon returned to its default flat expression as soon as she leaned back against the side of the cart. So, why wouldn't Catherine have liked doing this? She also had opinions about the townsfolk. Moira, I think we've passed these bushes before. Oh, nuts! Oh, no! I'm a little shocked. Does anybody have a good relationship with the town? I'm sure the superior handles it all well enough. Surely it felt a little odd that nobody from the village came to seek your advice when you were an anchoress. Moira's doing donuts! Woohoo! Sick donuts with the mule! I was surprised until I had it explained to me that, well, we're having to take a cart ride to even get there, aren't we? That's right! I think that people never really liked that fact. It put us on the wrong foot from the get-go. But Lynbarrow Abbey is rather old, isn't it? Surely things might have, I don't know, improved? Right, the distance and inconvenience is just part of it. Well, you see. You'll see. I suppose if I had to put it delicately, if we had the ability to choose the kind of villagers our abbey served. Which we don't. Of course not. But if we did, well, it wouldn't be a town like Lynbarrow. Oh, everybody there's an asshole, or... I was, quite frankly, appalled by this. If I hadn't already shaken hands and made up with Eustace, I might reconsider agreeing to the endeavor after hearing such conceited talk. Well, you say that, but maybe they're a bit like those villagers we met in Fire Emblem Path of Radiance yesterday. What a horrible thing to say. It is what it is. You'll see when we get there. They're not all bad. I was trying to think of things that wouldn't reopen the just sutured wound between Eustace and myself, and was struggling to come up with anything. However, just as the cart rounded a sharp switchback corner, I thought of something Catherine had said in the Misericorde. I hadn't dared to mention the assignment the superior had given me for this excursion, but I reasoned that since Catherine herself had mentioned it to me while drinking, it wouldn't arouse suspicion. Catherine is from this village, isn't she? Catherine was Irish! She means Catherine the First. Oh! Oh, so our girl Catherine was Irish? Silly me. Sorry. Anyway, yes, Catherine used to live in Lynbarrow. She mentioned something about being run out of town. She seemed rather bitter about it. As well she should! Of course Moira would know if someone's Irish. Yeah, of course, right? Moira! I'm on the protein. I'm surprised she told you all this. But yes, it's true. We don't talk about it much. It's a fast way to put her in a rotten mood. The village is full of rustlers, cutthroats, murderers, bounty hunters, desperados, mugs, pigs, thugs, nitwits, halfwits, timwits, snipers, conmen, Indian ages, vexen bandits, buggers, wishwreckers, hornswogglers, horse thieves, bulldogs, train robbers, bank robbers, ass kickers, shit kickers, and Methodists. What's that from? That sounds familiar. I would feel the same. So unfair. Would it be prying too much to ask what exactly happened? Blazing Saddles! I knew it! I was like, this sounds so familiar. Blazing Saddles. Would it be prying too much to ask what exactly happened? She was quite vague about it. I've been meaning to show Dan Blazing Saddles, but it'll kind of be a first time for me too, because I've never seen it in its entirety. I've seen like parts of it. But I figured Dan and Mel Brooks kind of have similar senses of humor, so I've been trying to show him Mel Brooks movies. We watched Young Frankenstein, and the part that really got Dan was like, that's your sense of humor? I can see that. I mean, it is, I do know it's rather frank in a way that, might rile up people in the big 2026, but that it's like, it's a good movie. I know, that's why they say you couldn't make it today. That's for reasons I was just meaning. It's Frankenstein. It's I meant Blazing Saddles for that, but yeah, there's this part. So basically, like, Gene Wilder is Frankenstein's grandson, something like that. And he ends up looking for how he was like, he's like, bringing back people from the dead's impossible. Yeah, but your grandfather, and like, and then they go, he inherits the castle, he goes to it. And then in the dungeons, he like opens this book. And then, of his diary or his instructions on how to make the monster, and it just says, how I did it. And that got Dan, just that, how I did it. Oh god, what was the TikTok audio? Blazing Saddles is pretty good. You consider it third out of the classic Mel Brooks trio. Probably aged the worst, but it's still pretty good. What do you think's, what's your favorite second and first? Classic trio, I mean, one of those have to be the producers, right? So the other one would be Young Frankenstein? She was quite... You know, I saw the producers over the holidays, and it's so short. The Abby Normal bit, oh my god. So, I'd heard the Abby Normal bit for years. Because my aunts would reference it all the time. My family really liked Young Frankenstein. Spaceballs. Oh, you consider Spaceballs the classic trilogy, huh? Spaceballs was a lot later. At least a bit later than the other ones. Oh yeah, I've seen Spaceballs many times. She was quite vague about it. It's not our story to tell. Spaceballs has a lot of visual gags that are similar to Zucker Brothers movies like Airplane and Top Secret, and you just eat that up. Good. The original is like, apparently, I guess to make sure there's 2 acts, the musical's off of the Broadway, I think the musical movie is based off the Broadway musical, and they lengthen it. So the original movie is pretty short. Also, a big difference is that the actor they hire isn't, I think he's really flamboyant in the musical, but he's like a psychedelic taking hippie in the original. Gene Wilder was the one who had Matthew Broderick's role originally. So make of that what you will. Actually, no. Oh, Rowan, oh my god. Just for Gene Wilder's performance, you gotta watch the original producers. He is the most pathetic little man you can possibly imagine. You gotta watch it. It's really short. It's like a really short movie. You should watch the original producers. Oh, that would be great. I hope you can find it. Anyway, it's not. I don't know how many times we passed by these bushes. Oh! I hope you have a fun time at the library. Broderick nails the timid type. Oh yeah, I didn't think he did a bad job. Plus Lane and Broderick have excellent chemistry since they've done so much stuff together over the years. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I liked it. I mean, since my family was old heads, they couldn't believe that I liked it because, you know, they'd been around for the original. But I enjoyed it. I thought it was great. You know, back in the day when I saw it. But yeah, original is worth watching. It was pretty revolutionary for its time, or had a huge impact on comedy moving forward, I guess I should say. It's not our story to tell. Like I said, it's a touchy subject. Sweet! Alright, I hope you enjoy. I like how saying Gene Wilder plays a pathetic little man was all the encouragement you needed. Suffice it to say, it put me off of the town. The way they treated her. I won't pry. That's good. So that's why. Okay, this explains a lot as to why the superior was like, Catherine, go with you down the village? Oh, hell no. I'd be chuffed that she told you anything about it at all. Anything about it at all, though. That's real trust, that. This line of questioning seemed to be a non-starter. I'd hoped for a moment that I could get my assignment completed before stepping out of the cart. A wave of panic hit me as I realized that not only were my environs about to be completely unfamiliar, I was about to be surrounded by people. Strange, new people who sounded like they were predisposed to dislike me. I did poorly enough navigating my own conflicts now, though. I would be forced to deal with a feud that sounded like it had been simmering for years. How long ago had Catherine been ousted from Lynbarrow? How long before that had the townsfolk resented the abbey up on the hill? I was inheriting a mess that may well have started before I was even born. The rest of our journey went without conversation. Eustace furrowed her brow and rested her chin on her hands, gazing out of the back of the cart for the remainder of the trip. I couldn't bring myself to relax. That the miasma of indignance towards Eustace had more or less dissipated. Now panic was setting in. I began to worry about falling out of the cart and hurting myself. What if I got lost in town and Moira and Eustace were forced to leave me there? What if a particularly large crate fell on my head? What if I was set upon by strangers with murderous or lascivious intent? What if I had to choose one of these scenarios, which was the more likely and which would be my preferred outcome? I was mulling over these ghoulish bits of calculus so intensely that I didn't notice that the cart had stopped. What if I fell into the back rooms? Hedwig. We're here! Moira had stopped the cart next to a wooden post on the edge of a very muddy road. Yuck! Ugh. I should have remembered to wear boots. I remembered! Moira had finished tying the donkey's reins to the post and enthusiastically lifted her robe to show off her shoes. Wow, fancy. I didn't know there were any boots at the Abbey. They're a must once it starts... Oh, wait, this is useless. They're a must once it starts snowing. Ask the superior about it when you get a chance. Although, the ones we get typically aren't as posh as those. These were a gift! Lucky you. Hedwig, don't worry about the mud. Just get out of the cart. It looks really foul. Jump over here! It's not quite as mushy. I don't know. Just step down. It's really not that bad. I glanced between Eustace, who was already getting muddy around the fringe, and Moira, who was enthusiastically gesturing at me from her position on a harder-packed bit of road. Against my better instincts, I awkwardly positioned myself on the edge of the cart, and... Wow! Miraculously, I landed on the sturdy bit of the road. My legs, clearly still weak from my recent bouts of sprinting, screamed at me to never do that again, and gave way almost immediately in protest. Luckily, Moira caught me. My head crashed into her shoulders, and we stumbled together for a few steps before regaining our footing. Sorry. Don't be. Who would have known that we had a little acrobat tucked away in that cell? Dex checked pass. Let's go. Yes, very well done. Unfortunately, I'm going to need both of you to step back over here to help me with the fritters. Thankfully, we didn't need to lug the whole crate around. Well, we did end up having to traipse around in the mud to retrieve them. Darcy had organized the sweets into 3 cloth sacks for us to carry. I realized that the heaviest thing about our cargo had been the chest itself, which looked like it might have been able to withstand the catapult. Where should we start? Eustace nodded towards a farmhouse not far from where our donkey was hitched. Here is as good a place as any. We lugged our bags of baked goods towards the modest house. The land was just on the edge of the huge hill we had just ridden our way down. She's making a big deal about that chest. It's big enough for a person to fit inside. It's heavy. It could survive a catapult. The land was just on the edge of the huge hill that we had just ridden our way down. A few trees dotted the well-grazed lawn, and a lone horse stood idly close to the stable. I couldn't help but feel that it looked deep in thought. As we approached, a side door to the house swung open. What's all this, then? We come bearing gifts? Is that right? A woman emerged from behind the gruff-looking man. These two do not look happy. Both of them looked cautious. Feels like it's been donkey's years since you lot came down here. Sister Moira and Sister Eunice, right? Eustace, m'lady. My apologies. I don't recognize this one. Oh, this is Sister Hedwig. She's new. I tried to say something, but all I could muster was a little noise. I waved instead. We heard about Catherine. Terrible thing, that. What's all this then? See, I'm British. What? Yeah, exactly. They are all British. I'm just not going to do the accent. That was my policy with reading Final Fantasy XIV out loud. I'm going to say all the British words, just not Britishly. Terrible thing, that. Can't help but feel responsible. Please don't. It's not your fault. James was a troubled boy well before we started looking after him. You started looking after him, we could get some testimony. No, helping some people, that's what I've learned. James lived here? Aye. My nephew. Always a little funny, that one, but I never would have. I didn't know he was that kind of blackguard. Lost his family in the war years ago. Aye. They were taken for spies traveling home one night. He'd be, what, 22, 23 now? He was supposed to be running the family inn by now, but he wasn't cut out for being a landlord. I'm not sure there's much of an inn left. Anyway, we took him in and put him to work on the farm. We do modest work here. A little bit of animal husbandry, but the real money is in stabling the horses for folk in town. James was a real helping hand on a good day, but he had a habit of running off whenever he felt like it, sleeping in, being a nuisance in town, and screwing nuns, apparently. God rest him, but he was a sloppy worker. He's not dead. Terrible with the animals. Never had more livestock go missing than when we left it up to him. We were doing something good taking him in. He had potential. Some people find their way later than others. I really do believe that. It was only right. But now, here we are. If you're here to solicit donations, it'd only be right for us to be generous. Oh, that's so kind. But we're actually here to bring you something. Moira opened her bag and held it out to the couple. Well now, did Sister Darcy make these? That's right. In that case, I don't mind if I do. He and his wife happily took a pastry each. They bit into them and I could see a sense of relief overtake their worried faces. Crumbs, that's good. Too right. Took another bite. As he munched, he pointed a thick, calloused finger towards me. So what's your story? It's not altogether very interesting. I heard about Catherine, and I felt compelled to help. Are these Darcy's special fritters? I guess we'll find out in a few hours. After all, she was the chronicler, and I used to write all day, so... She was our anchoress. Oh, I see. One of those hermits? I didn't know they could just up and stop. It's unusual, certainly. I imagine it must be quite strange leaving a position like that after so much time. Were you born in there? No. I was very young when I started, though. What's your favorite thing about being free? Oh, don't upset her. She wasn't not free before. It's an important job, isn't it? That's right. Oh, I don't mean to offend. Still, though, must be very different to be out and about all of a sudden. Hedwig's taking a real shine to her new work. Yes, she's really been putting her back into it. I couldn't tell if this was meant to be a jab at the altercation I thought we had just put behind us or not, but it irritated me all the same. Well, that's good to hear. I'm sorry I've never made use of your services while you were anchored. Only it's quite a commitment, getting up there and back. We had James make that trip more often than not. There was one thing he was always good for, it was that. Well, now we know why he was willing to go to the Abbey. Mail, supplies, that sort of thing. That was all his purview. I suppose he must have set his wicked sights on Sister Catherine. Maybe he was watching her this whole time. It was the other Catherine. He put his back into it. Best not to speculate. And don't blame yourselves. If it would make you feel better to make some sort of donation, I can let the superior know. Not that we came here to solicit that sort of thing, mind you. Oh, no, of course not. I hope I didn't offend. No. It'd only be right. It'd only be right. Yes, they feel guilty now that a nun's been murdered. Their donations are gonna go up. I wanted very badly to tell these poor people that I had spoken with James, and that I was trying my very best to help him. Whatever joy the fritters had brought was nothing compared to the pain I could sense behind their rugged faces. These were delicious, by the way. Sister Darcy always was a talent. You lot should come down here more often. I agree. I suppose you'll be off to see the town now. Yes. Hopefully we brought enough of these. I won't bother you for seconds then. You have a good day now, sisters. Pavobi. I probably butchered that. Pax vobis. If that was Pax vobis. It's probably not French, but Latin. That's Latin. Oh well. We all exchanged nods. Eustace led the way past the farm back toward the road. That went better than I had feared. Really? I'd rather get cupped than do that again. Those poor people. They were really very sweet. How horrible for them, though. I only meant that, I don't know. In the cart right down, I was half expecting to be met with swords and spears. Who says we won't be? We're not in the village proper yet. I stopped dead in my tracks. The buildings ahead of us loomed like some dark fortress's gate, and I suddenly became very aware once again that I was further from my cell than I had ever been. Girl, you're from Germany. Further than the hills. Further than the hospitalum. Oh, Eustace, don't scare her. Sorry. I'm just being glib. How very glib. Are you ready, Hedwig? Hold on. Aha! The real motive comes out. More donations from this family. I doubled over, still clinging to my bag of fritters. I tried my best to take deep breaths, but it was difficult. I was no longer in complete control of my faculties. Hedwig? You can do it, Hedwig! I'm so far from home. You have friends with you. It's all right. What if I just drove the cart back myself? I could send someone else back down with it to collect you. I've had quite enough for a day, I think. Do you know how to drive a cart and mule? It's going to be fine. Look, I was just grousing on the ride down. It's just silly personal drama. I probably made it seem bigger than it really is. At worst, it'll be a little awkward. You can handle awkward? Oh, boy, can you? Want to go back. Look, if someone is rude to you, you have my permission to slap them. Eustace? I took a particularly large gulp of air and stood up straight. Uh-oh. Look, you definitely shouldn't slap anyone here. I was joking. It was funny. Okay. But seriously, do not. I won't! I would never. Guess I got lucky. Are you ready? Let's get this over with. Let's get this over with, shall we? Entering the village proper was immediately dizzying. I'd only just started growing accustomed to the size and scope of the abbey. But now I was surrounded by buildings and streets that were unto themselves their own little abbeys. Despite being spread out between buildings, courtyards, gates, and windows, I had been able to think about Lynbarrow Abbey as one place. Leaving my cell had been painful, but I was at least still in a world I could understand. I could not bring myself to think about the village in the same way. Even though it was the village of Lynbarrow. I tried to stretch my understanding to include all of these places in my head as Lynbarrow, but it was impossible. Looks really good for a 1400s English village. Yeah, they're quite clean. These cobbles are quite together, huh? It is a bit large. I had no idea how Eustace and Moira could walk so calmly between the shops and houses and inns and not feel terrified. Does that sound mad? It sounds mad to say it aloud, but it really was impossible to comprehend. One could not walk, I presume, from one house to another the way I was allowed in the Abbey. The only place I was restricted from going was the back of Eustace's library, which was only really a request. I watched people knocking on doors and waiting for someone to invite them in. I saw men standing impatiently outside of shops, waiting for proprietors to return. Everyone, it seemed, was beholden to the terms of some uneasy peace treaty. Everyone was the king of their own little castle. Living like this would make me even more miserable than the Abbey did. As we passed people in the street, we would offer them fritters from our bags. Most conversation was short, if there was conversation at all. Moira was perfectly chipper, and Eustace maintained her usual calm demeanor through even the more brusque encounters. The rudest people acted as if we weren't even there. One even bumped Eustace on the shoulder, and I'm sure it was on purpose. Eustace didn't react at all, save for a quietly muttered curse word I dare not repeat. For my own part, I was doing my best to keep up the act. I dragged my feet in lockstep with my cohorts. I went through the motions of lifting up the bag. I didn't speak unless I absolutely needed to. I forced a smile to each passerby instead, hoping it would be enough. My cheeks were already numb by the end of the first street. Goodness, we still have so many left. Darcy made too many, as usual. That's just like her. She's very kind. Is there something wrong with her making lots? No, of course not. No! It's sweet how excited she gets about helping out. Ah. Not every observation about someone is a criticism. Oh, be nice! Weren't you just getting snitty about Hedwig calling you... I can't even remember now. Inscrutable. That wasn't really a criticism either. It seemed that Moira was the only one of us having any fun. We trudged through more streets, passing out fritter and knocking on doors. Not a single person had anything to say to us beyond a courtesy greeting and thanks, and many people didn't even have those to spare. I don't think anyone is home. Try just one more time. I'd feel terrible if we missed someone. Not a peep. All of a sudden I was soaked. No! Why'd you have to do that to the new nun? It happened so fast that I didn't even realize what had happened at first. I felt as if someone had boxed me around the ears. Oh, Hedwig! What in... Ah! An unconcerned-looking woman looking down at us from the window above, holding a still dripping laundry bucket. My apologies, miss. I didn't see you three down there. Of course not. It's very easy to miss nuns at the door. Well, there's no need for sarcasm, miss. Laundry. Yeah. That could have been way worse, but I figured if it was that, she would have said something about the smell before there was dialogue. But still, that's not pleasant. Neither Eustace nor Moira had gotten very wet at all. I, however, was covered head to toe. There was an unpleasant, Fausty smell coming from the water. Fausty? and I realized that my bag of fritters was sopping wet as well. Oh no, not the fritters! Would you like a fritter, madam? No thank you, miss. Of course, madam. We'll just be off then? Have a good day, miss. The woman retreated from the window without so much as an apologetic glance in my direction. Well, at least it was water. Here, Hedwig. Let me carry that. No, no. If you're sure. Yeah, they don't exactly have trash cans out there to put the soaked fritters into. Eventually, we came to a square with several diverging streets. Eustace leaned against a wall, looking fed up. Moira looked as if she had finally noticed that Eustace and I were not as sociable as she was. Her pleasant smile morphed into an expression altogether more concerned. Oh, how are you two doing? I just want to get this over with. Yes, I've had quite enough of this, to be honest. Nobody seems to even care that we're here. Maybe it'd be best to just cut our losses and go home. We can't do that. No, that wouldn't be right. Why not? But both of you had horrible things to say about the people here on the way down. Not so loud! And with all honesty, I must agree with them now. And now you're dedicated to finishing a completely thankless task for them. Why? She has a point. I mean, I don't love the idea of telling the superior we gave up, but we really can't go back until we finished. Why not? Eustace. Moira mentioned Eustace to come closer and whispered something into her ear through her hood. Ah, right. I'm sorry, Hedwig, but we really need to do this job properly. I know it's difficult. What's going on? Nothing! It's really nothing. What kind of fool do you take me for? What did you tell her? Hedwig, why does nobody treat me with any sort of respect? Am I so difficult to explain things to? Would my fragile little mind simply burst if you explained whatever you told her to me as well? No, Hedwig, please. You're making a scene again. Moira took a step forward, positioning herself between Eustace and myself. Hedwig, I don't think you are foolish, or difficult, or anything like that. So what did you tell her? I can't say. Was she sweating? The fury I had been nursing before the cart ride was back in full force, and this time I could not control it. I raised my hand and Moira flinched, but she stood her ground. I did not hit her, of course. Although I would not like to dwell on how close I came. Instead, I jabbed a finger in her face to gesticulate angrily. So you're lying, then? No! Hedwig, don't... Oh, how like Elijah I felt. Not bald, but nonetheless belittled and insulted for things outside of my control. I cursed Moira, I cursed Eustace, I cursed the whole town for all to hear. Oh, you looked up the word? Fausty? Like it made a deal with the devil? Yeah. Like Faust. That's funny. We need to get her back to the Abbey. We need to get her back to the Abbey. This isn't healthy for her. But... I hope Angela is right about bears. Huh? I said I hope Angela is right about the bloody bears. I don't follow. Eustace was nonplussed, but Moira had pieced my admittedly cumbersome insult together. Oh no, now Moira's crying. Tears were rolling down her cheeks. You don't really mean that, Hedwig? Her sniffling caught me off guard. It's just an old version of musty or moldy. Ooh, okay. Before I had the chance to feel sorry, she had stormed off, away from the town square. Her bag of fritters was still in her hand, and I remembered that it bounced so inelegantly that it would have been funny in any other situation. Eustace cast a mild yet dark expression at me. If you wanted to get back to the Abbey sooner, you should have kept that little tantrum to yourself. Yeah, our driver is running off. Well, what did she tell you? Never you mind. She hoisted her bag over her shoulder and made to follow Moira. Stay put. I'll clean up this mess. Wait, you're leaving me alone? Yes. But no, that's silly. Let me come with you. I'm sorry about all that. This is just so different. And stay put. Why? Because I don't really want to be around you right now. But we're friends still, right? We said so. You said so in the cart! Without another word, she turned around and set off after Moira. I was left all alone in the town square, my frock still dripping mildewy water onto the cobblestones. I let the wet sack of food fall to the ground and sat down on a low wall. I gripped the bricks, digging my fingernails into the hard stone and biting my own lip, trying not to cry. Was my behavior so out of line? I deeply regretted upsetting Moira, but I had withstood just about enough for one adventure. I was in a strange place where strange things were happening to me, and now I was all alone. Every now and then, one of the townsfolk would walk through the square, but they paid me no mind. A dog wandered over to me and I froze. I had never seen one before. I recognized it instantly, but I was scared stiff. Even if it was a farm animal, I couldn't help but notice its sharp teeth and animal eyes. Shoo! I'm not food! The hound ignored my pleas and instead began snuffling around my legs. I held my breath as it rudely prodded my stomach with its snout all of a sudden. Please! Please! Please go away! I yelped as the creature drew itself upon its hind legs and rested its front paws on my knees. Not daring to move in case it felt like tearing me to pieces, I whimpered as it continued sniffling. After a genuinely harrowing handful of moments, it finally decided I didn't seem all that tasty and returned to the ground, but not before licking my face for good measure. The dog liked you, Hedwig! I was relieved that I was spared from becoming its dinner, but... Come now, why are you laughing? Oh. Okay, clearly whoever she's talking to is not nearly as isolated as a person and knows dogs. Come now, why are you laughing? I was frightened. I could have been eaten. Oh, really now? Anyway. The beast turned its attention... The beast turned its attention to the sack of fritters on the ground. Okay, yeah, let the dog eat it. I suppose it had smelled those first and had been looking for them the whole time it had been assaulting me, but nonetheless, it had given me an awful fright. Even still, I felt the creature deserved better than dirty fritters. Leave those alone. They're all foul and soggy. The dog paid me no mind and wrestled with the sack until the contents spilled out onto the stone. Immediately, the dog began scarfing down huge bites of the sodden pastries, which were quickly becoming one big messy blob. Don't! I suppose I had no reason to stop it. At the very least, it wasn't eating my face. Dog! Dog! Oh, it's so cute! Does that not bother you? Look at the doggy! It's like a beagle. Is there nothing better for you to eat? I reasoned that the dog probably had no reason to care that the food was soaked through with dirty water. What the dog doing? Eating soggy pastries. I sat and watched it eat. It was deeply unpleasant, but I couldn't look away. Moist crumbs fell out of its mouth as it chomped loudly. The same food was being lapped up over and over. Eventually, however, the laundry water seemed to win. The dog made a shuddery, spasming motion that made me flinch reflexively. I was unsure if it was about to wheel around to attack me. Instead, it made a ghastly, hacking sound. Half-chewed slop poured out of its mouth. The fetid mountain of ruined pastry grew ever larger. Poor dog. Yet it kept eating. God damn it, dog! It paid no mind to what assuredly must have tasted even worse after coming out than before it went in. Had this creature been a man, I would have begged him to stop. But all I could do was watch it continue to regurgitate and reconsume the horrid slop the sweet pastries had become. That's disgusting. Then I heard the sound of trumpets. A mule in a wooden cart arrived in the town square. No driver sat in its front seat. A wooden pole sat in place of a rider, reaching up into the sky. I moved my gaze up to the pole to see that a large flag, or perhaps a kite, was drifting idly in the midday breeze. I held my breath as the cart passed me by. Another cart passed me by, and then another, each flying a new color, a different flag, a new kite. They drove in circles around the square. I think there were a dozen in all. The dog chased at the tails of the mules as they walked past, dodging out of the way of the wheels at the last possible moment each time one came too close. In between each cart's passing, the little creature would return to its prized mound of filth for another bite, before getting distracted again by the next donkey's tail. The trumpets blew again, this time much louder, deeper, more mournful. A new kite joined the procession, this time not a simple flapping cloth, but an intricately adorned effigy. A man. His face was chiseled handsomely, his expression stoic. Two poles have held this effigy aloft, one in each of the man's wooden hands. As this cart passed me, the effigy's head turned to face me. His eyes met with mine, and I realized it was no effigy at all, but a real figure. His gaze felt terrifying and peaceful all at once, and he beckoned me to follow him. The dog had disappeared, only its horrid meal remained. I took care to avoid stepping in it as I left my perch on the low wall, and followed the cart as it peeled away from the procession in the square. I assume it continued behind me, I do not know. I was transfixed by the cart ahead of me. I followed the cart and its floating rider through the empty streets. I felt disconnected from my body, as if my Oh my god, Daedalus, you were right. These are Darcy's special fritters. It's kicking in now. I felt disconnected from my body, as if my footsteps were happening after I had already performed the next. I was drifting over the cobblestones. I felt as light as the man above the cart did. Darcy totally made weed pastries. Oh my god. The sight of the effigy already made me weep. But I could feel a confused urge to burst into sobs welling inside. She ate one. She ate one. But I also felt light, calm, and even joyous. I felt everything there possibly was to feel at once. As the cart reached a dead end, however, I felt a moment of doubt. I did not want the sensation to end. I doubled back, hoping the cart would return and lead me again. It did no such thing. I felt a brief moment of panic as I turned around to perhaps coax the man to follow me and saw that it had disappeared. I gasped and lunged around again, hoping I had just missed it passing me. No such luck. I spun around again and again until I realized that I was no longer touching the ground. I floated above the village. I could see all of the streets, all of the houses, all the nasty little fiefdoms and the people who ruled them. The flying nun! I was being pulled up and up by some force that I knew I had to give myself over to. This was right. This was where I needed to be. The strange sensation that I was being tugged up by the scruff of my neck eventually gave way to a feeling of blissful control. I was flying now, just as the man above the cart had been. I was flying higher. In fact, and all the people below me could see what their cruelty and indifference had wrought. My ascendance, their abandonment. But then I felt that hand around my neck again, firmer this time, more assertive. I was dragged by the throat the rest of the way up to my destination. A plateau above the village, overlooking the lake, you mean the sheep? I struggled to breathe. I struggled to breath. I assume breathe. I struggled to breathe. My breath was ragged. I begged with whatever it was that held me to let me go. Eventually, I was flung to the grass. I fell on my back into the cold dew, my head crashing against the dirt. I felt a ripple of pain emanate from the back of my skull all the way out through my whole body. I could not move anymore. I stared into the clouds. They were a deep gray, heavy with rain. They covered the sky almost completely, save for a bright spot growing brighter above me. Oh, great. Lynn Barrow Alling, all-knowing, seeing, all-knowing, all-seeing, all-knowing, all-seeing, all-knowing. The clouds parted, and the man I had followed appeared between them. He was gigantic, magnificent, and terrifying. His piercing stare kept me pinned to the ground. The trumpets sounded one final time. The man finally blinked, and with a slow and regal grace, Arthur, King of the Britons, yeah. And with a slow and regal grace, he withdrew between the black rain clouds that flanked him. It began to pour. I was all alone. Field trip. The name of the star is Wormwood. Oh, it was the Wormwood, huh? Darcy drugged them. Darcy drugged the fritters. And she was tripping out all alone in the village. The dam passed by. Wait, they were being led by ducks. Sister? I thought I saw you wandering up the hill. Are you all right? You'll catch cold if you stay out here too long. Come on, up you get. No. What's gotten into you? It's a good thing I stepped outside when I did. I'd hate to think what would have happened if you got stuck up there all by your lonesome. I mean, he ate a fritter too. Oh, but he ate it much later. It hasn't kicked in for him yet. You feel quite clammy. Where'd your friends get to? Did you get lost? You were the new one, eh? Easy to do around here. I still have to second guess myself if I wander further than the inn. We can send you up to the Abbey once you're warmed up. Are you hungry? I'll tell the wife we have a guest. Hey, she might, if she can talk to these guys alone, she might get her information anyway. Lucky enough, we've always kept enough around for 3. Here you are. Well, eat at your own pace. You should eat, though. Climbing that hill all by yourself, that's hard work. Moira had their fritters separate. Could be the town fritters aren't dosed. Moira, what are you doing? Drugging us. In those shoes, no less. Did something happen? She looks quite dazed. Sister, did someone get rough with you? Or did you have a fall, perhaps? I imagine it'd be easy. That path hasn't been taken care of in donkey's years. Is there something we should tell your abbess? Eat up, dear. This is not on. One of those towny bastards mistreated her. They won't hear the end of it. She's shaking her head. Thank God for that. Do try to eat something. Whatever happened has clearly rattled you. Catherine. The dead woman? No. No, she means our Catherine. Birthmark on her face. If you say so. I'm rubbish remembering that sort of thing. The tall woman from the estate. You remember. Ah. Oh, so she really did take the vows. Well, I'll be. Yes. She lives in the Abbey now. Did you guys beat the tyrant? Oh. He's still working on it. That was it talking to Dan about. 14 raid. Yes, she lives in the Abbey now. I could not bring myself to look at them. And do you think she could kill someone? What sort of question is that? Well, yes. Harold! It's common knowledge. Even still, you're upsetting her. She's clearly a little touched right now. What is common knowledge? Well, Harold, do not upset her any further. She killed her husband, didn't she? Now look what you've gone and done. Who was her husband? The lord of the estate by the lake. It was a terrible scandal. And there was proof? Well, not that I know of. But it's proof enough, I suppose, that she opted to take the veil. We should stop talking about this. It's not proper. Why would she kill him? Had something to do with infidelity, if I remember right. Whoa! Well, it's not spoken of anymore. It's not spoken of anymore. The whole village put it behind them when she left. And who is the lord of the estate now? Truth be told, I can't be asked to keep up with titles and whatnot. The new lord only visits occasionally, I think. A house with a murder like that hanging over it. Can't imagine it's very comfortable to stay there long. How did Catherine's husband die? She cut his head clean off with his own sword. Well, that's an interesting coincidence. Or so they said. I wasn't there, so I couldn't tell you for sure. But one way or another, he ended up without his noggin. Wait, I thought they said he just fell down some stairs. How do you lose your head from falling down some stairs? Yeah, that's very different from what the Mother Superior said. Nasty business. Nasty place in general, this hill. Something here must drive folks mad, I'm reckon. Was it the Wormwood? First Catherine, then our James. Rich or poor, something'll grab you. I'd move, but that's a task easier said than done. They spoke so freely of the horrid crime. It was common knowledge, even. The answer, it seemed, had been available to me all this time. Several simple questions were all I had needed to ask. The wife's urging, I tried to eat a little more of the pottage they had so kindly provided. Maybe Cthulhu sleeps in the lake. Yeah, maybe it's some shit like Night in the Woods. Where it's like either gas down in the mines or like some slumbering god, you know? Oh no, it's like Full Sense in Leighton. They're all tripping. At the wife's urging, I tried to eat a little more of the pottage they'd so kindly provided. It didn't take, however. I was elsewhere still. I felt shame. Marsh got that reference. Shame for how long it had taken me to make any forward momentum on my task, for Catherine's sake. Shame for how simple the connections I had needed to make seemed now. I felt shame that it had taken a vision to put me on this path. A vision! Sure. What I had just experienced was a divine course correction. Sure! Let's call it that. The kind of thing reserved, I imagined, for good sailors lost at sea, or troops wandering in the desert. That I had been deemed worthy of this kind of direct messaging from God spoke very highly of Catherine. Surely, I felt, there were more important people to be helping than I. Perhaps I had been aided in their stead. Perhaps there was a prayer out there left unanswered because I was too foolish to do a very simple job. Perhaps, as impossible as it may seem to suggest, I was stupid enough to put a strain on God's omnipresence. Matthew 6:28. Considerate lilia agri commodo crescunt. Non laborant necinent. Stupid. No, girl, you aren't Battler. You're doing better. Perhaps I am lower than the lily, which thrives while wanting for nothing. So dramatic, I know. But was I? Am I wrong to think it? God provides for all, and God is not limited to any one action at one given time. Still, I feel, sometimes, that I could just be that wretched. Of course, as I might remind myself in a better mood, that's conceited talk. Or perhaps I am allegorizing the flowers and the birds too heavily, as Augustine warns us about. Who am I to complain, after all? I have suffered far less than Job, yet here I am lamenting more than he ever did. Whether I am damned or just conceited, there is no path that leads me away from shame. Ah, that must be your friends. The man stood up to get to the door. I did not turn around. I was deep in thought, staring into that fireplace. The flames were more comforting, more understanding, more understandable than any pair of eyes I had ever looked into. I could hear pleasantries being exchanged, footsteps on the wooden floor. I could feel two cold, wet presences approaching behind me. Soon I would have to leave the comfort of the fireside to join them. Hedwig. Sister Moira. Sister Eustace. Can you forgive me? It was pointless to wait for a break in the rain, or so my companions said. The ride back up the hill to the Abbey was much soggier than the trip down. Yeah, oh. Some other travelers in carts flanked by armored horsemen passed us by at the village outskirts. They looked just as miserable as I felt. I could hear raindrops plinking against their helmets as they hurried to town. Nero's getting a treat, guys! We sat in silence for the first third or so. I looked out of the back of the cart towards the farmhouse chimney, yearning for the security of that fireplace until the building was out of sight entirely. I told the superior this was a bad idea, you know. You were wrong. Oh? Yes. I I learned something very important today. Really now. Yes. It would be difficult to explain. We have time. Now, Eustace. I've already forgiven the poor woman. Wonder why there's people in carts flanked by armored horsemen. Yeah, that is a little, something's going on. There's no need to... Wait! The thing from the beginning of the story! They were gonna have somebody hide out here. Oh! I think, the very beginning, there was something about hiding a lord out somewhere. So maybe the house where Catherine's husband died, maybe they're putting this dude from the beginning of the story there. And they're coming to town finally. Maybe that's what this is about. I've already forgiven the poor woman. There's no need to torment her. I'm not tormenting her. I'm curious. Well, after we split up, I watched a parade go by. There was a parade? No. There was a parade? No. There wasn't. I had finally given up on trying to stare into the increasingly distant fireplace and turned to face Eustace. She looked tired. So what do you mean a parade? I mean exactly that. I'm sure you can understand. I had a vision. Really now. Yes, I swear it. I saw a parade. A procession of carts with no riders, all carrying grand kites and banners. And one of them I thought at first carried an effigy. But it was, well, it got more mysterious after that, I suppose. What happened? Yes, tell us. This is very interesting. Well, I followed that particular cart for a while. I suppose that was how I ended up wandering away from the town square. Understandable. I did tell you to stay put, but I might make an exception for a vision. Eventually, I lost him. But then I was carried through the air. I know this sounds strange. Quite strange, and then... Whatever courage the fire had given me had finally waned. I could not bring myself to explain the entirety of my experience to Eustace, whose expression remained, dare I say it, inscrutable. I wouldn't want to imagine they would come with a retinue if they're intending to hide. I mean... I feel like if it's anybody important back then, they would come with at least a few people, even if it was secret. It could be small compared to what he's used to. I don't know. They did say something about coming up here so that they couldn't be blamed for anything that happened to the king at that time. So perhaps that's what I'm thinking. Inscrutable. And then I came to, I suppose. I'm not quite sure how to describe it. You flew? She walked. That farmer saw her climbing the hill. Do you not believe me? I believe you felt like you were flying. I felt it. I saw it. I was in the air, however, briefly. The man said he found you laying down in the grass at the top of the hill, getting soaked by the rain. I know it sounds hard to believe, but it's what happened. Eustace sighed deeply and pulled her hood tighter over her head. People don't fly. Perhaps flying is the wrong word. I was being carried? It's not like I had control of my faculties in the air. Like, you were plucked from the earth by God's own hand? Well... Yes. Moira. The man saw her climbing the hill. So he says! Maybe he saw her after she had come back to the ground, or maybe both things are completely true. How would that work? Well, Hedwig could have been carried, and maybe the farmer was shown an image of her climbing. I mean, she would have been far away from the house, just sort of a shape. so he would go up and find her. So God carried Hedwig up the hill and showed an image of her to a man who was already nearby. 2 divine revelations within, I don't know, 10 or 15 meters of the other. Darcy has visions all the time. Why is Hedwig having one so hard to believe? So now we have 3 people in close proximity all having grand visions. It does bigger belief. Just a tad. I think it's beautiful. So these guys clearly aren't tripping balls. However, the, What if, either Moira did it on purpose? Or what if Darcy made one spicy and just put it in the bag at random? And she just happened to eat the fucked up one. Conflicting blue truths, all are valid, yeah. Her golden truth, she flew up that hill. I think it's beautiful. Maybe this mountain is just special. Eustace let the squelching of the mud beneath the cartwheels answer for her. I just think it's possible. That's all. At any rate, it's a moot point to argue. I don't think Hedwig is lying. I just don't know if I can accept that really happened. What about Darcy's visions? You've got quite an interest in those, haven't you? Darcy's are different. In what sense? In what sense? Well, she's never claimed to be flying in any of hers. What does happen in hers, typically? Why don't you ask her and spare me the Inquisition? That was uncalled for. It's been a long afternoon. You can say that again. Can we all please make up before we get back to the Abbey? I'd like that. I'm sorry for being so hysterical. You're not hysterical. It was a cruel idea to force you into coming, I think. I'm sorry for insisting we stay longer. Nobody expects the Hedwig Inquisition. I wanted to tell Moira she didn't know the half of it. She didn't deserve to worry about having forced me to do anything when the Superior demanded it in the first place. No, my behavior was inexcusable. As it is all too often. I thought I caught a glimpse of Eustace rolling her eyes out of the corner of my eye, but perhaps she was just adjusting her spectacles. I can appreciate that this trip was an extenuating circumstance. Yes, I think next time I will stay at the Abbey if it's all the same to you. We should at least take you on a picnic or some such. Small steps, you know. You can't stay cooped up in the Abbey forever. I thought that was rather the point. The point of the Abbey is stay cooped up there forever. Oh, you have a dark sense of humor sometimes, Hedwig. There was no handshake this time, but I did not feel I should push things any further. The rest of the ride up to the Abbey was silent, but at the very least it was slightly less uncomfortable silence than the one that preceded this conversation. I didn't like the uncertainty, but it would have to do. The rain was showing no signs of letting up when we finally arrived. I was particularly bedraggled. The indignity of the laundry water incident was something that would stick with me permanently. Aww. And as soon as I hopped out of the cart, I made a beeline for the dorms to change. Oh! Hedwig? Where are you off to now? The dormitory. I must get out of these wet robes or I'll never be dry again in my life. Why don't I draw a bath? I had to admit that sounded like a wonderful idea. You know, I think I would like a bath very much. We all would after an outing like that, I think. Or we all would after an outing like that, I think. What day is it again? November the 21st, I believe. Oh, winter soon. Perfect. I froze. I had not realized that Moira had meant we should all bathe together at once, and I did not like that idea at all. Oh, perhaps I'll have one tomorrow? Nonsense! You'll catch cold if you don't. Do we even have time to heat up water for it? With any luck, someone else already had the bright idea to take a bath today. I couldn't help myself. I groaned aloud and pulled my hood over my eyes. What's the matter? She doesn't want a hot springs episode. She doesn't want one. Ah, I suspect. Well, you don't have to join us, Hedwig, but I think it'd be a good idea. Achoo! A little sneeze. Well, that decides it. Curse my wretched body. I would have escaped this humiliation if it weren't for that little sneeze. I'm sure of it. Oh, go on then. You two run up and get your change of frocks. Achoo! Oh, Eustace, would you mind getting mine? On it. We made our way upstairs to the dorms quickly, dripping water all along the way. At the top of the stairs, I nearly ran straight into Darcy. Oh, good. You're back. Did you spike a cookie? I was just looking for you, Eustace. She's holding a little potion. Hello, Dars. You have a minute? I need your help with something. Of course. Hedwig, would you mind getting Moira's clothes? Hers is the door between Catherine's and Darcy's. Oh, yes, I can do that. Eustace nodded, and Darcy hobbled away, back down the staircase. Sorry, I was just thinking about something from earlier. This is why it takes me having a vision. Just reimagining something. This is one reason why it takes me forever to read things compared to most people. I mean, even without reading them out loud for stream, sometimes I've got to just take a pause and really, like, picture something in my head and really absorb it. Same with reading manga. Sometimes if it's, like, really detailed or important, I'll just sit there for a good 3 minutes looking over every detail before I move on. I'm slow as a slug. Gotta really. I wish there was a better word than grok. I gotta really get it all straight in my head with some oh, especially fair with murder mysteries. Yeah. Eustace nodded and Darcy hobbled away back down the staircase. Eustace stopped for a moment on the landing, however, and turned to me. That reminds me. You should talk to Darcy later, you know? She drugged the shit out of your cookie. About your vision. Oh! Yes, I will try to remember to do so. Eustace nodded, then disappeared down the stairs after Darcy. I quickly scooped up my dry frock from the dormitory. No suspiciously placed books on my dorm bed, I noted. Now I'm like, did Moira do the book thing? It felt wrong to intrude in Moira's room, but at this point I desired nothing more than to get this whole exercise over with as quickly as possible. I opened her door and slipped inside, on the lookout for her spare clothes immediately. The last thing I wanted to do was gawk at somebody else's room uninvited. Is she gonna find the little scrap of cloth missing? Because she's going to grab the robes to bring for the bath? She gonna see Moira's got the little scrap missing? The last thing I wanted to do was gawk at somebody else's room uninvited. I could not help but notice how neat and tidy it was, however. There was a beautifully carved crucifix hanging on the wall above her pillow, and her reading desk was meticulously stocked with papers. A handsome quill sat next to an inkpot as well. What is she writing about? To cap it all off, there was a beautiful little box resting on the desk next to the organized papers. The wood was clearly expertly carpentered, and it was gilded in a regal yet understated fashion. Well, maybe Moira is kind of a rich girl too. The whole room had a sense of carefully considered elegance to it. It was perfectly fitting for Moira. Simple but radiant, not vain but reverent. Please, do not tell Moira I just described her as simple. I did not mean it as an insult. So whoever she's talking to knows Moira. Unapproachable? I mean, approachable? Uncomplicated? Steadfast in her positivity. The bath situation is a perfect example of what I meant. Moira survives. Yes, that's confirmation, huh? I had been so cruel to her in the village, and to be perfectly honest, Eustace wasn't exactly kind to her in the cart either. But Moira's instinct was to bring us closer together. There's a simple beauty to that. I think so, at least. Anyway, I quickly identified an impeccably folded set of clothes next to her bed underneath the window. I scooped them up quickly. As I turned around, however... Ah! No. The pile of clothes I was carrying, I think, had brushed up against the quill resting atop her desk. I watched it tumble end over end to the floor, carrying the inkpot with it. No! No! Black liquid oozed out of the pile of broken glass. I scurried away and closed the door behind me in a panic. I checked the bottom of my shoes. There was nothing there, thank God. In reality, it was dead silent. But I promised you I could hear the bubbling, oozing, and dripping of the undoubtedly expensive ink I had just splashed all over the floor behind the door. If it's not one thing, it's always another with me. Was I being punished for dawdling once again? Should I have emphatically refused the offer of a bath and instead made a beeline to the superior's office? Should I have gone then, at that very moment? Truthfully, I only came to that conclusion a bit later. In the actual moment, all I could think about was what to say to Moira, or if I would say anything at all. It's shameful to admit, but I was, frankly, terrified of putting any strain on our relationship. Not again. I was frankly terrified of putting any strain on our relationship at all after my embarrassing display in town. Moira was endlessly forgiving, but I worried that even I could find an end to her graciousness if I kept imposing upon her. And so I decided I would leave this. I couldn't leave quickly enough. I practically flew down the stairs. Suddenly I was very eager to get into a bath. Anything was better than being caught red-handed with a broken bottle of ink, even burying myself in front of Moira and Eustace. Oh, now she doesn't mind taking a bath with them. She keeps her cowl on in the bath? Moira was already in a tub by the time I arrived. She beamed as I entered the room. I kept my eyes low and deposited her change of clothes to close the edge of the wooden tub. Close to the edge of the wooden tub. Oh, was Eustace waylaid? Yes, Darcy needed her for something. Well, thank you kindly. I realized there were 2 tubs similar to the one I had used to bathe my first time out of my cell. At the very least, I was relieved. I was about to submerge myself in water rather than stand awkwardly in one of the many smaller wash basins stacked against the wall. I had been using those to wash myself whenever I could squeeze in a trip to the baths alone, after I had discovered to some horror that communal bathing was considered the norm here. I thought 2 big tubs might be nice. The water's not hot, but it's pleasant. You filled these up fast. A miracle of engineering. This abbey is quaint, I will say, but I am very thankful for the thorough plumbing. The builders didn't skimp on that at the very least. She raised an arm to point at the wall behind her, and I instinctively shut my eyes. Oh, don't be silly. Anyway, the faucets are back there. They're quite quick. I had my own faucet in my cell, actually, but I didn't know it was connected to anything greater. Ooh, you should take a walk around the cistern one of these days. It's quite fascinating. It's the oldest building here, if you can believe it. 200 years old, at least, and it serves the kitchen, the baths, the lavatorium, and it keeps it all separate. I'm glad to hear it's all separate. I'd never feel comfortable here otherwise. But it's apparently not far off from the kind of water management you'd find in the richest castles. Truly, we are blessed. It might not always feel that way, but yes! I think we are... Truly, we are blessed. Might not always think that way. I think we are. I mean, be that way. I screwed that up. Hold on. Truly, we are blessed. It might not always feel that way, but yes, I think we are. So how does it work? I must admit I couldn't tell you. Sister Catherine showed me a diagram she found in the library once, but it was a bit complicated for me. I know much more about how bodies work than buildings, I'm afraid. Speaking of... She leveled a finger at me with a mischievous glint in her eye. Are you going to get in the bath? You're looming a bit. Oh, well. Go on. I'll shut my eyes, I promise. She squeezed her eyes shut in a fashion that she might have intended to be jovial, but I couldn't help but feel condescended to. Nevertheless, I sighed and began to gingerly shed my layers. I balled up my damp clothes next to the empty tub, then stepped in as quickly as I could. If I could avoid being seen at all, that would have been grand. I take it you're in? I am. The water was not as warm as the bath Darcy had drawn for me after I'd first left my cell, but it was still a relief to sink into it. Moira opened her eyes again, blinking comically. This is nice! Indeed. I sank as low as I could and pulled my knees up to my chest. With my chin resting in the water, I could still peer at Moira over the lip of the tub. I did not want to be seen, but also did not want to be rude. So at the very least, I maintained eye contact. Black and blue. Excuse me? Oh, I'm sorry. I was just thinking aloud. Your humors, they're black and blue, aren't they? Well, mostly black. The little phlegm for color. Does that sound about right? No points for guessing that, I reckon. Eustace had appeared in the doorway. Oh! Are we changing the rating? I guess it depends on what Eustace does. She was already removing her hood as the door closed. I looked away out of modesty as soon as I saw she was casually shedding all of her clothes and haphazardly tossing them aside as she walked. Well, it's my job to notice these things. Do me next. That's easy. You are as phlegmy as they come, with just as much yellow bile sloshing around in there for good measure. You're like a big, clever soup. Goodness gracious. When are we eloping? Moira laughed and I could hear her flick some water in Eustace's direction. Then I realized something that gave me an instant sinking feeling. Well then. Who am I sharing with? Ooh, good question. I didn't really think about that. Well, hurry up and decide. It's getting nippy. Can we not get a third tub? We only have the two big ones. Or we only have the two big ones. Ah. We could play a game to decide. Too late, I've made up my mind. I braced myself. I knew it. Eustace was going to go in with Moira. I knew it. I braced myself, but the splashing sounds that followed came from the other tub. I opened my eyes to see Eustace. I knew Eustace was a redhead. I knew it. I sensed it. I opened my eyes to see Eustace, looking as nonplussed as ever, sitting next to Moira, who seemed wholly unperturbed. Thank God, I thought. I've never seen you without your cap, Hedwig. I mean... I guess you're right. It could be blonde or like a light brown. I have a feeling they're going for red, though. I just feel it. But you're right. Could be dark blonde or light brown. I've never seen you without your cap, Hedwig. I'd guessed you had black hair, but I suppose I'm still surprised to see it. Really? I felt like I knew the moment I saw her. Are my humors that pronounced? Do your humors do your hair color? So maybe she is blonde. Yes, but whose aren't? You put much more stock into that sort of thing than I do, I suppose. Well, it is my duty to know. True enough. What color do you think my hair is, Hedwig? I always assumed Moira was blonde. You're always wearing that thing in the bath, but I think I know. I'm asking Hedwig. Moira was still wearing her cap. She gestured at her head, dripping water onto Eustace's bushy brown hair. Okay, we have gotten word of God. I was wrong. Eustace is not a redhead. She's got brown hair. Eustace is a brunette. I will now change my headcanon. Eustace is a brunette. Dripping water on the Eustace's bushy brown hair in the process. Ah. Cancelled, unsub. No! I wouldn't really know how to deduce that. Take a wild guess. I frowned, squinting at Moira's eyebrows from across the room. Some sort of, I don't know, dark brown? Chestnut brown? Does the accent not give it away? Ow! Oh, she's Irish. Moira's the redhead. Moira elbowed Eustace, chuckling. No cheating. I feel like there's a clue you want me to recognize that I'm just not seeing. Hearing. Top of the morning, do you, Hedwig? Top of the morning, do you, Hedwig? I don't get it. Oh my God. Don't say that. Don't say that. With an impish grin, Moira tugged at her cap up a little. Oh! Moira's got black hair. Okay. Man, everybody's hair colors are different than I thought. So Moira's got black hair. A few locks of jet black hair draped across her face. Oh. Huh. Just like you, Hedwig! So, Moira and Hedwig have the same color hair. Color me shocked. how nice. Color me surprised. Eustace thought she had red hair. Black Irish, yeah. Did you expect a fiery Irish redhead? You win, you win. That is what Eustace was expecting. I genuinely had no idea what she was talking about. In fact, I was slightly irritated. I hadn't expected anything. How could I have? Even the considerate and kind Moira couldn't remember that until recently my entire world had been a few meters across. Sorry for the misdirect. I couldn't help myself. Red-headed. Like King David? Hmm? King David had red hair? I thought he had brown hair. What does it say in the Bible? He's described as Rufus, which means red-headed. Oh! Oh, I always took that to mean he was, well, you know, red-faced. As in his whole head is red. Really? Well, I could see that interpretation, but besides, in Song of Solomon, I remember thusly, Delectus meus canidirus et rubicundus. My lover is red-headed, his hair curly and black. Caput ejus aurum optimum, home ejus sicut elente palmarum, igre quasi corvus. Golden-faced is used similarly to red-headed here, I should think. Bible throwdown. They are. The nerds having a nerd off. You might be right. This is so exciting. I'm caught between two true scholars. It's like I'm at a real council. It's our job. That's right. Still, I like Hedwig's interpretation. It's fun to think about David having red hair. It's dramatic. I didn't care for Moira's use of the word interpretation here. Either Eustace was correct or I was, and I didn't much like the idea of being wrong. But I was grateful for the support. The conversation subsided for a while, and I became all too aware of the fact that this was a peculiar state for three women who had been at each other's throats early in the day to find themselves. I worried that Eustace and Moira felt the same way and prodded them with questions. So, do you all do this often? I should hope so. Bathing is very important for your health. I think she means, you know, together. Oh, yes, well, it's a little embarrassing at first, I suppose, but it's efficient, isn't it? I don't really plan around it, but there's enough of us here that you're going to run into someone else eventually. It's how things are done the world over. The Romans had huge communal bathhouses. Monks washed together, too. I must admit, though, a private bath every now and then is to die for. I suppose I've been lucky. Whenever I've come to use a wash basin so far, I've been all by myself. Is it difficult? Being around other people, I mean. Oh, I really should make sure this wouldn't be too big of a leap for you, especially after the day you've had. I'm quite all right. But I'd rather no one looked at me. Ever? That's right. Not while I'm in the nude, certainly. But in her brain, she's like, yeah, do not perceive me, any of you. It's nothing we haven't seen before. They spoke in unison. It's nothing we haven't seen before. Eustace down low, Moira way up high. So I've been doing their voices correctly. Okay. Still, all the same. But I understand. If I take my spectacles off, you'll just be a pale smudge. Would that help? Well, I'd prefer that over being defined. Actually, that's how I'd get over my embarrassment if I went to the onsen in Japan. I just take my glasses off. I'm like, I can't see anybody else, so I'll just pretend they can't see me. It's like psychologically helpful. I'd prefer that over being defined. Right, you are. I'll pop them off when it's time to dry off. By the way, Eustace, are you ever worried you'll drop your eyeglasses in the water? Those are really expensive, surely. Unbelievably. I'm lucky to have them. They're huge. I dread to think about how much they cost. Is glass expensive? Very. What do you mean, a ravenous bug bladder beast of trawl? What's that?
The creature from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh! I mean, I saw the movie. What?
That believes, if you can't see it, it can't see you.
Yes, that, I do become that. When I take my glasses off, it's true. Daedalus got that reference.
Yay!
Very.
Anyway, I'm playing Fantasy Life on 3DS.
Have fun.
Gonna force you to also play Fantasy.
I thought you wanted me to force me to play the new Fantasy Life.
We should. I also need to get a PC to play.
What, your new PC can't play it?
No, you.
Oh, well that's what the subathon's for. Soon, I'll be able to play Fantasy Life with you.
Well, you can play Fantasy Life right now. Well, not right now, but right now.
Oh yeah, I guess. Daedalus says, Dan is a hoopy frood who knows where his towel is. Noted.
It is true. I do, in fact, know where my towel is.
He says it's true. Oh goodness, yes. I'm sure you've noticed there aren't too many glass windows here. Let me think. There's the Superior's window, office window, the chapel. Wait, so is that open air behind them? I've had these for a very long time, and I hope they last. My eyesight's always been dreadful, but it could always get worse. Goodness, I'll pray for your sake. I wouldn't wish couching on my worst enemy. Couching? You cut the eye open, and then... Ooh! Oh, broken inwards? Moira, why did your brain go there first? I won't go into details. Thank you. So, Eustace, tell us. How did you afford those? That's a little forward, don't you think? True, but, well, we're already in the path, aren't we? Fair enough. I did some work for a glassmaker a long time ago, and took these instead of monetary payment. Ooh, what sort of work? Same as I do here, really. Information organization. Maintaining a library. Managing orders and logging events, that sort of thing. I was about to say it sounds like a lot of work, even for a pair of glasses, but I suppose none of us are being paid at all here. Oh no. I can't believe the convents are slave labor. It's a labor extortion racket. I'm just kidding. Cataract surgery? Ah! that's terrifying. How did they heal it back then? How did they heal that without your eye getting infected AF? Did people get stitches in their eyes? That's terrifying. I don't want to think about that. Ah! Okay, anyway. Oh, so she said she wouldn't wish couching on her worst enemy in case Eustace's vision got worse, not because of the glass getting broken and getting in her eyes or anything, but like if her vision got worse than her glasses could fix, then she might need couching. And she's like, "Oh, I don't wish that on you." Okay, I understand now. I get by fine. I don't miss the old job. What made you come here? Well, I had always wanted to retire to the countryside. And once I had a sturdy pair of eyeglasses, I reasoned, what else could I possibly want for? Oh. I guess Eustace had it together. Oh, I don't know. A rich husband, a beautiful home. I never wanted those things. Nor I. I did once upon a time. Now, though, I agree with you too, I think. At the very least, it'd take more than that to get me away from here. You know, over the past few weeks, I've been so overwhelmed by everything new to me here. When you interned at a game store and got paid in store credit? No! That's almost as bad as an unpaid internship. Damn. Paid in video games. I've been so overwhelmed by everything new to me here. Unless it was like a tabletop store, in which case paid in dice. I'm not sure I will ever truly get used to it. This life of asceticism might feel simple to you, but it'll never be simple to me. I was prepared to spend my whole life with much less than all this. That is a very helpful perspective, actually. Tabletop store, yeah, dice, really expensive board games, and some magic cards. I wouldn't mind getting rewarded with that type of thing. But still. The board games, that's not bad. You can't eat a board game, though. Or dice, as dice makers keep warning people, right? There was all those memes about, like, no, this isn't a forbidden treat. That is a very helpful perspective, actually. Yes. That's important to keep in mind, I think. Are you feeling better after everything? Everything that happened today, Hedwig? I don't know. Most of all, I just feel embarrassed. I think this is the most Hedwig has ever opened up to somebody. This is great, guys. You're mainly there so you could put management trainee on your resume? Man. I see. As I feel about skinship works, I guess so, even if y'all aren't touching. As I feel about my behavior in the Misericorde, yet still, forget about it. Yes, there's no need to worry, really. I think I would fare worse if I were in your shoes. And we can help you get better. In fact, I think it's our responsibility. Perhaps it was because we were all relaxed from our baths. Or perhaps there was something to be said for being naked and vulnerable in a room with other people after all. But this second round of apologies for the day felt genuine. I wondered how the ink on Moira's floor was faring. God damn it. It was hard to relax with that in the back of my mind. The conversation slowed down as we all focused on washing and scrubbing. And I soon realized that the most difficult challenge was yet to come. Oh, when we're all done and it's time to, get dressed, could I go first? Of course, but why? Well, it's just like we've been talking about. I'm not used to all this, and it's a bit embarrassing. Yes, that's it exactly. Hedwig the introvert has been adopted by Moira the extrovert. Real. Won't it be more embarrassing having us just sitting here watching you? Oh no, you told her and now she's realized. Don't confuse her. I'm trying to help. No, she's right. I mean, the most embarrassing would be all of us at once. Why? Because then you'll see me and I'll see both of you and we'll be close to each other. What if Eustace and I both close our eyes? That would work? Would it? Or, what if you two went first and I closed my eyes? That seems more, I don't know, efficient? I wasn't aware that efficiency was a concern. Honestly, this is the most I've ever had to think about being naked. Hedwig, I appreciate the offer, but I'm happy with letting you go first. And closing our eyes? Yes, don't be difficult. We just said we'd do our best to make her comfortable. I have no problem with that broadly, but doesn't it feel a bit weird to worry this much about seeing each other in the buff? Naked I came from my mother's womb and all that. Who cares? That's not for us to judge. It is a little bit. What about Matthew? Oh no, they're having a Bible off again. What about Matthew 5:28 or Leviticus 18:9? Again with the Leviticus, we're not actually sisters. I don't think that passage applies. Sister is a term of formal address. It has nothing to do with being actual siblings of any sort. I know you know that. She was right, of course, but that just irritated me more. I had really been counting on my superior sculptural knowledge to excuse me from being personally embarrassed, but alas. Thinking about it, Hedwig, I know this might be difficult, but how about we all just try doing it the normal way? Getting out and getting dressed all at once. I think Eustace is right to some degree. Judas! In what sense? That it'll be more difficult in the long run if you don't get used to it. I don't think that's anything you need to worry about. I'll just keep bathing alone when there's no one else here. Can we make a decision before I get too pruny? I think we should all get out on the count of 3. You said you weren't going to push me as far anymore. Hedwig, there are 3 of us here, and we all like each other. You had a tough day in the village, but you made it back in one piece. Surely this will be easy compared to what you went through around all those strangers. And the dog thing? I don't want to push you, but I also want to help you. And part of that, I think, might involve pushing you just a little bit. She's right. It's orgy time. I was about thinking, I was like, when they all get out together is Hedwig gonna have an awakening? She's right. If I have no choice, I had nothing left to argue with. My day had been thoroughly confusing, and if mingling naked with my shameless sisters was to be the capstone of the whole affair, so be it. I don't think it was Moira's argument that convinced me, however, or rather, it might have, but only because it made me consider the full weight of what I had seen in my vision. I don't know what it meant, but I certainly felt compelled by a newfound drive to stop stalling in every little aspect of my life. You do have a choice, but, let us get it over with. So, what if I get a glimpse of your, socket? Why would you say that? Belle chose! Good lord, that's old-fashioned. I'm a fancy little lady at heart. I took a deep breath and braced my arms against the edge of the tub. Eustace, however, was already standing up and drying herself off with a towel, and, you know, I've been meticulously detailed about almost every aspect of my days outside of my cell, but would you mind if I glossed over the rest of this? I don't particularly feel like describing Eustace and Moira's bodies any further, or my own for that matter. I have excised several minor details from my story as it is, after all. Which ones? Unreliable narrator. Which were the juicy secrets too juicy, or juicier than even Catherine's thing to tell us? I have been exhaustive, I will grant that, but I haven't told you every last meal I've eaten. I've not told you about every trip I've taken to the privies. I think our conversation in the baths was relevant information, but I think it will suffice to say that I did not enjoy getting dressed in front of my colleagues. But I was very brave about it. You can rest assured of that. Pruning is just as much responsibility as a chronicler as cataloging. Pruning is just as much my responsibility as a chronicler as cataloging, wouldn't you agree? What is important about this ordeal is that I was actually quite courageous and did not make any sort of scene at all. I got dressed alongside everyone else, and we departed the baths without incident. The incident, however, was not too far away. Of course, of course. As we passed the rectory on the way to the cloister, Moira gently grabbed my wrist. Ah, Hedwig, why don't we go in here? Whatever for? Aye, well, I have something I want to show you. In the rectory? We should go in. Is this what they were talking about earlier? Oh, were they like, ooh, we have a surprise party for her later? So we gotta stay longer in town so they have time to prepare? Is that what's going on? That's what she got mad about? Because it was for her? I was completely bewildered. The pair positioned themselves on either side of me and pushed me toward the steps, up to the large wooden door. Oh no, I thought, this is it. They knew I'm nosing around about Catherine's death. They were in cahoots and they were going to have me killed. No, I think I'd like to stay outside if it's all the same to you. Stop wriggling. Let's just go inside. It won't take a moment. No, thank you. What are you two doing? I'll scream. I was pushed through the large wooden doors. I stumbled backward into the room, bumping my backside into a chair that I held onto to stay upright. Gingerly, I turned around and... Took you long enough. A crowd was gathered around the rectory table. See, I was right. Around the rectory table, which was itself so laden with food that I could scarcely believe it hadn't buckled. Everyone present was smiling widely, and I felt reassured at the very least that I was not about to be murdered in a dark room. Unless it's a murderous feast. Welcome back, Hedwig. How was the village? It was a valuable experience. I'm glad to hear it. What is all of this? A few days ago, some of the sisters approached me with a reminder as St. Cecilia's feast day was approaching, which, if I am not mistaken, would be the feast day closest to your date of birth, yes? Oh, birthday party! That's a nice excuse because it's another saint's feast day. I think so? I had never had much need to track my birthdays whilst I was anchoress. Christmas was my mental marker for the passage of time. Although, once I thought about it, I did remember receiving a more handsomely prepared meal once every autumn for a few years when I was still a child in my cell. Oh, when you're just a kid, we're gonna have our little kid shut in a room. That kind of sounds really awful. You know, sorry we shut her up in this room, but we're going to make her an extra special meal on her birthday. God damn. Your friends suggested we celebrate. I must admit, St. Cecilia's Day is one that we have often neglected to mark with a proper feast day. But we all agreed it would be appropriate to throw a little bash for you. And for her saintliness, of course. I don't know what to say. Start with thanks, and we can go from there. Everyone chuckled. I smiled graciously, even though Darcy's remark felt far more cutting than she likely intended. How rude of me. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Everyone murmured appreciatively in response and moved toward their seats. Moira patted me on the back as she walked to her seat with a twinkle in her eye. See, that's what they were talking to each other about. Everyone began plating food from the generous piles of poultry, fish, and vegetables in front of them. I thought I recognized some of the carrots I had helped Darcy harvest not long ago. A plump roast duck sat in the center of the table, freshly killed by Eustace. It all looked and smelled delicious. I apologize for the little ruse. Moira suggested the surprise. Guilty! Everyone here contributed a little, however. Isn't that right? I do believe it was my general idea at first, if we're collecting accolades. Yes, but I remembered the feast day. Darcy somehow found the time to direct the preparations of this meal and bake those wonderful fritters of hers to take to the village. Speaking of, did any of those make it back? Oh, no, we gave everything away. A shame. But not a surprise. I'm sure the town couldn't get enough of them. We all helped in the kitchen, too. Eustace was in town! Who murdered the duck? I mean, it could have been prepared yesterday. Had to have taken a while to, kill it. I mean, not a while to kill it. A while to cook it. We all helped in the kitchen, too. Oh, we gotta do the locked room mystery around who killed the duck for the feast. Oh, I was distracted for a moment. Blue truth valid. I was distracted for a moment. Yes, Margaret, Adela, and Flora all graciously helped prepare the meal while you were in the baths.
Need to leave time for duck's blood to drain.
Dan's saying they need to leave time for the duck's blood to drain. I guess defeathering it also takes a while. If they left that all to Darcy. Which, let us not forget, I had drawn beforehand. That wasn't a spontaneous suggestion on Moira's part. It was all according to plan. This is also elaborate. Nobody has ever done anything like this for me before. And don't you forget it. Another chuckle went around the whole table. I smiled weakly. Tears were welling up behind my eyes. Oh, something nice finally happened. Marta and I had the very important duty of taste testing. That's right. And guess who set the table? Well, thank you all very much. I could feel everyone staring at me expectantly. This is really wonderful. I choked my words out, overcome with too many emotions at once. Mercifully, being on the verge of sobbing passed as simple gratitude to everyone else present. I was thankful, but I was also confused, anxious, hurt, terrified, as I mentioned too many things at once. I did not deserve any of this. I was not anyone's friend. I was a liar and a sneak. Oh, Hedwig. A dog set loose in a coop to root out a fox. Hedwig, it's okay. I gawked across the table at the superior, who smiled back at me. I found it incredible that nobody got caught in the puppet strings connecting her and I as they reached us for food. And as it's Saint Cecilia's feast day, I will be performing a little composition of mine in the chapel after our meal concludes. If anyone would like to join me for a rehearsal beforehand, I would appreciate the assistance. Margaret? Catherine? I'd rather... There is nowhere we'd rather be, but I do think we have some urgent matters to attend to once this is over. Urgent? Well, we were helping prepare all this for most of the day. I have some important tasks I set aside. It was my pleasure, just so you know, Hedwig. Of course. Well, if it is urgent, of course you may be excused. Since when is anything around here urgent? Ow! Flora glared at Catherine, who maintained an utterly innocent expression. To everyone else, barring any emergencies, you are invited and encouraged to assist. Either way, we must all convene in the chapel later. This was met with a ripple of non-committal murmuring. I could tell the food was excellent, as was to be expected, but as I ate, I felt like I was sitting next to myself. I could not taste the juicy duck or the rich gravy. I was having it described to me secondhand. Everything I could taste, smell, hear, and see felt like it wasn't really there. Are you feeling well, Sister Hedwig? Oh, my apologies. I have had a long day. What was it like going down to the village? That must have been quite an adventure for you. It was. I'm afraid I did not adjust to the experience as well as I could have. It was all a bit stressful. But I think she'll do better next time. Perhaps a picnic or some such? Yes! We more or less came up with the same idea, didn't we, Hedwig? Well, that was Moira's idea, but that's right. Wonderful news. I do apologize for the stressful assignment, Hedwig. It was the best I could come up with on short notice. She took a sip of wine, but kept her eyes on me. Oh, she thought she was being cool, killing two birds with one stone by, having Hedwig away so they could do the surprise party and investigating the murder at the same time. Well, I suppose it was all worth it for this. Hear, hear. Although I am not sure. I was not sure I was worth all this trouble. Hedwig! I'm not sure how I can repay you all for this. You've all been very kind, and well... You do not have to repay us for any of this. Absolutely not. That isn't the point. If you really must feel like you are doing something for us in turn, you could keep your self-flagellation to a minimum. Ooh, you hear that? You can indulge us in some questions about yourself. You've been out of that little cell for weeks now, and I still feel like I don't know you as well as I should. That's a fantastic idea. If she's up to it. No escape. I'll do my best. In that case, where are you from? Germany is where I was born, but I don't remember anything about it. I suppose you could say, I'm from here? You do not remember anything about where you were born. There's very little I can recall about my life before I took my oaths, I'm afraid. Is there anything at all you can remember? Any particular places? Your parents? No. I don't have any recollections of my mother or father. I'm sorry. Crumbs, there's no need to apologize. I just can't imagine what that's like. Don't listen to her, Hedwig. That sounds positively blissful. Oh, for her, I'm sure. Hedwig von Lindbarrow. Thanks, Flora. I do remember one thing. I think. It's hard to know, in fact, if it's a memory at all. But it is, at least, the very least, something I know I could never have picked up in my cell. Everyone leaned forward slightly. I remember the smell of the ocean. That's all, for the most part. There are little bits and pieces I associate with that smell. I try my hardest to recall, but nothing substantial. I was just about to say the smell of the ocean is one of my strongest memories as well. You and I have more in common than I expected, Sister Hedwig. Oh, we can connect with Adela about smelling nasty, salty ocean. I'm just kidding. Can you speak any other languages? I don't think so. My grasp of our own language leaves much to be desired. I'm not sure a second one would find much purchase in my head. Perhaps you could forget a few phrases like find purchase to make room. Catherine. I remember the saltiness of the sea. And if I try hard enough, I think I could describe the sound of waves. But beyond that, my earliest memories are, well, the office of the dead. Ah! How beautiful. Bit morbid for a first memory. I don't find it morbid. The cry of the seagulls, a name, Ushinomiya. And hey, Lindbarrow has a house haunted by a murder. I don't find it morbid. It's a very comforting memory, actually. The bishop read it for you, I presume? I would have liked to witness that. It was before my time. 20 years ago. I had just taken my vows at Bournegrove. Man, everybody's from Bournegrove! Yes. All in all, I remember it being quite a moving ceremony. That's lovely. I'm glad it's a positive memory for you. Oh, everybody's gathering in. After that, it mostly becomes a blur. Not in a bad way, it's more like the rest of my life. Up until very recently was one long meditation. Things tend to move faster and slower all at once in a small place, don't they? God, yeah. Unless you got an internet. No, I'm just kidding. They're all from the DLC from Bloodborne Grove. No. Time is the same always, I think. That makes a fair bit of sense to me, actually. It certainly describes how I felt after moving here. Which reminds me, how were my old stomping grounds, Hedwig? Did anyone mention me? She shot me an oddly piercing look. No. I'm afraid not. A shame. I'm sure the place is falling apart without me. The grapes they've been sending up to us haven't been tasting as good ever since you left. You know what? I think you're right. Eat. We mustn't let all this food go to waste. And we're due in the chapel for that little recital. Everyone groaned, and the table-wide conversation dissipated as the sisters ate their fill. My stomach was still rather uneasy. I tried to eat as much of the admittedly delicious meal as I could, but I could not keep up with any of the others. I watched the others eat as I picked at my own plate. I couldn't help but notice that Angela was not present. I was not surprised that an event, even partially in my honor, did not interest her. I was inclined to agree with Angela's assessment. Girl, come on. You've been... If you're miserable when people don't like you, and you're miserable when people are being nice to you, when are you gonna be happy? I was not worth this level of pageantry. As I forced the last bit of food down my throat. Marsh! You guys! As I forced the last bits of food down my throat, all I could think was the disappointment Moira would feel as soon as she entered the dorms. Her unwarranted kindness toward me would dissipate instantly as soon as she realized what had happened. I looked across the table at her innocent, smiling face. Ooh, this is rough. She would hate me the instant she truly knew me. No! The piles of food slowly wore down to nothing. Conversation began to start back up, albeit quieter, calmer. Everyone, it seemed, was at peace after this decadent meal in my name. I'll never get tired of your cooking, Darcy. Thanks, I will never get tired of doing it. Thank goodness for that. Really good work, Darce. Everyone chimed in with a murmured agreement, even Flora, who looked uncharacteristically content. It was a lovely meal, Darcy. Thank you, everyone. If you would all excuse me, I must go and prepare for the recital while this gets cleaned up. Would you assist me, Hedwig? Yes, Superior. On her own feast day? What did she do to deserve this? More than Catherine could know. I don't mind. In truth, I couldn't wait to be free of the crowded rectory, if only for a few minutes. I gave the sisters a polite bow of my head and followed the Superior out of the room. The rain had ceased, just as our meal had concluded. We walked briskly along the path between the rectory and the chapel. The evening air was cool and pleasant after the rain, although dark clouds were still threatening above us. The Superior seemed oddly tense as we approached the large doors. Somehow I knew nobody would volunteer to help me in the chapel. But it made for a good show, don't you think? Nobody will suspect a thing. My apologies, Superior, but I have no idea what you mean. She did not reply. The Superior held open the heavy chapel door for me and ushered me inside. I obliged, then let out an embarrassing yelp as I saw two people waiting for me inside. One was large. Oh, is this the guy we were talking about earlier? One was large and stately. I did not recognize him. The other... Angela. Oh, it's about time. My apologies, Sister Angela. Angela had been sitting in a pew near the altar, but she had risen to meet us as soon as the door opened. There was no mistaking her lanky form, even in the dim evening light. What? Yeah. The person sitting next to her, however... Sister Hedwig, you have met this man before. although you may not recognize him. The bishop! Ooh! The bishop's here! Coinciding with that armored retinue. I wish we could be meeting under more pleasant circumstances, my child. But it is nonetheless a pleasure to see you in the flesh once more. It is an honor to meet you again, Mr. This is His Excellency Richard Bell, the Bishop of Carlisle. My goodness, my apologies, Your Grace. The portly man gently waved away my apology. Worry not. I have met no one else in a situation as unique as yours. Yeah, you missed the hot spring scenes. There were... Oh, no, you saw the boobs. Okay. You're setting up your letterboxd? Oh, boy. Oh, boy, are you gonna leave funny reviews? That's, like, the best thing to do on Letterboxd is just see people's, like snarky reviews. I have met no one else in a situation as unique as yours. I realize this must all be very strange to you. He knows? Yes. I briefed both him and Angela on the extent of our investigation this afternoon. Nice. Have fun. I technically have a Letterboxd account. I haven't touched it in quite a while, though. I haven't watched a lot of movies, to be fair. I could not believe it. I gawped at Angela, who made a point of looking straight past me. My travels brought me here a little earlier than expected. Such a tragic situation. I felt I should be more present than my usual monthly visit for the sacrament allows. I will be here for just over a week to offer counsel to the grieving, and our investigation shall continue apace. The man sighed heavily. I appreciate your diligence, but it sounds to me as if you are staring the answer in the face and refusing to believe it. I do not think it's that simple. I believe, as does Hedwig after her own extensive research, that James Foreman is innocent. Which would mean one of your charges is a murderer. How could you even entertain such a ghastly idea? One of the writers of Pulp Fiction rated the Konosuba movie 5 out of 5 on it. Really? I did not know this information before today. Call it one of my hunches. Have I been wrong before? Mabel. Is her name Mabel? The Mother Superior's name is Mabel? Come now. Have I? Have I? What have your other hunches been? I told you that I had a bad feeling about building a clock tower onto the site of the chapel. It was a foolish idea. And lo and behold, it fell down not a month into construction. A lucky guess. I have a storied career of lucky guesses then, Your Excellency. Before I was appointed abbess, this place was on death's doorstep. I have cultivated and pruned it into a garden. A simple one, perhaps, but a garden nonetheless. I do not mean to insult you, Mabel. In fact, it is my respect for your work that gives me such pause. How could I believe that one of the sisters you preside over, many of whom came to the church under your selection, would be capable of such a thing? The superior did not have an answer for this. I recall that I could hear her teeth grinding in the ensuing silence. I do applaud your ingenuity in recognizing that Hedwig here would be an impartial observer. But it seems to me this whole situation has gotten out of hand. Please forgive this hypothetical, dear sister, but why is Angela part of this trusted circle now? I would like to note that I too believe James Foreman is guilty. I am just entertaining your superior's logic for a moment, if you will allow me. Of course. Well, Mabel, Hedwig I understand, but what places Angela above suspicion? Sister Angela is my prior. It would be impossible, as well as unethical, for me to continue to keep this investigation from her. She found James and accused him to begin with. I should like to put her belief through its paces. Gonna really test her golden truth, huh? Real Foreman. You haven't made that joke before. That's what we gotta call him now. She was fucking Grill. No. I should like to put her belief through its paces. She is to be your successor. Indeed. Oh no, Angela's gonna be the future Mother Superior? No! Everybody's gonna jump out the windows. Everybody's gonna jump off the cliff. And while I disagree with her position on Mr. Foreman's alleged crime, I love and respect her. Raising my eyebrows. I would like this to be a learning experience for her. My dearest Mabel, I know you love and respect all of your nuns. Why then must you believe that one of them is a killer? And why couldn't it be Angela? The superior and Angela looked at each other. Angela grimaced. Well, grimaced more prominently than usual. I can account for all of my movements the night Catherine was murdered. I'm sure everyone here can. And they can be vouched for. Oh? Angela was in my office at the likeliest time of Catherine's slaying. In your office? Complaining. I was vigorously arguing against the misapplication of yet more of the Abbey's funds, and requesting action be taken against some of our sisters' poor behavior. There might have been more items on my list. It is my responsibility as prior to check the superior when I sense things are wrong. Nobody could possibly overlook your diligence. You mean to tell me that her alibi is that she was arguing with you long enough to be sure she was not involved? Forgive me, but that sounds rather unbelievable. The superior and I exchanged a glance. Angela looked away and exhaled sharply. It's true. All eyes turned to me. As ludicrous as this story sounded, I thought back to my conversations with the superior in her office. Those walls and that door were thick. As angry as it made me to imagine Catherine's death being overlooked by the Abbey's authority, simply because they were bickering, it was all too plausible. That is believable, actually. My goodness. I will do my best to stay on your good side, Sister Angela. I will keep that in mind, Your Excellency. Why didn't you tell me this before? Either of you. I had hoped to inform you last night, as it happens. I thought back to the events of the previous evening. Angela had indeed said something to me before leaving the Misericorde. Or rather, before she was practically chased out by Catherine. My understanding of these events suddenly felt a little clearer. It certainly explained why Catherine bristled so much at Angela's presence. Did Catherine perhaps detect an ulterior motive in Angela? The same motive that so far nobody had detected in me? Catherine decapitated herself and arranged her corpse as the ultimate prank? She komaeted it? I made the decision very recently. The day before yesterday, in fact. It has been conspicuous enough to have you emerge from your cell and start poking around into these horrific events. Two of you at once would have been a touch obvious, I should think. I would have refused to do it. And now? Now it would seem I have no choice, Your Excellency. We are in a strange situation, to be sure. But I think between us we can make sure justice is done. I will stay out of your way. I do not wish to involve myself in any investigation. It feels rather wrong for me to be anything but an impartial visitor. Of course. However, if anything suspicious is told to you throughout the course of your counseling... Suspicious? Where would the line be? I believe I am giving you ample leeway to deal with the situation the way you see fit. I can think of precious few members of the diocese that would accept your actions in this situation, let alone grant you the freedom to make half the decisions you have made in the first place. I understand. Removing an anchoress from her cell is such a unique course of action, I would not even know where to begin explaining it to the Archbishop. I am not sure there is even precedent on the books for how you might be punished if the situation came to light. I hope for all our sakes that your radical decisions here at least yield some results. If they did, I might have an easier time preventing you from being excommunicated. Ooh, Mother Superior might be in trouble. Or worse. I felt a lump building in my throat. I'd been so preoccupied with my own fragile situation at the Abbey that I hadn't even considered the wider world of church politicking. We will solve this mystery, and I will be vindicated. I truly hope so. England is at war with itself, and the last thing the church needs is to appear weak and ineffectual. It must be a beacon at all times, a standard for the world to live up to. We will not fail. Very well. There was a moment of silence as we all collected ourselves. The Superior looked grimmer than I had ever seen her. She breathed deeply and seemed to stare right through the bishop, who was offering Angela and I an apologetic smile. Nobody spoke. There was little else to add, I suppose. The bishop turned to the Superior, his mood suddenly cheerful. I understand that you are performing in a moment. It would be an honor to attend. Yes. Yes, of course. She snapped out of her dark expression. We have just had a feast day for Saint Cecilia, and I shall be performing a short composition in her honor. How delightful. Angela and Hedwig, I would like you two to meet me in my office once we are done here. I would like the two to share your... Oh, hello. Am I still too early? No. Come in, take a seat. Catherine's smile evaporated when she saw Angela and I standing together. She thinks she might get tattled on? She looked away and busied herself with the doorstop so the rest of the sisters could flow in. Everyone else trickled in behind her. I noticed Margaret hanging back to whisper something to Catherine, who reacted to whatever Margaret had told her with an expression of bewilderment. She shook her head and shrugged. Margaret looked oddly panicked. Margaret? They did make an excuse to make themselves scarce, the two of them. But whatever Catherine meant with that gesture seemed to put her mildly at ease. I was just about to turn away when her eyes met mine. I whirled away, hoping she did not feel as if I had been spying on her. The gaggle of nuns that had entered the chapel was haphazardly morphing into an orderly line to greet the bishop, who was standing near the front of the room. He had put on a hat in the intervening moments and looked much grander all of a sudden. Behind him, the Superior fiddled with the portative organ. People were bowing to the bishop, kissing his ring gently. I realized that I had failed to properly greet him in this manner when I first entered the room and quickly joined the line. How far gone was I to forget to address my betters? To forget how to address my betters? It had only been a few short weeks since I had left my cell, after all. I was standing behind Catherine in line. Darcy was speaking to the bishop ahead of us. She scarcely had to stoop to plant her lips on the ring, and she did so without saying anything. Catherine stepped up as Darcy glided away. Katerina, my darling. You look healthy. This place has done you good, hasn't it? I can't complain. The bishop chuckled and wagged a finger at her before extending his hand for her to kiss. She bent low and took his hand in hers as she planted her lips on the golden band. She stepped away. I walked up to the bishop hesitantly, expecting to be admonished. I can't say I've ever had this happen before. This is a first for both of us, Your Excellency. Indeed. He chuckled. I was not joking. He held out his hand. My lips felt dry in the cool air of the chapel, but even in my sorry state, I could not let myself wet them with my tongue in front of this man. I bent down to kiss the ring. As soon as my mouth touched the metal, I realized I had no idea what to do. I bounced off awkwardly. I stood back up to face the bishop, hoping that it had not been as unpleasant an experience for him as it had been for me. He simply smiled and waved me off. Ah, Margaret, how have you been faring? It is complicated, Your Excellency. I moved out of earshot and took a seat next to Moira. She had eagerly scooted aside to accommodate me as soon as she saw me leaving the line to greet the bishop. Everyone was seated eventually, all save for the superior and the bishop. The bishop stood off to the side of the altar as the superior adjusted her instrument. She cleared her throat and addressed the chapel. Hello, everyone. I don't mean to keep you all waiting, but I am experiencing some problems with the organ. She pressed a few keys. The portative wheezed and sputtered, but did not produce whatever sound the superior was hoping for. Well... She began to play a tune. The instrument was not up to the task. No! The Mother Superior humiliating herself. She didn't pull out the right stops. No! One more try. Perhaps if I could feel Moira shrinking in her seat next to me. Oh, no. There we are. La! There was an echoing clunk as something inside the contraption shifted miraculously. The organ sputtered to life. Okay, something's happening. A hushed voice from behind startled me. It could have been much worse, believe me. She's trying her best. Oh, is she bad at this? I see. I do not wish to be unkind, so I will simply say that I am grateful that the superior shared her passion with us in such enthusiasm. When the performance finally ended, there was a smattering of applause. Oh, no wonder everyone tried to dip. The superior gave her audience an odd little curtsy in response. The bishop awakened with a jolt and hastily started clapping along with us. I looked over at Moira, who was smiling sheepishly. She stood up as the clapping died down. I tucked my knees in to let her pass. She walked up to the altar to speak to the superior, clearly offering some congratulations directly. The voice from behind muttered in my ear again. We are all getting together to throw a real celebration in the cellars later tonight. It was like, oh yeah, big feast. You want to get crunk on your birthday? Oh! Margaret and Catherine implied re-sabotaged it when they were cleaning Hedwig's bile from the introduction day. Oh! Damn! They're mean. Well? You rewatched the first vid today? So you figured it out. Hey, nice catch. We're all getting together to throw a real celebration in the cellars later tonight. Another voice whispered in my other ear, much later tonight. Midnights, in fact. I shuddered. Catherine was the last person I wanted to spend time with after midnight, but I wasn't sure refusal was an option from the tone of their voices. What sort of celebration? Your feast day, of course, but also a proper wake for Sister Catherine II, sending off the old chronicler and welcoming the new one properly. Oh, you can't throw this opportunity away. The gulp, I nodded slowly. That's a lot of celebrating for one day, but that's the spirit. You'll manage. You will come. Correct? Yes. I heard the two of them stand up. Catherine patted me on the shoulder and squeezed hard. Her nails dug into my skin through my robe for just an instant. Yeah! I'm looking forward to it. I was not enjoying this new relationship that had evolved between Catherine and myself. In retrospect, I wonder if our shared secret was driving her to attempt to be earnestly friendly with me in her own unique way. But I think it's equally as likely that she was taking some kind of sick pleasure in taunting me, even though what I knew of her liaison, were I the kind of woman to spread rumors, surely had her in check. As I left the chapel, I noticed Angela standing outside, waiting for me. My heart sank. I might have opted for another hour of portative organ recital over this meeting. The superior says we should have this discussion ourselves. The rest of the sisters passed us by. Once they were out of earshot, Angela continued. She is busy and trusts to get what I need out of you. And it might be suspicious if all three of us started taking meetings with her in her office. Yes, if I had not just explained the exact reasoning to you already, that would be a reasonable guess. Shall we walk? Lead the way. I've just been waiting to end the stream till the end of the day, but this day just keeps going. She turned around and set off down the path to the garden. Tell me what you know. There's really not much to tell yet. You've had almost 3 weeks. What have you been doing? Well, I have had to adjust to a new life, and I've been doing my utmost not to raise suspicions. I must confess that I do not understand why it has taken you so long to adjust, as you put it. The way the superior told it to me, you positively jumped at the chance to leave your cell. That is not true! She turned to me, incredulous. Really now? I was practically forced out! You agree? You woke up crazy early today, but you ain't giving up on the stream for any of them. For death or for glory. Okay. I'm sorry about that then, Daedalus. I have a feeling it's probably going to end pretty soon, though. I mean, it's night. We've had so much stuff happen today. What else could there be? Well, there's the... Oh, wait. They're going to have the celebration. Maybe I'll stop right before they start the celebration, the wake. I'll stop before the wake. I was practically forced out. I would have much rather stayed. Why would I willingly break such a sacred vow? One that I held for almost 20 years. It's true that I was moved by the superior's cause. But if there was a way I could have helped without leaving my cell, I would have chosen it. I imagined an alternate path, one where I maintained my life as anchoress while the superior brought me information to judge impartially, and became very angry with myself. If I had fought for myself, perhaps I could have solved this ghastly crime and not had my life's work thrown away. Interesting. Do you believe me? I can certainly see the superior glossing over some details in her zeal. She had already unlocked my door by the time I had a chance to protest. That does sound like her. Impulsive. Bullheaded. No wonder she has such a fascination with Catherine's death. Do you not share that interest? Did Catherine earn some scorn somehow? Catherine earned plenty of scorn, but that's not what I meant. I just mean that despite all of their differences, she and Catherine shared a similar distaste for simple answers. She felt very strange. It felt very strange talking to Angela this candidly. I would not describe her as being any more friendly than usual. In fact, her attitude was putting my teeth on edge. But at the very least, it was more of a real conversation than I was used to having with her. So you still think that James did it, correct? Even after the superior explained everything? Yes, I do. Oh. That being said, perhaps there is something you can tell me that would change my mind. Hence why I asked you to tell me everything you knew several minutes ago, I think. Well, I wouldn't know where to begin. I'm not even sure what I've seen or heard would count as any sort of clue or hint. Why not start by telling me the strangest things you've seen first? And I'll decide what is pertinent and what is typical Lynn Barrow oddness. In that case, the most absolute out-of-place thing I've seen is... I realized how ridiculous I might sound, but the thing weighing on my mind the heaviest. Go on. Well, I saw a ghost. Or perhaps even a demon. If James did it, there would not be a visual novel! Unless that's the twist! At any rate, an apparition of some sort. I can't imagine why the Superior has summoned my help in this matter. I had heard that your ghost situation was an elaborate prank, no? One of Eustace's little dress-up games? That's what everyone thinks, but you did not see a ghost. Let us move on. Tell me something else. I really did, though. Eustace can't account for one of the visitations I remember. Please take this seriously, Hedwig. I do not have time for folk tales, and I definitely do not want to waste my time on this already spurious investigation being played for a fool. If this is an extension of some practical joke, please drop it. Tell me something else. I promise you this is no joke. Well, I saw the same figure a few other times outside my cell window on the second floor of the cloister. In fact, when I bumped into you on that first day, I joined the congregation. I was running up to try to see who it was. Angela let out a deep, almost rattling sigh. It was Eustace. She did the same infantile act in the Misericorde later. No. Yes, but she swears that the time outside my window wasn't her. So she is lying. And she swears the ghost in the hallway was her. But I saw her not minutes later. In her night clothes, no, like, girl, okay, we're gonna figure out the door thing we figured out now. In fact, the only person I didn't see on the landing after that incident was you. She shot me a look so piercing I physically recoiled. I was blissfully already fast asleep while all that nonsense was happening. My shrieking didn't wake you up? No, it did not, and if you were really insinuating that I'm your prime suspect, this would be quite a precarious situation for you, wouldn't it? She glared at me meaningfully as my head whipped around in a panic. Realizing how utterly alone we were in the garden, I looked back at her in dismay and nearly screamed when I saw what she had produced in her hands while I had been looking away. Ah, knife! You! If I were a murderer who felt you were on my trail, I could have punctured your neck silently whenever I liked, as soon as we passed behind the hedgerows. She idly held the knife out and pressed the flat side of the blade under my chin, tilting my head upward to forcibly meet her gaze. That's a little unnecessary, isn't it, Angela? Ooh, ah. We stayed locked like that for just a moment, before she finally retracted her hand. I carry this for self-defense. Some joke. I thought it was rather amusing. She twirled the little dagger in her hands idly. Where did you get it? I've had it for years. A keepsake from my old convent. I thought I had lost it ages ago, but I am glad to have found it again recently. It helps me feel safer in troubled times such as these. Well, if she lost it and then found it again, maybe the killer, like, stole it. But James is locked up in the hospitalum. Your point? Well, if you're still feeling unsafe, perhaps deep down, you know it could have been someone else. I doubt James is the only pervert who lurks around Linbarrow Tor. I see. Is that why you've agreed to help the Superior, then? You think there's someone else out there? Possibly. Her eyes narrowed. My tone was incredulous, at least, as incredulous as I could sound while as nervous as I was, and she could see it. She let out a short, sharp sigh, then took a step closer towards me. That's what you were thinking after all the sword found with Catherine was clean? Yeah. Yeah. That knife did the deed. Maybe. I had always been wary of Angela, but I had assumed she was personally unpleasant. Shall we say at the very worst? This outright malice she radiated, twirling a dagger between her fingers, was repellent to me. Well, what will you do when we find who really killed Catherine? Let me be perfectly clear. I firmly believe I have already found the man who really killed Catherine. I have stated it many times and will continue to state it. But I am open to investigating the matter closer, if only to prove that I am correct. Hard to cut off a head with a knife, but not impossible. Yeah. It's not like these nuns are forensic specialists. I found him skulking around not far from the cloister after Sister Charity found the body. On her morning walk, yes. The Superior did tell me that much. Morning walk? Charity does not take morning walks, at least no further than the cloister. Charity's suspicious! What on earth do you mean? Of course she does. Angela let out another sigh, not as short and sharp this time, but filled with a sort of sympathetic condescension. She put her arms behind her back and began to walk again, leading me through the hedges. I really must press you for every last little detail now. More than anything else, I can help you find inconsistencies and lies. Do not take this the wrong way, but you are rather credulous. I do not mean to be insulting. It's to be expected of someone who spent 20 years locked up in a little room. My quarrel is with the Superior, not you. If this was how Angela treated people she had no quarrel with, I dreaded to imagine how she argued with people she did. I began to wonder if the Superior had ever seen Angela's knife come out. That would be wild. Charity does not take morning walks. She is too old and too fat for that sort of thing. What the fuck? The furthest she walks in the morning is from the dorm to the chairs she and Marta share. I would consider that a morning walk. It is a walk in the morning, I suppose, but I do not think that is the image meant to be conjured by that phrasing. Charity would very much like the Superior, or whoever she tells her story to believe that she exercises rigorously. This has absolutely nothing to do with Catherine's murder. No, it doesn't. This has absolutely nothing to do with Catherine's murder. No, it doesn't. But I think it makes for a good object lesson. People lie constantly. It is practically a reflex for most of the women here. Has Catherine recounted her story to you? Oh, the falling down the stairs? Somebody said he got his head cut off. I very quickly tried to remember exactly what I could say to Angela in response without angering Catherine. I was making too many enemies. She told me that she was forced out of Linbarrow Village because of politics. Or some such. Not a lie, but certainly an obfuscation. Catherine was accused of murdering her husband. I did my best to feign surprise. My goodness. Did she? Did she really do it? In truth, I don't believe so, but she doesn't like to talk about it either way. I imagine it must be very hurtful to discuss, especially if it was a false accusation. Yes, which is why I relented finally after arguing the superior for long enough. As sure as I am that James is the culprit, I must admit the prospect of being wrong haunts me. Not that an innocent man's life would be ruined, but just that she'd be wrong. You can always be honest by not saying the unhonest part. Reverend Judd Duplicity. Oh, I understood that reference. Wake Up Dead Man. You know what? I've been thinking of Wake Up Dead Man a lot today during the stream. You could always be honest by not saying the unhonest part. He was such a good character, by the way. Father Judd. Brother Judd. I still gotta show Dan that movie, but I guess we gotta watch Glass Onion first. Even though I feel like there's probably more of a mystery in Wake Up Dead Man than Glass Onion, but anyway. As sure as I am that James is the culprit, I must admit the prospect of being wrong haunts me. I spoke to James. He is in a lot of pain. Similar pain, I think. Not like there's strict continuity. That's true. That's true. We had completed a loop of the garden. Angela doubled back and I followed. Neither of us spoke as we... Oops, not again. Neither of us spoke as we made our way back between the flower bushes. Angela appeared deep in thought, and I was hopeful that I could find an excuse to take my leave as soon as possible. However, she finally stopped and began to recount the facts she had organized in her head as we walked. I was stuck listening. Charity found Catherine in the cloister, beheaded next to the murder weapon. She alerted the superior, whose office I was in at the time, and we had spent the whole night arguing about the various issues around the Abbey. When I left the office, I ran into Eustace coming up from the cellars, and told her to rouse the rest of the sisters and search the west side. I myself immediately began a search of the grounds east of the cloister, while the superior comforted Charity. Yeah, Wake Up Dead Man was definitely better than Glass Onion, IMO. Yeah, I enjoyed it better. It's straight up. As much as some of the gags were pretty funny. Glass Onion was pretty funny, even if the mystery was kind of whatever. I myself immediately began a search of the grounds east of the cloister while the superior comforted Charity. I found James skulking away from the Abbey, and Darcy discovered his bloodied cloak not far from his cart. That is the story, as meticulously detailed as I can tell it. Why was Eustace in the cellar? I mean, a lot of them seem to like to go to the cellar, but it would be nice to hear her testimony. Now, have you heard or seen anything that contradicts those events or casts a new light upon them? I had to take a minute to rack my mind. I began to realize how little investigating I had done. I suppose the mysterious figure doesn't count. It does not. Then, James claims he was not wearing his cloak when he delivered the mail that morning. That's something, surely, and... You said Darcy found his cloak on the west side of the Abbey, yes? I see what you're getting at. James was found on the east side, but his cloak was on the other end of the Abbey by the front entrance. Yes! Surely, this proves he's telling the truth. I remember it being particularly windy that day, as it often is here on the mountain. It is possible his cloak simply came loose as he attempted to make his escape. I suppose that is possible. Eustace doesn't have the excuse of tending the wine. I guess it's like a really early, right? Probably nobody had any business down there that early. She was the one with access to the sword, and that hasn't been investigated yet. However, it is also possible it did not. Therefore, we must find a way to reconcile this discrepancy one way or the other. Did James tell you anything that might help? He said that Catherine would be able to vouch for him. Angela looked at me with an oddly quizzical expression, and I quickly added some detail. But because he saw her in the library when he was delivering a letter. I see. And has Catherine confirmed this? Yes, but it wasn't enough for the superior when I told her. Why not? Because, well, I actually saw Catherine and James speaking to each other. Quite recently, in fact. Nonsense. It is true! I followed her out into the hills one night. I did not know it was her at first. But we crossed paths when she returned. Unfortunately, I didn't overhear exactly what they spoke about. You followed Catherine all the way out to the hospitalum? Yes. All by yourself? Yes. Angela's eyebrows were liable to disappear underneath her white cap. And here I was thinking you always refused to take the initiative. The superior neglected to inform me of that particular wrinkle. I'm starting to think I may have accidentally made Catherine the superior's top suspect. I must admit, it might make her mine. If I entertain the idea that it was not James, at least. You think her story is tainted because of it? It is hard to imagine a scenario where the two can be taken at their word alone, which, I am afraid, puts us in a stalemate. The superior sent me down to the village to see what the general opinion about Catherine's old murder case was. She wanted me to judge how believable the idea of Catherine killing someone was. What nonsense. It did feel a bit aimless. I'm not particularly used to the public. No, I mean, that's not why she sent you down to the village. She sent you all down there so the rest of the sisters could work on your feast. That's a waste of time and a rather tasteless way to treat a very serious matter, I agree. I had guessed that the others had certainly made use of my absence to prepare a surprise, but the idea that the entire trip had been a frivolous exercise had me seething. All that anguish for nothing. She could have just kept me in the library for the day. Indeed. Well, the bishop is here now, and his arrival used to be your deadline. With him here... Angela stroked her chin with a bony finger and gazed at the rapidly darkening sky. Let us make a pact, you and I. Forget what the superior says. She means well, but she is not equipped to handle this situation. I don't understand. The superior is desperate to save face in front of the bishop. Their relationship is strained, that much I know. She believes that if she can present him with a salacious explanation to this tragedy, he will overlook years of shoddy leadership. She is looking for accolades, for a promotion. So what do we do differently? Nothing. Only when we have our answer. Whether it is assurance that James was the killer, or if we discover the unthinkable and accuse one of our own, we report to the bishop ourselves. Why? To get the proper credit for our work, of course. Noble as her intentions might seem, I detect an undercurrent of self-satisfaction. I shook my head. Angela had spat a lot of venom this evening, but this was too much. I don't believe the superior is that selfish. For the first time ever, I heard Angela laugh. It was a deeply unpleasant, mirthless squawk. You just told me she pulled you out of your cell against your will. You are being used. You and I are both being used. I had no answer for this. The last bit of daylight was fading. Wind rustled the flower bushes, and for a moment I felt like I could hear the sea. Nothing else about our work changes. We can work separately, even. I know you might prefer that. Pieces on a chessboard, if you will. Ah, we're pieces! That's stupid in the chat. I certainly would. And we will meet with the superior at her request. But when it is time to give the bishop an answer, we give it to him. Angela held her hand out to me. I thought about my cell and the peace those walls provided. I thought about the sheer terror I had felt when I heard the rattle of the superior's keys, and the ugly sobs I had stifled with my pillow that night. I thought about the childish rage that I had felt as I had thrown that soiled copy of Matthew from my window, and the sheer terror I had felt when I saw whoever it was outside watching me. I thought about Catherine speaking to me through the squint, and how I would never, ever have a conversation like that with another soul. I grasped my hand around Angela's wrist, and she wrapped her fingers around mine. I could feel the hard leather strap of a sheath as we shook hands, and immediately regretted my decision. She was holding the sheath of the knife in her hand as she shook it. The poetry! The symbolism! Anyway, that's a great place to stop. Quick save complete. I'm gonna do a serious save. Okay. Okay. I'm seriously saved. Thank you for going so long. I was just hoping I wouldn't keep you guys up, like, too long. I was just waiting for a good time to stop, but it just kept going and going. This was such a crazy day, full of stuff, that it took up, like, 2/3 of the stream. I couldn't just stop. I needed a good, place, right? But that was lots of fun. I hope you guys enjoyed that. You wanted all Misericorde you could get. Oh, I'm glad you've been enjoying it so much. I'm gonna get back to it faster than 3 months this time, because I'm also intrigued as if. I feel like we might even be getting close to the end of episode 1. I really don't know. Maybe I should pre-purchase part 2. Just do I have part 2 purchased? Yes, I do. I do have it purchased. I have to install it. I'll have it pre-installed so that in case we just hit the end of 1 really early, I'll just I can start the next one up right away. Anyway, thank you for the continued game of Chat's Choice. I'm glad you guys really, really enjoyed that today. So, oof, I am ready to eat a snack and go to sleep. I don't know if anybody's awake. Yeah, you guys need to go to sleep. I'll just leave you to go to sleep. I'll just end it. Late night snackies. I need a late night snacky real bad. Alright, I won't raid anybody. You all need to go to sleep. Alright. Well, nighty night, everybody. And, oh, I should tell you, really soon. I gotta double check. I think tomorrow I'll be able to stream. But after that, like Thursday through Sunday, I won't. I'm gonna be out of town for I think I've mentioned before, like, IRL things suddenly coming up. So, the subathon... Oh, I'll just pause it now before I forget. The subathon will be paused while I am gone. But after that, I'll resume every day that I can. Alright, you guys. Night-night. It's still going. Now it's paused. Yeah, there it goes. Nighty-night. Sleep well.